Hello, everybody, and welcome to IDYLL 3 here on ProChara's YouTube channel. My name is Falco Flyer. I am joined here with Saf, and we have a fun tournament for you today. IDYLL, an extremely happy, peaceful, or picturesque scene, typically idealized or in an unstable one. Wow, I'm really bad at reading dictionary.com, Saf. But
Get better. It's okay.
we are here today with a lovely tournament with a few different rules than what we're typically used to in the Splatoon community. So what is IDYLL? What are we looking at today? Well, it's a tournament that is really supposed to kind of push away from the current meta of the game of Splatoon. So there are a few certain rules that this tournament follows. For instance, special charge up, completely banned. You cannot have special charge up on your build. No more than 2 of any special per team composition. So, a lot of the times people are running double Trizooka, but guess what? Trizooka is only limited to 1. Any other
Big
special
thumbs down.
from a Trizooka fan herself. So yeah, it's going to be really fun to kind of see how some of these players play in this tournament. And I think another key rule is, one of the weapons that we have seen to be very popular lately is the Splattershot or Hero Replica shot. That one straight up banned. You cannot use that weapon, and you are not allowed to have more than 2 shooters on your team. So Saf, really stepping away from what we have seen really on all levels of this game.
Non-shooters, Falco, need some limelight here. It's been shooter meta since the end of Splatoon 2 and even going into 3. It seemed like the non-shooters maybe had a foothold for a while when the game first came out, but no more. Most of the time when you go into games, depending on what tournament you're playing, there's majority shooters. And so I think that this is great. This is great for those folks out there that are like, hey, you know what? My blob is gonna come in and it's gonna make a splash here today. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking about this before the stream that, a lot of these top level teams, they are playing weapons that fit the meta very well, but then there are some teams who don't play the meta, so they might have an upper hand advantage because they're already used to the comp they're running. That is perfectly fine in this game. So it's really going to be interesting to see how that works out. Now, in this tournament, I believe there are a little bit under 30 teams who are registered to play. I believe it is a standard double elimination bracket that we have. So again, we're in our round stages here. Counter picks are active here, and this is going to be a best of 3 for round 1, it looks like, with starting off on Hagglefish Market Splat Zones. And again, having counter picks throughout the entire tournament is going to be something that these teams are looking to use towards their advantage.
Yeah, and it's something that you really got to think about moving into it, right? Like, it's like I always say, the first game is always information gathering. You're gathering information and intel on the other team, seeing what they're going to bring to the table, and how maybe they'll stray away from what they're using. Because, oh, you know what? If this person is using a Tri-Slosher, maybe they'll switch to the other Tri-Slosher and try to switch up the kit a little bit. Maybe this person is using a backline, especially on Hagglefish Market where the canopy tents in the kind of front area of the corresponding spawning points for each team can be super useful. But if they're going to change that up in the next one and maybe go from E-Leader to ZNF Charger, how is that going to change it up for them? Because you have to know if they can play one specification of weapon, that probably means that there is more to the story. And so, how do you combat that going into your counter pick? You have to take so much into account. So many notes, Falco. So many well-taken notes going into the counter pick. So it'll be really interesting to see what people come up with. But we're already ready to start. IDYLL 3, baby! We're going on into it.
Let's go. Splat Zones, Hagglefish, taking a look at these two teams. And our first glimpse at these weapons, we do see the T-Tech no V-Shot on the left side, and also obviously no V-Shot, and they can't play that. But, one of the things that we were always going to look for is what team is going to be using the Trizooka, what weapons. And we do see on the side of Comeback, it is going to be the Squeezer who has it, whereas on the side of Evolution, I believe that is going to be the Neo Machine. They're going to quickly go down. As I say that too, Crab is going to be popped out. We're in a 3v3 situation, and Comeback is looking to push in. Are they going to have enough players to get this zone first? I think Luca, and the help of the pencil and the cooler, is going to help them push forward a little bit and help control some of this zone, but no, it looks like Comeback might be in control, but I don't know. Evolution is really trying to push up.
Yeah, Crab coming out in the first 30 seconds is wild, I have to say. Not even 30 seconds, 20 seconds at that, but kind of just a firefight at the moment here. But finally, Evolution is going to be taking their stand and putting the stake on this zone. And very far pushed up at that, too. You can see Lady having that Killer Whale online already. All the members of Comeback being stuck in their spawning area, kind of having to displace to get away from that Killer Whale going on there. But one other thing I want to note, Falco, is the pencil. The Snipe Rider coming out for the side of Evolution, being able to push up so much further and feeling a lot safer to do so than the E-Leader might be able to do.
Yeah, Pencil, you're gonna have a little more flexibility just because you can kind of hold a charge too. So you're gonna have a little bit more movement, and obviously the help of Cooler is gonna help a lot of these players push back in. And now Comeback is able to get this zone. Evolution got it down to 49, but 2 players are now down on Comeback as Luca is still alive here up on the tent, pushing forward with the help of their teammate Zuka, going to be throwing the Cooler out into the zone. And a few of the players are now going to be pushing up. So again, you know, we've seen this map and mode many times, and these teams are just following the flow of take zone, push up as far as we possibly can without overextending. And I'd say Evolution is doing a pretty good job at that right now.
Yeah, you can see now Lady's trying to push up and do some follow-up there with the Splash. The Splash, unfortunately, going down, but they are back quickly because of that Cooler being online and Crab in their pocket being popped right away. The penalty is now gone, 35 seconds left on the clock for Evolution, but Comeback's just having a hard time coming back right now, Falco. They're just kind of staggered in their spawning area, 2 down on their side with only a few seconds left to go. The Inkjet being popped, going in for the trade, but unfortunately going down to the pencil, and it looks like Evolution has got this one in the bag.
Yep, we can see the little victory dances there in the zone, and Evolution, like you said, able to seal the deal on game 1. You know, I'll say it was a little refreshing not just seeing Zukas flying everywhere on this map. Of course, you know, most teams I feel like will be bringing out just a Zuka, but it's more of which weapon is going to be using it. So a very good win there for Evolution. And I know we have 3 maps here. It's actually a best of 5 that is in our round 1 and all of the winners rounds. So assuming we get to it, we'll keep you updated with what those maps and modes are. But yeah, counter picks are now active. You can't pick a map or mode that you previously won on in the set. The good news is if it's after game 1, the losers literally can choose whatever they want.
Yeah, and that definitely puts it into their favor when it comes to counterpicking too. So just gathering the information here. So Evolution having a pencil on their side. So having a very quick Cooler building kit with them. They also had the 52 gal, which a lot of mobility, having that wall too, a lot of defensive maneuvering, the Killer Whale being able to displace players of Comeback in their spawning area, as we got to see throughout that game. So how is Comeback going to combat that? They did have the E-Leader. The E-Leader not really be able to get super comfortable though, Falco. I mean, which can be really difficult if you're going to have such a kind of less mobile backline, something that has to be a little bit more stationary. So how are they going to try to change the tides here for themselves and try to follow up with that? Maybe taking out their backline, maybe switching out their backline.
Yeah, you know, especially on Hagglefish zones, that's one of the maps and modes where you really want to displace an E-Leader. They can really just stretch across almost the entire map. So as long as the specials, you know, the strikes, the Zuka, the Crab, anything to displace that leader or the backline is going to help you win the game. So yeah, that's how Evolution just did a really good job too in being able to push up. You know, Comeback had some moments where, especially one of the gals was just waiting for players to jump in from the ledge, push up to the zone, and just really doing a good job at being patient. But yeah, when Evolution got going and, you know, when you're pretty much in your enemy spawn, basically up on their plat, and you have all the attention on you, that allows your other teammates to really push up as well. And potentially get a backline, I would say, in a position that you're, as the attacking team, not used to them being at. So that can just be another weapon that catches you off guard.
Yeah, I just actually had a galaxy brain moment for a second, Falco, when Lady had the splash wall that they threw out underneath the canopy tent. I noticed that the wall was just above the little ledge area to where if you were in squid form swimming, you would bounce right back, and that would waste a lot of time for you for trying to break back into the map. So that was huge brain moment there, I think, for Evolution. But looking on the screen here, the counter pick has been made, tower control on Mako Mart, and so, I mean, if they're going to keep running Crab Tank here, Falco, that could be really advantageous. So, and I'm wondering if they are going to, especially because the Tri-Strike user that we saw on the side of Comeback was really attentive of making sure that that Crab Tank was nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I you know, as long as you can be tricky and like hide with some of your weapons and specials, I think that's really gonna do you a good favor. Looking at the next map and mode, we have Makamart Tower Control. So again, potentially slowing down the pace just a little bit. Remember, there are counter picks after every game here. The losing team gets to choose, and you know, based on I don't know, like it's hard to decide what counter picks you want to make. I'd say this early in the game, it's not like you've been playing in this tournament for a long time. You just kind of have to go with what you're comfortable with, because you don't you don't really have a lot of previous knowledge for some of these players and some of these teams too. So again, come back hoping that this is going to be a better pick for them as we move on to game two pretty soon.
Yeah, and I think going back to what you said too about the E-liter having so much range and firepower. I mean, it can reach halfway across the map in most cases. And so, and a lot of different high grounds to be taken here. Such a good map for you bucket players out there, Sloshing Machine and Tri-Slosher alike, whoever you are that likes to play bucket. This is such a great map mode for you. It was made for you. And roller players, I'm looking at you too. So I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out here. But the E-liter having so much range too is going to be pretty scary to go against. But there it is. There's a bucket there. The Slosher Neo is still here as well. Same composition coming out from Evolution here.
Yeah, it is. And comeback, you know, like we said, switching it up a little bit. They are going to have the Tri-Slosher, which Tri-Slosher on Makamart, once you can control those stacks, that's going to be very crucial. And we say that as there's going to be a trade 2v2 early on. And now it looks like Evolution might be in a better position, but no, it's going to be the Neo Machine who's really going to be pushing for comeback, displacing some of these Evolution members. And Evolution kind of a missed opportunity at that. But comeback is going to get a few nice picks here, but not before we see Lady being able to push up with this gal already nice and coolered up. But it looks like comeback is going to be the first one to take the tower.
Yeah, Sway was unafraid of that splash wall. I feel sometimes people hesitate when splash wall gets thrown into their face. They're not really sure what to do in the face of a wall coming head forward towards them. But the first checkpoint being taken now by Evolution here. The juice is up, but the mist coming out with the Tri-Strikes to follow up. Gonna be pretty difficult to hold that tower in place, but as long as Evolution members keep just tapping it just slightly, they're able to keep it forward. But the amount of painting power coming out from comeback, I mean, it's in the name, Falco. There is a comeback happening here, but Evolution still having a strong foothold in mid.
Yeah, they really are, and I think, again, controlling the all areas around the tower, they're doing such a good job with that. I mean, the pencil's going to be pushed back a little bit, but Lady there, all the way in the top right and getting ready to flank even, might be able to do very well. And look at that, here they are waiting for members to drop as the rest of Evolution is still pushing up the tower. Now, they are really taking their time with a few of the players going down, but let's see what they can do. It looks like they're going to be trying to take care of, I believe that was the T-Tech that they were going to be trying to take out, but unfortunately they are caught and then misted on that right stack, but they are not giving up with this flank Saf.
Yeah, it seems like Levy kind of waiting for the call out to go back and support their teammates a little bit, but then they are just right back where they started. The Killer Whale getting one nice pick, looking for the second one, not really being affected by the wave breaker here, throwing that splash wall out once again. A good distractionary factor. Levy being in such a good position here to try to get some picks and prevent that left-hand side from causing any damage to Evolution's push here. But now the Neo Machine, that call out has been made. Levy has gone down finally, so the flank is out. But 3 members of comeback now down. That tower is still moving with Crab Tank now being deceased. No, Crab Tank no more, if you will, but Sway is still able to push up here and take 2 members of Evolution down, but the tower is still not stopping, Falco. We're still going.
Yeah, that was a very, very good game for Evolution. And I think too, we got to see on the stream Laby being able to push up and flank. And I think one of the key moments for that, which really helped move comeback back, is that killer whale, rather than them using it from the front, they use it from the side, which forced all the members of comeback to push back. It wasn't a position where they had to choose left or right and could push up that way. If you're using it at a horizontal position, you're forced to retreat backwards. And that is exactly what Evolution took advantage of when they were able to take out comeback. At the end of that match, it looked like we were going to be in a 2v2 situation where maybe members of Evolution were going to pull back on the tower, but no, they had the juice. They were ready to hop back in there. So a wonderful team effort for Evolution.
Yeah, and it always fascinates me when you can see call-outs being made live, because you have to remember that both of these teams are chit-chatting. They're making call-outs. They're calling people out. They're saying what's going on to each other. There's 3 different voices in this voice channel other than your own, just telling you everything that's going on, and you have to kind of organize the information in your brain to figure out, okay, what's most important, what's less important, what can I kind of let go. But the game just happens so fast that sometimes all of it becomes a priority. And I just really liked how, like you said, like Laby was able to go in on that flank, launch the killer whale, but then as soon as 2 members were down on their team, they were able to backtrack to that left stack and kind of just see what was going on, make sure like, hey, like, do I need to be here? Can I help out? But then as soon as they were able to jump back in, especially with having that cooler, they went straight back to the flank and caused havoc.
And I mean, look, we don't have the same special spams that we all kind of, I don't want to say know and love. We all don't love it. But these players are doing a really good job at making up for it, where they are painting their hearts out, and right when they get their special, and especially specials like Killer Whale, or I don't want to say throwaway specials, but like Rain, Killer Whale, that like you're going to use it, it's going to be good, and you just want to build up another one again. These teams aren't letting go of the gas pedal for that, so they're doing a very good job still maintaining their special control and how well that they are building it up. But we're going to be looking at the next pick from Comeback. It is going to be Rainmaker Museum d'Alfonsino. Now, this one can kind of get a little tricky early on. Sometimes this first checkpoint isn't very hard to clear, and from then on, it becomes a whole different game, Saf.
Yeah, a lot of verticality to take into account, and a lot of obstacles too, especially with that spinner having so many different platforms, and it does spin at like a constant pace for sure, but just having it be right in front of the spawning point and being able to just go all out aggressive if you want to, if you're able to have the advantage, can get super dicey. But from what I'm seeing, from what Evolution's been cooking with, I mean, ink is not a problem for them. Not by any means. And so I think if they're able to still maintain that and keep their surfaces painted, especially the vertical ones, then I think that they'll be sitting just fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Again, for this one, you really have to be careful of where Laby is going to be. I think too, just knowing how well that they sharked in the first game and in the second game, especially in the second game. Like, the only time they were with their team was at the very end when they needed to take the tower. Before then, they were just like, hey, I'm over here. Somebody come try and shoot me, and that would always bring 1, maybe 2 members over. So I think, if Evolution can kind of keep that up without Comeback really being noticeable of it, that's gonna help them win.
Yeah, and you got to think too. Again, these are Comebacks counter picks that are being made. So Tower Mako and Rainmaker on Museum, these are their picks. So they have an idea of how they want to try to combat what Evolution is doing. Like, there's a reason for why they're picking this one, and so have to like be curious of like, okay, what are you gonna change? What are you gonna fix to try and make it better?
And let's see if Comeback are going to make some changes here for this game. Evolution, they kept the same comp they had for games 1 and 2. We are going to be seeing, I believe they changed the machine out this time around.
From the bucket.
Yeah, from the bucket. So, yep, they're going to be running. Yeah, both are going to be running, having their Zookas be the Neo machine. Luca keeping with the pencil. Yeah, same comp there on Evolution.
Wow, okay, so it's the same comp on both sides.
It is literally identical, yeah.
They're exactly identical. They're kind of taking one from Evolution's playbook here and saying, well, if it works for them, why can't it work for us, right? And the pop right away is going to go to Evolution, the crab tank being set up on that right-hand side for Comeback, but Bungie going down in their crab tank, and now a repeat of game 2, Falco, a 2v2 situation, but Comeback being in the wipeout scenario. So Evolution is going to take full advantage of that and get to that first checkpoint uncontested.
Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted to do, and I don't think they anticipated getting a wipeout that early, and unfortunately for them, they kind of had to take a little bit of a longer route with the Rainmaker, but hey, that allowed the rest of their members to push forward. And speaking of pushing forward, Bungie here, getting down to 33, just doing everything they can to stay alive in Enemy Inc. And now 2 players are going to go down on Comeback as Evolution is still keeping this Rainmaker alive with the help of that whale, or the help of the wall come out. We're going to see this nice squid roll here. Can they get the dunk? No, they can't. Getting down to 6, but once again, not letting go of the pressure. 2 players alive now on Comeback.
Wow, okay, Comeback here. Are they going to let it reset? Look at them waiting for the jump here, going in from behind. Poor Laby, just not kind of maybe knowing that the jump was doomed from the start. The cooler's going to come out for Evolution here. You can see 3 members kind of posted up on the side, trying to contest the ramp area here to break back into the plat, but Comeback is not going to let them have it. The Trizooka coming out, the pencil being able to move up as well. But Laby still finding themselves in the plat area, still trying to cause some havoc. Cat goes down, Lucas goes down. Now Comeback having the man advantage here. This is where they want to try to take the jump, especially now that they have 3 men down. That is a delayed wipe scenario. They got to take full advantage of this Falco if they want to keep points on the board. The Trizooka coming out though, causing a little bit of pressure here, and especially because they have to get down to the 5 mark, which can be really scary. But now Comeback finding themselves in the wipeout once again.
Yeah, unfortunately for Comeback, that seemed like a missed opportunity. You know, even if they were to got the dunk, and they very well might have, I don't know what kind of follow-up they would have at that point. So Evolution wasting no time with that, trying to get control of mid again, and they do, but Sway is back here on their side. One of the members are going to go down on Evolution, but look at this, Sway is still on Evolution, or no, it's actually going to be the Pencil, I think, who's up on their side. Look at holy flank from Evolution. You know, we talked about it in the first 2 games, but they are doing a really good job with this. I'm just having a hard time seeing whose side is who, because there's just way too many flanks going on here, Saf.
Yeah, it's Flank City here on Museum de Alfonsino. Everybody has their admissions. They probably paid a little bit extra for the VIP flank package for their museum tour today. But look at Slurpcat down below there with the bucket. They're kind of just trying to hold that ledge area. Lucas throwing out the juice once again, and the crowd finding themselves with their pants down, unfortunately going down in the corner there in a 2v1 scenario. Rainmaker now in possession of Evolution again. And they're trying to make another push forward here, but all specials, or a lot of specials being online for Comeback, and they're just holding steady, not trying to overextend themselves, preventing this Rainmaker push. They're going to try to take their time here. There is only a minute and a half on the clock, but they are going to try to utilize every single second to their advantage here.
Yeah, and you know, they are still showing some aggression without overextending. Exactly what you said. Oh, and that's going to be a nice triple there from the Pencil, getting 3 members from Evolution, preventing this push from going any further. So a lot of the members now from Comeback coming back towards the Rainmaker. And we are going to be seeing the trade there with the Pencil and from Laby, and it looks like now with just under a minute left, you know, if Evolution, they, again, don't need to try anything fancy at this point. They just want to control mid. And honestly, they've been doing a very good job controlling Comeback every step of this entire set. But I want to see them unleash here. We see the Splash pushing forward now, and they are going to be picking up the Rainmaker in these last 40 seconds. But they do have 1 player down now. But yeah, what a great standstill for those last 2 minutes.
Yeah, the Splash was insane, throwing that burst bomb and then just getting the right shots. Now Evolution finding themselves in a 2-down scenario, Comeback trying to just take control of mid, but unfortunately Bungie really quick to follow up there, taking down the Gal. And now Comeback once again finding themselves in a delayed wipe scenario. The Rainmaker is just free game right now, as Evolution's going to try to do their best to just keep pushing forward and keep the momentum going. Look at everybody up on this platform area here. There is no room for Comeback to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, they tried everything they possibly could do, but I don't know. Evolution just seemed 1 step ahead of Comeback for every part of that entire game. You know, the one time they were able to make the push, you had 2 flanks from Evolution just waiting. waiting for them to come down. So Evolution going to be winning that 3-0. Again, this is a best of 5. They did win this set in 3 games, so they are going to be moving on in this winners bracket.
Yeah, and one thing I want to note this again, Falco, is the verticality, the usage of the verticality. If we could go back, I mean, Bungie was consistently using the splash to drop down on people. Consistently, I saw them on that middle spinner. They would drop down immediately and take somebody out from comeback. And on the platform spinner, they were able to get a really nice double pick because just kind of being up there, not only spraying paint everywhere, but also taking down a pick and almost going down in the trade. That verticality is so huge, and it's a really hard thing to master too. I mean, you have less ground to work with. You have too many surfaces to try to keep track of, and there's a lot of eyes that can be on you, especially in that elbow side when you're coming out of the spawning area. But I think Bungie just executed that so well and so perfectly.
Yeah, they did. I think there really wasn't any flaw, I would say, with Evolution's gameplay. And again, they didn't even change any of their weapons throughout that entire set. You know, obviously, when you win, it just makes it easier. You're not as, as enticed to change. But on counter picks too, when you never know what comeback is thinking, and not switching your weapons, that really shows how comfortable you are with that. But we do have other scores being reported as this round 1 is starting to wrap up. There are a few games going on still, but you guys just saw on stream Evolution 3-0ing comeback. Duck Motif 3-0 over COD in 4K. I like that name. COD, COD. And Last Resort is currently up 2-0 over Nuts. Let's see what else. Hope is 2-0 over Project Elvin Coma. Okay. A few teams getting buys too, so we can get our traditional like top 8 as well. No Zuka, please. Well, guess what? There might be one Zuka here. Has a 3-0 win over.
Zuka, please.
just one Zuka, please. Has a 3-0 win over Mutiny. Where we drop in Helios, no scores reported there yet. Whale Gang 2-0 over Retro Radio. Whale Gaming. We have Whale Gang and Whale Gaming. Ooh, okay. 2-0 over Wonderful Car. Micklin Heroes and Get Your Money Up. This is the only set that we have reported that is tied currently. They are 1-1. And then Talking Flower 3-0 over Distinct. So pretty common to see sweeps, I would say, in round 1 of this tournament, based on these teams, I believe, are seeded accordingly. So it's very common that we're going to see kind of these 3-0s, maybe a 3-1 here and there. But yeah, really just one match that is catching our eye in this first round of Micklin Heroes and Get Your Money Up.
It's so much fun to me to see, maybe like it's for the first time you're seeing a team kind of like make a splash into the scene, but Get Your Money Up has been having such a good time lately, Falco. They've been doing so well in most tournaments that they've been playing in. I mean, I remember getting to see them in SOS a few times, making it into like the top 8 or top 4 in SOS multiple times. And Micklin Heroes too. I mean, we've had a really good time with Micklin Heroes over on Splatoon tourney as well with the last Ludi season. Had a really, really good matchup that we got to watch with them too. So that has to be a really good set going on between them. It's really fun to just see like household names or people become household names rather. And Get Your Money Up is that for me. I'm like smiling so big right now. Good for them.
I think it's fun too when you've kind of followed some of those teams throughout their not their entire journey, but like when you saw them play in maybe lower level tournaments, then moving on to this and winning these tournaments, getting this bracket in a specific tournament. And, we see a lot of that happen, whether it's on, kind of like a major open invite or even a skill cap tournament. A lot of these teams that we see have been playing in tournaments like SOS and Proving Grounds. So, that's where we get a lot of practice in, or where they get a lot of practice in that we can see. But coming up next... coming up next on stream, Duck Motive versus Last Resort. You guys are going to see your guy Chara here playing this next one. So you guys better get ready for this. It's going to be a fun one.
The guy whose channel is playing in the tournament?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, Saf, are you ready?
Pro who?
Who? No, they're going up against Duck Motive. Again, both of these teams, I believe, 3-0'd in their first round. So again, Always fun to see what new teams are going to bring out to the table. You know, I don't know if like the Neo Machine, the Pencil, the Squeezer. Well, you can only play either Squeezer or Neo Machine. You can't play both of those because they both have Zuka. And then Splash. I think Splash is going to be kind of here to stay for a while for a shooter.
Yeah.
But Pencil seems to be the backline of choice from what we have seen.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see too what Arashi is going to pick if Arashi's playing with Last Resort today, because Arashi notoriously is so good on that the Hero Shot Replica / Vanilla Splattershot with that Trizooka. Historically, so good with it, and especially when we got to see them playing with Last Light at Riptide, I mean, that was a constant pick by them, and so how are they going to kind of change that up? And also Chara, what is Chara going to try to run here, especially because notoriously it's either a blaster umbrella or one of the three, wiper weapons that we have available. So how are they going to kind of switch that around into their comp, especially taking out such a strong weapon from Arashi and a really aggressive player? So how is Last Resort going to kind of it's kind of fun when like the person that whose channel that we're using and has so much knowledge on comp, it's like, okay, it's being put to the test, right? Like, how are you going to change it up?
Right, exactly. And they're playing a very, very tough Duck Motive team. Enry, Red Shell, we have seen these players thrive so far, pretty much throughout not their entire comp career, but, you know, just as of lately, with a few of them even, you know, making it super far and a lot of majors. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And we're going to be starting off on Museum Tower Control. So same map we just saw, different mode.
Yeah, we're still, our museum tour is not over yet, folks. There's still so much more to see. Remember, we bought the big IDYLL package, the Peace package, to go to the museum today. So we're gonna start off this next round with it as well. Tower control though, Falco, things can go really downhill after the second checkpoint falls. It can be really scary.
Yeah, when you have a lot of, I'll say, the backline players pushing up on your spinner, it is so hard to take them out. You just have to get really lucky with some of your positionings, because right when you spawn in, they are going to be eyeing and tracking you down. So that's definitely going to be a good way to start if you want to try and avoid being, you know, being locked out super heavily. There's just a lot of different places where the attacking team can get to on your side that you're not even used to going yourself. Like, I feel like there's a lot of nooks and crannies kind of in Museum, that, you know, me as that player just kind of rushes to mid, and I don't even like pay attention to those to those flanks or those sides. So those are always going to be things you want to be on the lookout for.
Hopefully you have a teammate that's doing that for you already, so it's like in the back of your mind that left-hand side is going to probably have a flank 9 times out of 10, but like,
right,
you know, as a support player, like, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna go for mid. I'm gonna go for mine in mid.
You know. But yeah, these, I think too, with these two teams playing this early on, like, first of all, this is a heavy-hitting matchup for round 2 of this tournament. And I know we've mentioned we have a lot of great teams playing in IDYLL today. Again, there's just shy of 30 teams, so a lot of fierce competition. And luckily for, if you know, one of your rounds doesn't work out the way you want it to be, you're gonna have a losers bracket that you can try and run up. But a few of the first few rounds of losers bracket, I believe, are only best of 3, so the stakes are even higher when you can get to that stage. But hey, again, both of these teams, they've been in this situation before.
Right, yeah, the pressure is on, but it's not a pressure that hasn't been handled before. It's something, and especially when you have teams and players that have played in like many LANs before as well, because I think the stakes are even higher at the LAN. You have an audience. Like, you have an audience here, sure, like we can see all of you out there in the Ethernet verse that are watching the stream today, but at the LAN, it's real people. There's bodies sitting in chairs watching you, and you can actually see them in their reactions, and you can hear what's going on, and so the stakes can be a little bit higher, it can be a little bit more nerve-wracking, but I think if you have, if you keep your calm, keep your cool, collected, you trust your teammates, you trust the process, you're gonna be just fine, and you're gonna put your best foot forward. And I think both teams here, Duck Motive and Last Resort, they both have so much experience with this sort of thing, so definitely level heads coming.
Yeah, level heads for sure. you know, a lot of the members from Last Resort, they actually didn't play at Riptide, since again that was a Last Resort and Moonlight pickup. Um, but it's always fun to see these players again, and of course, like, I don't really know how often both of these teams are playing in these high-level tournaments. At Last Resort, again, I feel like they play in more of the they play in a lot of the majors that are coming up. I would imagine they're going to be playing in 20XX, and probably same with Duck Motive, which, by the way, that is happening next week. Definitely check it out on Dapples and IPL. It's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, so they're really gonna be bringing their A game for these games. You know, I think too, Red Shell, I think is, you know, they're typically a player who's never conformed to the meta ever. Just being a very aggressive brush player.
I was
Now
gonna say
again,
Octobrush, yeah?
yeah, but
Yeah.
again, like, even if that's your main for in meta, is that going to be your main for off meta, even if your main wasn't meta? You know what I mean? There's
True.
there's a lot to think about in that situation.
Yeah, and especially if you're using the Octobrush that has a Zip Caster, going against a team that traditionally has used Zip Caster, because you have people that use the Stamper on Last Resort. So two really well versed Zip Caster players can be really fun to watch, and like how they utilize it, and especially with the recent buff that it's gotten, where you can just splash down onto the ground and like potentially get a pick, or at least cause a lot of heavy chip. So it's fun to watch people kind of zoom around the map and see how they like to utilize that.
Yeah, and I think too, like, there's never a bad mode, I think, for Zipcaster, because again, like, the point of it is just being a distraction and maybe taking the attention away from all of your shooters who are maybe painting mid, you know, kind of doing something else. But I think too, just having the chaos that can really help the team, whether it's, again, pushing the objective, displacing some of the members on the other team. That is always going to come in handy, and I think with Red Shell playing the Octobrush like we had seen before, that's going to be something they want to capitalize on. And I guess an update for everybody. So there are currently Splatoon 3 servers that are down, unexpectedly, I believe. So unfortunately, we can't play in private battles at this moment. So okay, for the set they're in, I believe. I don't know. I'm just trying to relay information that we're given, and I'm probably butchering it all. But I believe we are getting into the match, maybe pretty soon. Saf, you want to? Okay, we are gonna get in pretty soon here. On this next game, it is gonna be Manta Tower Control. But yeah, I guess unexpected server issues impacting a few other things, but hey, at least we're in our lobby, so I believe that means we could play.
Yeah, we should still, as far as I understand, we should still be fine for the set, but we might be impacted by server issues moving forward, which is unfortunate because I think those server issues started happening as soon as IDYLL went live, so that's just kind of the luck of the draw, I guess. Thanks, Nintendo.
Yeah, I mean, like, a few teams are, well, honestly, I feel like this one is going to start sooner than a few of the other sets, so there's going to be other sets that are delayed. I would imagine, like, teams still trying to get into their lobbies for round 2 are going to be having issues. But yeah, hopefully that gets resolved soon. Good news for you guys here, and good news for us, is we do have our players in the lobby, and it appears that we can play our set. And at this moment, I believe the teams are just kind of choosing their weapons and getting their ducks in a row here. Get it? Duck motive? But, yeah. Thank you for laughing, Steph.
You're welcome. Anytime. That's how I support you.
Yeah, but hey, you know, we talked about Museum, Rainmaker, or Tower Control. Let's talk about Manta Tower. So Manta, I feel like just like Slosher is going to thrive. I think just your vanilla Tri-Slosher here is going to go a long way, controlling the ledges too. Some backlines are harder than others, I think, on this stage, just because you can duck, dive, dip. What's the other D?
Dodge, duck, dip, dive. No, it's dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Yeah.
Okay, you can do all
the dodge
those
sandwich.
Thank you, the dodge sandwich. You can do all those things around the walls. to avoid getting shot by like a pencil or an E-liter or, you know, whatever weapon might be coming at you. So I think, again, just kind of controlling your flanks too is going to be really important here. But yeah, this is I would not be surprised if we see a bucket. Now it really just depends on what player is going to be using it and if it's going to be fitting with the rest of their comp.
Personally, I want Splatling. I think Splatling is so great for mast control, and especially like getting into the bunker area, because the bunker is just such a key position on this map. But looking into the comp here, you have Mecha on the end zap, so there is going to be cooler on both sides, and you actually have Chara opting for the blaster. And Crab Tank too coming out from Arashi. So Arashi is changing out that vanilla splatter shot for the splash and having the Crab Tank. So really aggressive bomb, a triple suction bomb being ran on the side of Last Resort. So Tower Riders, beware on Duck Motive.
And Saf, this might be one of the only times we see it 0 Zookas in this game.
Oh,
not even just one on each time. Zero Zookas. But yes, the double crab, I believe, coming out from Duck Motive might do really well. We can see Chara is going to be going down as it looks like members of Duck Motive really trying to take control. This is going to be the splash player who's going to be building up this crab pretty early and going to be using it up here. But oh, can they stay alive? Yes, they can. But they are going to fight crab versus crab here, as it looks like that. I can't tell what player's over there on the ledge, but they're going to be forced to retreat. But Duck Motive getting past that checkpoint pretty convincingly, as we can see that they are really starting to extend forward.
Yeah, that was a really quick bunker take by the splash player on Duck Motive. I mean, really quick. They were so quick they were able to pop crab up there and see it to completion, which is pretty wild. But yeah, seeing no Zooka here is pretty interesting. And kind of fun. It's like a gentleman's agreement that they were like, we're not going to use Zooka on either side. It's like, maybe did they talk about it beforehand? Who knows? But having the missiles though, and it looks like Red Shell is actually going to be using that wiper with the missiles. So beacons as well. So Last Resort's got to be careful if they're going to try to spawn back in, especially with that cooler as well. They got to be really careful about that. But Arashi getting a nice pick behind the street area there, looking to get the second one. Not going down in the trade though, sadly, but definitely getting some chip damage going. But Last Resort having strong control of the tower right now, even though their Zap player is down. And the bucket being in a really good position to take out the jump that was coming in, but ProChara there to follow up. Not getting one, but two really spicy picks there, looking in to get the third and going in for the fight. Some chip damage once again. I mean, it seems like Last Resort is just trying to utilize the chip that each player tries to give.
Yeah, and I think it's really going to come in handy, especially with Chara's blaster, because the blast radius from that thing is so large. Like, you can be, you know, not that like feet or inches are a thing in this game, but you can be like a few units back and still get an indirect or get splatted by an indirect. So yeah, just all the chip damage, like you said, is going to come in handy. But we have a very heavy stalemate game here in mid, where Last Resort seems to have a little bit more control of mid, but they are going to have a few players go down. Two are down. They're going to have to survive through this mist and survive the missiles if they want to try and push the tower. But Arashi is going to provide a jump for Mecha and Chara to come in. Can they take down? I believe that was Enry the Tri-Slosher, but no, they are going to be staying alive here, as Duck Motive doing a good job holding on to this lead.
Yeah, Enry getting a really, really nice assist there with the mist. I mean, you got to really utilize that when it comes, and you have to, like, listen for it. I like, in this game, there's a lot of different sound cues that you have to be aware of, but look at that. Enry going into Inkjet immediately, getting not one, but two. So Arashi and Storm Hero both going down, and the tower finding itself in the street for Duck Motive right now. Bandit having a nice position on the tower with that pencil. That can be really dangerous. Bandit being such a strong sniper player of all kinds, of all trades. And that tower is still moving, Falco. Last Resort is doing their best to try to hold it back. But when you have Red Shell coming in so aggressively, taking down two players of Last Resort once again, I mean, that tower is not going to stop moving.
Yeah, Red Shell doing everything they could just to cause chaos, and it is working as three players down. Just going to be Chara who's coming out, but Zenith here trying to push up with the crab. Chara's going to be pushing up here, trying to stay alive, and they do. Tower is now going to be stopped being pushed, but it's going to be really hard for Last Resort to come back and counter this, as a few of their players are going to go down. It seems like they just haven't had the opportunity to have a core 4 on
Ooh.
their team. But yeah, Chara getting some really nice snipes here as they are going to be pushing up. Can they take it on the pencil? No, the indirect is not going to be enough there. But this might be their last opportunity. You know, they, again, haven't really had a player advantage this entire push. Now they do. A 2v1 is still a player advantage, but you're going to need to get some control of mid and then push up as a unit.
Yeah, and with the crab being popped on tower, now this is Last Resort's moment to try to make some headway here. You can see Arashi and Chara pretty pushed up, trying to go in and take some fights in the street here. Red Shell over in the corner, they're probably trying to build some special with those missiles. But it looks like Chara going down, unfortunately not winning that fight. 3 members of Duck Motive being caught in the street here. The crab going out, Storm Hero going down. The jump coming in from Chara, unfortunately, also going down as well. I mean, Duck Motive with their callouts is absolutely insane. They are just everywhere all at once.
Yeah, man, that last minute too, that's hard for Last Resort because you don't have much time to just plan anything. You just kind of have to
Yeah.
jump to somebody who's free, hope that you don't die and get splatted. But man, ducking was all over Last Resort during those last few minutes of that game. So a very good win for Duck Motive. And like you said, I think that it came with the help of Red Shell just tearing it up with the wiper.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing I want to note too is I think with having Bandit being such a strong charger player, consistently you could see Duck Motive following up on a call out to keep Bandit safe. Bandit was consistently on the tower when they could be, when it was safe passage, but they also kept really, really strong control of the mast when it counted as well. And so if you're constantly keeping not only your back, like sort of backline, but also your cooler in the game, and the cooler on the pencil can be brought in so quickly, so quickly. And so if you're just consistently keeping that player alive and keeping them defended, then you're gonna just have juice all the time. Duck Motive was never out of the map for very long, and so that was a huge advantage to them. So again, going into the counter pick for Last Resort, how are they gonna try to combat that or change it up?
Yeah, I don't know, and I think too with Tower Manta, that's one of those, I don't want to say unconventional map modes because we see it pretty often, but it's not one where your comp or your build is going to translate into another map and mode very easily. You know, like I'm thinking Rainmaker Museum, that, you know, when you have a comp for that, it's pretty much compatible with, I would say, like 90% of the map mode combos in comp. But Tower Manta, I don't think it's one of those modes that you can just copy paste your comp into a different match.
Yeah. I mean, considering the last match, Evolution did just that. They copy pasted their comp like through all games that they played, and they got a 3-0 sweep. So that's got to be feeling pretty good, because again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? And so I mean, is Duck Motive gonna kind of stick with the same thing? We were just talking about Red Shell using that Octobrush, right? They came out with a wiper and they used it really well too. You kept seeing them in different places and painting up for their special to get the missiles as quick as they could. But very little beacon usage, I want to point out. They really weren't using it for the beacons. They were definitely using it for the missiles and like the utility that the wiper has.
Yeah, oh, definitely. And again, because we don't have special charge up here, we don't have the lethal specials that we're used to being, or you can play Zuka. Again, nobody played Zuka in that game. You can. It's just kind of a funky map for it. But yeah, still using your main to just build up your specials and then spamming the specials is how it's going to work. Now, this is interesting. Last Resort lost game 1 on tower control, but they are picking it for their counter pick. That is entirely legal. You can pick whatever you want if it's game 2 and you lost game 1. So they're going to be opting for the same mode, but are going to be moving on to Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, and that makes me curious if we're going to be seeing that Chara Blaster return to the scene in this one, because I think it's especially useful when you're trying to contest on that first checkpoint, especially with that canopy elbow. Like, there's just so much that can happen there, and especially because you have the water all the way to your right. Like, your right side is completely unusable, because if you go that way, you fall. So really, you only have 3 sides to work with, and the one in front of you is going to have the most firepower coming into it. So really, you got to be really mindful of the flank, and if maybe someone's going to take the long flank and come all the way from behind. So it's going to be interesting for sure, and I'm wondering why they would want to pick tower control again as well.
Well, yeah, you know, it just depends on what else you could have up your sleeve. Now, I think we're going to see Zookas this time around. Um, I'm just guessing. You know, I'm going to imagine both teams are going to change up their comp a little bit. Chara's going to be
Oh,
using the
yeah.
Scamper. Yep. Yeah. So we are going to see Zooka. We're going to see one Zooka, I believe.
Squeezer, yep.
Yep, that's just going to be the Squeezer player on the side of Duck Motive. That's going to be Enry using it. But yeah, so Zipcaster this time coming out for Last Resort, and again, Zipcaster just meant to cause chaos and really push up into enemy bases and take out the back line. And I think that's going to be something they need to do. But two are going to quickly go down on Duck Motive as Last Resort has a one-player advantage. We can see one of the players here.
Oh, that shark!
That shark there. Taking out Red Shell. Can they get the other one? No, they're going to be jumping out or not getting splatted at least. But yeah, Last Resort making quick work of this trying to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and you could see as soon as that 2-down scenario happened, Arashi tried to take full advantage and push up, but you had two members of Duck Motive kind of planted on that left-hand side, especially one of them being Bandit, so the range being on their side, and just a marksman of a Charger player, so you got to be really careful if you find yourself in one of these lanes that Tower Hagglefish has. But Duck Motive wasting no time to follow up and get this tower moving. But Chara is there to kind of cause some havoc. But unfortunately, Last Resort finding themselves in a 3-down scenario. So, I mean, Duck Motive is just going to keep that tower rolling unless something else changes.
Yeah, and you know, this is really hard for Last Resort, especially with Enry up here on the enemy's canopy, and we see Red Shell on the right side too, watching all angles and all potential flanks. So Duck Motive, you know, they're going to really have to not overextend, but push up if they want to try and push some of these Last Resort members out. And but Duck Motive not shy about their special usage, still using it in this 2v2 situation. It is just one player alive, and that is going to be Bandit there. As Last Resort able to prevent Duck Motive from getting to that final checkpoint, but that is going to be a major uphill battle to climb in these next 3 minutes.
Yeah, and I just realized Last Resort is running double crab tank with that splash and the dualies, and so if they're able to really stagger these crabs out, this could be really huge for Last Resort because, again, like we said, crab is here to stay. But as I say that, Last Resort going down in the wipeout scenario, you have Enry moving up with this squeezer. I mean, that side is already so blue in only just a few seconds, and so the tower being pushed once again. The Zooka's gonna come out, causing some havoc up on that plat area. They want to keep that canopy area clean, but not for long, as the crab tank is going to rear its head on the top there and taking out Zenith in the process. So Last Resort able to follow up really quickly here.
Yeah, they did a very good job cleaning up and making sure that Duck Motive couldn't start where they left off, basically. You know, look at that survive. I'm amazed that Zenith there. That was crazy. Just a funny 1v1 that happened. But yeah, we're going to see the Zipcaster come out again. Chara's going to be going down. The Zipcaster 3 are going to go down on Last Resort. There's just going to be one alive, but they are coolered. Arashi's going to go down, but there's going to be a jump on them as well. So Duck Motive having control of mid, not necessarily the player advantage at this time, but they are putting themselves in a more comfortable position. I say that as 3 of their members are going to go down, and we can see Last Resort here is really trying to capitalize on that as they are taking control of mid once again.
Yeah, and just look at this movement coming out from Arashi here on this right-hand side. Just absolutely wild, so fast. Popping crab immediately as soon as that tower gets to that first check. And they're so close. They were so close to breaking it the first time too, so they're going to try to utilize everything that they can at their disposal to get that first checkpoint going. And there it goes. It has fallen. And you can see Bandit was trying to hold on to that right-hand side there, but with ProChara zooming in real quick here, taking a lot of distraction away from the objective currently, especially from the backline and the crab player. Last Resort looking to try to make some more headway here, but unfortunately nobody was on the tower as the two, Zenith and Enry, are able to push up on Duck Motive and make sure that Last Resort does not have any more ground to stand on to get that push going. Once again, 2 members down on Last Resort, almost 3. And I mean, Duck Motive just has to hold strong here. They just got to play the defensive game for the last 47 seconds here.
Yeah, that push, you know, it didn't work out for Last Resort. I think they were focusing so much on trying to build their specials and taking control of mid that nobody was really trying to push the tower at that point. And I totally understand wanting to build up your specials and waiting to strike when it's ready, but because you weren't touching the tower and you were just kind of controlling your side of mid, that allowed Duck Motive to just paint all around the tower and to help push up too. So they had a lot of free real estate as well, and I think that's what saved them. And now 2 members are going to go down on Last Resort. 2 more members going to go down. Yes, it's just going to be the pencil in these last 10 seconds here. So Duck Motive doing a really good job here in game 2 as they're just trying to control some of mid, and it looks like they are going to do just that and win game 2.
Man, it was like so textbook for Last Resort there. Not only did we see Arashi pop that crab tank on the first checkpoint once, but they did it twice. They tried to get the same kind of push going, the same momentum going to get the tower rolling, but I mean, Duck Motive is just so keen on what was going to be happening there. They were in the right place at the right time, and especially when you have Bandit being so good at retreating. I mean, they were caught with their pants down a couple times, sure, but most of the time when Bandit was trying to retreat, they were able to do it successfully. And I just want to note again, Arashi's like, and when that crab tank came out from Zenith, that had to have been a little scary. They did get some chipping damage on it, but you could tell they were like,
they're like, I do not want to be here right now, and I probably can't take you down. Like, oh, I'm just gonna hide real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, don't see me.
let me just squeeze past you real quick.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Funny interaction there. But yeah, so 2 crabs coming out on the side of Last Resort for that game, and you know, it applies a lot of pressure, but it's so hard to push up with it. I don't think Last Resort really had that opportunity. You know, they had one solid push kind of towards the end of that game, like the last 3 minutes or so, but they could never get in a comfortable position where they could just allow the rest of their members push up. And we saw Chara use Zipcaster, and I think, you know, he was hoping that I think the outcome would be a little bit different by getting some splats or maybe drawing more attention towards him too, because again, that's what you want to do with Zipcaster. But yeah, unfortunately for them, Duck Motive kind of sniffed it out, and they were able to stay one step ahead of Last Resort.
Yeah, and Henry on that squeezer, I mean, just absolutely menacing. And that's exactly what you don't want. You don't want Henry to get set up on your canopy and use that tap shotting to their advantage. That whole left side of that spawning area for Last Resort was completely taken by Henry. And then you had their mate right below them, too. Like, I think you had Zenith right below them, just also kind of using the cover fire that they were providing to move forward. And, I mean, that can be so scary and difficult to combat for Last Resort, especially because they didn't have like any like longer range, I guess, other than the pencil to really utilize. And so I mean, Duck, they got to be really careful of that. I think moving forward into this next counter pick, they got to be cautious of where Duck Motive is going to try to use like a certain position to their advantage to just run the clock out, because it kind of seemed like that's what was happening there. And look at that, Falco. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? We're going on vacation.
We are. Mahi Mahi is back. All right, in comp. Splat zones. Again, Saf, we actually played this one in From the Ink Up last night together, so it still kind of feels weird that it's back. But it is, and honestly, this map is a lot more open than it was before. A lot more playable for a lot of players, and I think overall, a lot of people are excited for this one, especially because we don't see the map very often. We haven't. Will we see it around in the future? Probably, I don't know, but it's going to be, this is a fun counter pick from Last Resort. I am liking this.
Yeah, and I really hope that that developers and or people that make the Splatoon updates take notes on this, because I think that this is such a great way to keep the game fresh. Keep updating the maps. Keep updating what they look like and the layouts for the different games, because yeah, I think a lot of people had some love for Mahi Mahi, especially shout out to my Splatoon 1ers out there that would play Mahi Mahi religiously. But it's one of those things where if you keep changing how the maps are arranged, it makes them fresh, and it makes it like, oh, you know what? Maybe I like Hagelfish Tower Control now. Maybe I like this map now because of the way that they changed this position. And so, yeah, really fun pick, I think, coming out from Last Resort here. What are they going to use? Is the S-Blast going to make an appearance here for ProChara?
Man, I feel like this is a blaster map just based on how easy it is to shoot up on the ledges that are in mid or just kind of off to the side. Obviously, when you have a blaster main on your team, it definitely helps, and having it as a weapon that's not banned, it's going to help too. But we are going to see no blaster there. Chara's going to be with the stamp, and yeah, we're going to see, okay, yeah, we're not going to see that. We're going to see missiles come out on the side of Red Shell, and I believe, yeah, we're sticking with that double crab for Last Resort.
Yeah, so a very similar comp from last time here with the zones map, but look at how open this is, Falco. I mean, they changed the left and right-hand sides from having a surface to having just water and kind of like a maze of water kind of ripping through the resort area here. So definitely some really positive changes, and what allows us to have this map back into comp and allows it to make sense once again. The balance is returning, if you will.
All is good and well. It is IDYLL. It is IDYLL here in IDYLL today. Um, but right now, Duck Motive taking the early lead now, still holding on to the zone. They had a player disadvantage and continue to do so as their last resort now able to cap the zone. But again, as soon as they do, a few of their players are going to be going down. We're going to see the Zipcaster come out, but it is going to be taken down by Enri, who is quick to control the zone with a few of their teammates. And you know, the good news about this, when you take the zone, it is not hard to push up. It's still a small stage, don't get me wrong, but it's much more open than it was before.
Yeah, and I really like how Duck Motive is positioning themselves here. You have two people opting to take the right-hand side and then two people trying to push up and go more vertical and take advantage of the vertical surface, but now finding themselves in a man disadvantage. Last Resort is going to waste no time to take full control of the zone here. Really small penalty now, so the actual points are just ticking away. This way, coming out from ProChara as they're calling out the person camping their jump spot, but still 3 members going down on the side of Last Resort, and the Trizooka coming out to try to control this crab. The wipeout occurring for Last Resort here, but ProChara's in waste no time to try to get in there, maybe cause some havoc, but unfortunately goes down. So Duck Motive is just having a really good time here.
Yeah, you know, sometimes when you're holding onto the zone and you just need a few more seconds, but you're the only one alive and you use a special, it's hard to balance what you want to go for. Do you want to go for the players or try and hold on to the zone? And, you know, unfortunately for Last Resort there, I think it was Storm Heroes using the crab. It didn't work out for them. But man, that was very, very close. And Duck Motive now trying to seal the deal here, using some Zookas coming out. But Last Resort still trying to push in. 1 player's down on Last Resort, but Duck Motive still holding onto the zone. And now we're, just 1 player down on Duck Motive, 2 players down. That's going to be enough, I think, to cap, yes, with just 1 player alive. So Last Resort keeping this alive, Saf, and actually doing a really good job with follow-up. Yeah.
Oh, they're finding themselves in a 3 splat, 4 splat
That first bump kill.
Streak right now. Oh my goodness. Arashi's just doing work. He put the backpack on, he shoved the maids in and said, "Come with me." And going down now finally after a 4 splat streak there. Duck Motive back in the game once again. The zone in their control. They just got to tick away this penalty. They're down in the single digits though, so Last Resort has got to play their cards right here if they want to stay in it. But unfortunately, 2 members going down as quickly as they respond back in. You can see that there's a fight going on in the spawning area of Last Resort right now. They're looking in to enter from the right-hand side, but Bandit is there really quick to make sure that that is not going to be easy for them. And Storm Hero going in for the kill there and popping Crab Tank, and just got to be really careful of how the objective is going to move in this one, Falco, especially when they're in the single digits. They really just got to reactivate that penalty. There we go.
Yeah, so close. And what I really like what Storm and Arashi did is they timed their crabs. I'm using mine right as yours ends, and I'm picking up right where you left off, using it in almost the same exact position and targeting the same people, just so that that person is just always caught online, as in your phrases, with their pants down. But right now, Last Resort able to get rid of their penalty points here, sitting at 52. Now, in the last minute is really where they're going to want to zone in and home in on this lockout phase, making sure that the double crab, that the single crab from Duck Motive doesn't come out, and it actually goes down. So that's going to be huge, but Duck Motive still has missiles online that they are now using and making this an opportunity to push forward. There's a lot of teal, cyan, whatever ink color this is on the map, but Duck Gang trying to get the zone, and they do with just over 30 seconds left. So that was a really good push by Last Resort, but they have another hill to climb.
Yeah, and they gotta just hold steady here and hold fast. And a good, huge pick there coming out from Mecha on the side there. But Enri so quick to follow up, so much mobility. And you can see Chara trying to kind of back them into a corner there, taking them down successfully. And Chara trying to push forward and kind of round the other side. You can see a lot of distraction being taken on Chara there. Unfortunately, no members of Last Resort to help him follow up, though, to try to take that zone back into possession here. 5 seconds left remaining. But I mean, can Last Resort just try to reactivate that penalty? And no, they cannot. Duck Motive going in for the 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, and look, Last Resort looked much more comfortable on this game than they did in
Hmm.
game one and game two.
Absolutely.
They had so many star moments on this game too, where they were able to push out. Hirashi doing really well, just trying to trying to splat everybody that they possibly could. But I think that's where zones is so hard, where the penalty is just when the penalty is so high, you need to be on your A game the entire time. You don't have any time to relax or regroup, and that's why splat zones is just so lockout heavy sometimes. It's that much harder to break out and push back in. So yeah, Last Resort again, yeah, looking much more comfortable for there, but on paper, Duck Gang getting that 3-0 or Duck Motive.
Yeah. I mean, they're a gang. They're kind of a
Yeah,
gang.
Duck Gang. Yeah, they're not playing this one. They're Duck Motive. They're not Duck Gang. Yeah.
But one thing I want to point out, though, I really appreciate how Last Resort was trying to balance the objective, but also trying to balance the splats as well. Like, you could see that there was a lot of ink being thrown down on the zone. A lot of times you could see there was a contest for the zone, but then ProChara was zipping around and Zipcaster to try to take some distraction away. I mean, there was a moment there where Chara had 6 eyes on him. 3 different players from Duck Motive trying to take Chara away from the corner. That was a few seconds of time where the objective was just not the important factor at the moment for Duck Motive. And so it's just unfortunate that Last Resort just wasn't there to really follow up or, like, I feel utilize it to its full potential, sadly. But I still think that they were able to really finely balance where they needed to try to take the team fight and then go in for the objective when they had the advantage. So, as you said, definitely a lot more comfortable on this counter pick here. And it seemed like maybe they were saving this counter pick. Maybe this was calculated.
I know. I'm happy I saw it though, honestly. We were excited to see his Splat Zones Mahi. But yeah, with that, Last Resort's going to be moving down to the losers bracket. And remember, there is a losers bracket, so that's good. And with Duck Motif getting this win, they are now going up against Jackpot next. So they will have a fun time with that one. A few other scores to report as most of these sets have kind of wrapped up. Jackpot 3-0 over Evolution. New Meta 3-0 over Hope. Moonlight 3-1 over No Zuka Please. Subafloppa 3-1 over Helios. So Subafloppa, they had a bye in round 1, and Helios took a game off of them. So that's pretty impressive. But yeah, they'll be going up against Whale Gaming, Whale Gaming 3-0'd Whale Gang. So we had the Battle of the Whales that happened. And
oh my god, Whale Wars?
We missed Whale Wars. Who needs Shark Week when you have Whale Wars?
Wow.
Yeah. Pau P-O-U is 2-0 over Get Your Money Up, and we had a set go to a game 5, 2024, 3-2 over Talking Flower. So those are the scores for the winner bracket. And next we're going to see New Meta versus Moonlight. This is going to be, I think this one is going to be a fun matchup, Saf.
Yeah, you know what's kind of fun is we're seeing Last Light here, Falco. We got to see 2 players come out from Last Resort that were the last part of it, and now we're gonna see Moonlight, which is the light part of Last Light. So that's kind of fun. You had a very nice pickup come into play that is now split into their respective teams on IDYLL today, back to back.
Yeah, and let's some of these rosters. Let's start with New Meta. Like we know Isabelle as an extremely good Tetra player. It has a few other things up their sleeve too. Lulu, Storm, Sister Home, rounding out the squad, all very strong players. Moonlight, they have players who don't play the meta. They have Shadowwind, who plays undercover.
Extraordinaire.
Tent Extraordinaire. They have Basil, one of the best chargers, best E-leaders you can find in this game. So again, it comes to the conversation of, are we going to allow those players play those weapons that are off meta because they play them regularly, or are we trying to conform with what we're expecting from our opponents? Those are always the mind games that you want to play, but on paper here, Moonlight, they have a fun comp for this one.
Oh, absolutely. I really, really like seeing when people play off meta, and it's even more prevalent here in IDYLL, and especially in the higher comps, because I think it's so inspiring, Falco. It's so inspiring. Sometimes you just lose motivation for a weapon because you're like, well, this doesn't fit into my comp. But then you get to watch people on Moonlight, and it's like, well, they're going to run E-Leader Intense sometimes, and it's going to work. So, like, jot that down.
Yeah, I know. And you know, we saw firsthand how well members of Moonlight played at Riptide, like we talked about members from Last Resort too, and just fun teams. And I mean from both sides of the on the rosters too. But yeah, starting off with Clan Blitz on Scorch Gorge here. This can be a really dangerous one. I feel like there's a lot we haven't seen clams yet today, Saf, actually. In the 6 games that we've seen, no clams.
No, I'm hungry.
You're hungry? You want some clam chowder?
Dude, Chowder Bowl. I want an all Clan Blitz tournament, not Minnow Cup. Not looking at you, Mulloway. I want an all Clan Blitz tournament, and I want it to be called the Clam Chowder Bowl. So
Clam
bad,
chowder.
Falco.
Jot that down. Jot that down.
Jot it down, right? It's been in my ideas notebook for like 2 years now, and it's like I don't want to take charge of it because that's a lot of responsibility, but I want someone else to be inspired and then just give me credit for the idea.
Like, by the way, here's an idea. I don't want anything to do with it, but here's the format.
Just a
Yes.
thought.
Just a thought.
You know what you should do?
So these teams, I'm trying to pull up what they have done before. So New Meta, they had a bye in the first round, and then yeah, 3-0'd Hope. Whereas Moonlight, they had a bye in their first round and 3-1 No Zuka Please. Now, did Moonlight respect the fact that No Zuka Please asked for them not to play Zuka? We don't know. But we will see if they're going to bring it out for this game. Because again, with the last set, there were times where we didn't see any Zuka at all. Again, I think it just really depends on how well and comfortable that you are going to be with your team and how comfortable they are with their specific weapons. But let's hop into this one for round 3 of the winners bracket. New Meta versus Moonlight. Let's take a look at these comps.
Oh my goodness, Basil bringing out the pencil as well, opting not for the E-Leader, but for the pencil. And you were absolutely right. Isabel is going to be holding on tightly to those Tetras. I like seeing Lulu with this brush pick as well. That's going to be so interesting. And Omega with the roller. Okay, Falco, we have some new weapons.
We do. Yeah, we have new weapons. We have the 96 Scowl, which is going to be the Kraken, so expect a lot of Kraken pushes. And then the Roller 2 with the Bubbles. Bubble's not something we see very often here. In Claim Blitz maybe more often than some other modes too, but we're going to see an early flank here and a power claim formed by Moonlight. Can they get this pick? No, they are going to be caught, and that is going to be Basil who sees them and able to save this man advantage as Moonlight, had an early power claim form. They were really hoping for an opening Gambit style of push that didn't pay off because now New Meta is right on the respawn.
Yeah, New Meta was really quick to follow up there. 12 clams in the pockets of Moonlight at this moment here. 1 splat going down. I mean, that was it's free real estate right now with this crab tank getting set up in the aisle here. Basil missing the first shot, but going in for the second one, having plenty of time to do so. Plenty of follow-up as well. And Nolan is going to opt to pop that crack, and they want to keep that basket area open for as long as possible. They don't want any more distraction or firepower coming in there. But the Kraken not finding any splats there. But, I mean, New Meta is going to be really quick to follow up here. They're going to be really quick to try to keep the members of Moonlight out. But, I mean, a 24-point push, the vacuum coming out to try to push them away. I mean, a solid push from Moonlight.
Yeah, and now I believe... No, I believe our colors are correct now. That we had to swap the colors. So yes, we are seeing the correct teams here. But yeah, that was a really good push there from Moonlight, getting all the way down to 18. A very impressive push. And I think too, when you can do that early on and set the tone, even if you have a 41. You basically have a 2 power claim penalty that you have to make up. That's still a pretty comfortable lead because that's going to likely mean that New Meta has to score quite a few times to get down, unless, of course, they made that push just as strong as you do. So yeah, very impressive opening push there for Moonlight, and they are quick to hold back in mid.
I mean, geez Louise, Falco, if you're going to have a constant clam economy in your pockets for Moonlight here, I mean, what can you do if you're New Meta? They've had single-digit clams through this entire set at this moment, but I mean, Moonlight has consistently either had a ball or had more than 10 clams in their pockets even after that push. And already you're going to see Nolan try to opt in for the Kraken once again, going in for one splat, looking in for the second one. They're going to try to push this ball point back as best as they can. But the ball point able to stay alive here and actually go down in the trade. But Moonlight once again is going to be able to pop that basket right open.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just Omega who's doing everything they can to try and stay alive. They actually do trade in a 3v1 looking scenario. And look, there's going to be 3 power claims online now for New Meta. I'd imagine they're not going to be picking up their pity anytime soon. Can they avert that coring bomb? Yes, they can. Very close. So New Meta holding on to 2 power claims. And where this is tricky is that you just have permanent point sensors on you this entire time. You know, it's not always ideal, but of course you don't want to just ignore some of these clams. So you kind of have to have a game of chicken with your power claims of I'm going to maybe drop this off or pawn this off to somebody else so this other player can cook. But it's honestly working out for New Meta right now. Even they have all these claims at their disposal and they're keeping them alive.
Oh.
But Moonlight now trying to strike up. That's going to be Nolan pushing in with the Kraken. Going to get 2, and that's going to be the first barrier broken for New Meta as they're going to be getting one in. Can Luli get this power claim in? No, they can't. Isabel's going to be trying to do it too, and they do get it in, and it's just going to be the Vac who is going to go down, but not before taking out 2 players on the side of Moonlight. So a very good effort there from New Meta, but I think just, again, overcoming that 18 remaining that Moonlight got to already is going to be very hard to overcome.
Yeah, I think it seemed like that was a little too close for comfort for Moonlight. I mean, yeah, only down to the 57, sure, but there was still much more to be done. Much more work to be done by New Meta there, but I mean, luckily they were able to push them out quickly. So definitely got to be on your toes if you're Moonlight here, because yeah, 18's a solid lead, but it's not enough to try to win the game until the tape flies across. Because look at this, New Meta is already trying to push back up once again here. They only have 5 power claims in their possession, which I believe Isabel is holding on to here. 6, 9 now, but no power claim being formed, and finally there we go. They had so much momentum there going into the basket area once again, just no clams to follow up with here. So Moonlight's gonna play this really carefully, but the vacuum coming out for cover. Isabel's able to break in and use that re-slider to clear the basket just a little bit more, taking the fight to Omega, and Omega going down in the trade.
Yeah, they just really need to keep this basket open. It's just going to be the brush player. It's just going to be Lulu who stays alive, keeping it open. But man, how sustainable is this? Isabel's already back, getting 2. So the basket is now going to be closing there. Man, such a great effort from New Meta at the end. But again, just knowing that you have so much to overcome, you have to throw everything. You have to put all of your claims in one basket, literally, to try and get the lead and get the win. But I think, too, just the fact that Moonlight had such an early and strong lead, they were able to play back a little bit because we saw New Meta hold on to mid pretty much that entire time, even juggling 2, 3 power claims, too. But Moonlight knew, like, hey, we just can't die. We just can't go down. If we don't go down, we win. They can control
just
mid.
Don't die.
Yeah, just don't die. Just don't die.
Well, one thing I want to point out, Falco, did you see when Lulu was the last one alive, that basket flew back up. The game was about to end, and they threw one Hail Mary clam in there to pull it back down. It immediately fell back down. So in my mind, I was like, oh, do they have it? Can they keep going? Especially because Isabel was able to jump back in so quickly. I really was like on my toes a little bit there. I thought they were gonna hash it out and pull it out. So again, going into this next game, Moonlight has got to be really careful because they don't want to give them any more points. I think they had, like you said, they had such good control throughout that entire game. But when New Meta was able to break in and break through and utilize their specials, I mean, it got scary. It was dicey.
It was really dicey, too, and, you know, I believe it was New Meta who had that strong opening attempted push, maybe, with forming the power come really early, but not really have anything to follow up with. But yeah, it was really nice for Moonlight, and we do have our pick for the counter pick from New Meta. We are going back to Mahi's Splat Zone, so again, we're excited. Yeah, we're ready. We're excited for this one, Saf.
We bought the double vacation deluxe package, so we get the really cool pool that moves.
the moving pool where you get, it's like the 360 view of everything.
Yeah, this isn't your average lazy river type deal. Like this, there's so much more to that. Could you imagine being like on your beach chair, laying down? Maybe you have a nice beverage in hand, maybe perhaps a book, and then you just move upwards like 5 feet, 5 units, if you will, because we don't know what the measurements are. What do they use the metric system? We don't know.
We we don't know. Probably everyone does except for us Americans. So, I would imagine that they do. But um, I'm trying to think too of like the comps from that first game. Honestly, like I was surprised, and again, like we talked about, would Shadow Wind play Tent? We don't know. He clearly didn't in that game. Is this a map or mode where it could possibly come out? Maybe. So, yeah, I don't know for sure, but I think making Basil comfortable is going to be key, and having the rest of your players kind of protect them and push up when needed is going to be really helpful for Moonlight.
Yeah, agree with you there. Especially when with Basil being on that pencil, there was constant juice on the field, but they also were able to push up really far. They had a lot of um defense coming out from their teammates to where they could feel comfortable to kind of go forward and forward and forward and have the space to use for themselves to make sure that new meta didn't really have too much ground to stand on. And so going into this Splat Zones game, how are they going to do that? Maybe perhaps E-Leader. Can E-Leader be an optimal pick here? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Pencil it is.
Pencil it is. Pencil it is. And then, yeah, No Charger Storm's going to be opting for the ballpoint as their back line. But yeah, Lulu's sticking with the brush and Isabel going with the wiper with stamps. So, again, seeing now. Again, I knew we would see wiper and just have it be pretty prominent in this tournament, and it really has been so far. And we've seen a lot of 52 gals too. I think Killer Whale is going to be one of those specials that just again to kind of displace some members too and push them away. And look at this new meta getting a 2 good picks, 3 good picks. It's just going to be
Oh,
it's just going to be Basil. So that was really impressive for them. Getting a lockout this early on, that is a very nice start for new meta, as they're able to get all the way down to 60 and then some. But we're going to see the Crab try and push up into the zone and help maybe paint a little bit, but no, it's not going to be enough yet. But no one's going to get the Kraken out to try and do that.
yeah, I really like seeing Sista Home have this vanilla 96 gal pick. I think this is super interesting, especially for Splat Zones. Just, again, I know it's IDYLL, and all meta things are basically thrown out the window for this one, but just how untraditional can you go? And I think the vanilla 96 gal says that, but man, new meta getting that double pick kind of up close and personal there, that was absolutely huge. Because I mean, what do you say to that? As soon as that stamp throw happened, I mean, holy smokes, it was all downhill. 1-to-1 set, new meta coming in strong with this one on the counter pick.
Oh my gosh, I know. Really no time to breathe for Moonlight, as they just could not get control of anything. And again, the early wipeout to kind of just like set the tone, it worked. It really worked. Getting locked out on this stage before, like pre or post patch, no matter what it is going to be very difficult. But yeah, new meta did not let Moonlight push in at all, and it all I think was the help of the wiper, just really showing the aggression and dominance, and that amazing stamp kill too. That was really
Wild.
impressive. Wild,
Yeah,
wild.
wild.
Stuff.
I mean, frames. Sometimes those throws come down to frames. They threw the stamp, and like it could have hit the little wall that they were on top of, but it didn't. But it didn't. Like you could see the handle kind of like clipping through the floor as it made its way over to the other side. So it just so calculated sometimes, and it works in your favor.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. It's hard to even digest that one a little bit, like especially since it was new meta who won this game. I think the fact that they just never had a player disadvantage. Like I don't know how many players on new meta got splatted during that game. It obviously wasn't many, but that again just did not give Moonlight any opportunity to try and push up and get any control of zone. We saw when they were using their specials. We saw when the Crab came out, the Kraken. It was kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna dive towards the zone and see what happens. So, that always not always like that typically doesn't really work well, but sometimes you just need to throw a Hail Mary and see what sticks.
Right, absolutely. And sometimes the Hail Mary, I feel like Hail Mary works like maybe 7 times out of 10. Those unfortunate 3 out of 10 times, I mean, GG's go next, but you know how it is. It's a crapshoot to try to see what you can do. But the counter pick has been made by Moonlight. They're taking us back to the market, reusable bags in hand, maybe some fresh produce, some fresh fish that we can eat for dinner tonight. Falco back on Hagelfish Market, tower control. Now, seeing what Moonlight has already been playing, not really much has changed with what they've been doing. So, is the pencil going to stay? Is Basil going to switch to the E-leader here? I don't know if they can, considering the type of aggression that new meta brought out in that last game. I don't think Basil's able to get comfortable anywhere with the E-leader here.
I think what's going to be really hard is like if Isabel's sticking with their Tetras, like that's such an easy target. Basil's an easy target for Isabel to use a Zipcaster if they're going to be playing Zipcaster Tetras. So I don't know either, you know? I don't really know either, but of course, traditionally, yes, this is a very strong E-leader map. Tower control, great for snipes, and I would imagine that they might play around Basil's weapon for this one, but again, there's a lot of things to consider with counter picks, and this is the first time we're tied in a set, so we're seeing counter picks from both teams. But yeah, I'm just happy we're seeing 3 different modes in 3 games, to be honest. So
that's true. That's true. This is a variety pack for winners round 3.
Exactly. But yeah, let's take a look here at these comps here. First, we will look at Moonlight here, and they are going to be... Okay, Basil sticking with the pencil. And there's a Squeezer, too, and then Storm with the... I believe that's a Rapid Pro Deco coming out with the Inkjet. So, again, not much is changing on the side of new meta, but yeah, we are going to see the bubble come out for tower control, which is going to be really good to help control some of these checkpoints, too. So, yeah, it's very early whale, too, so that's going to be... that's going to... Unfortunately for them, not really help them out, but look at this. New meta already has a vac and pushing up on this tower.
Yeah, and the ink vac is going to be super crucial here because that just leaves the tower super defended and kind of really difficult to push up and try to make some headway there. But the crab going to be coming out for Moonlight. They're going to try their best to displace the members that are trying to get on the tower on new meta, and immediately Shadow is going down. The tent is being, or not the tent, excuse me. The crab is being taken down. I just know what I want to see, Falco. I just know what I want to see. The bubble, though, being popped by Moonlight down below there, but Lulu is not going to let that deter them as Omega goes down. And look at this. Look at Sista trying to hold it down with the ink vac there, and they actually did cause the retreat to happen, but unfortunately, follow-up coming in from behind there. So 3 members going down on new meta. They're down to the 48 mark. This is Moonlight's chance. Uh-oh.
We might see... Okay, we're probably going to have a replay here, but okay, there we go. Yeah, based on that.
Yep, okay.
They're going to wait for it. Well, I guess. I don't know. Are they? I don't know if they're waiting for a streamer to end the lobby, but I'm honestly enjoying this. Or if they... Are
Not
they...
1, but 2!
You know what? Okay, I was going to say, we can keep commentating this. We're not the TOs. We can say whatever we want. But no, that is going to be a replay, it looks like. So... Yeah. I think when you just kind of see one person standing still, you're just like, uh-oh. And what I like, too, is that before the DC happened, I think it was on the DC on the side. What team DC'd? New Meta DC'd? Like, Moonlight, they saw, okay, they're like, somebody is just standing there, maybe not menacingly, but they're standing
like, hello?
there.
Yeah.
and they're like, I'm not even gonna kill you. Like, I'm not even gonna shoot you because like this is not normal. You know, it's like when you see somebody point blank and it's like I can't do this to you. Like you know what I mean?
It's not fair.
Yeah. It's not fair. Like what are you doing? Like yeah, go do something.
Oh my gosh, so silly.
Yeah, but hey, we will be getting back into this match, and I mean, I'm gonna imagine you have to choose the same weapons that you chose for the game again. Might be in the rule set. Not sure, but honestly, I think they're kind of readying up with what they're choosing.
Yeah, I think maybe new meta just forgot that the market's cash only. It happens to the best of us.
You know, sometimes you do that. Sometimes you don't have your cash ready. But
right,
you know, it stinks when you realize that maybe a minute and a half in. instead of right when you get there. But that's okay. That's okay
You,
nonetheless. We
you know
got
what's
to
a
we got to
really
keep
fun
repeating.
fact about like farmers markets in general? At least in my state, this is true. If you are someone that has EBT, you can use EBT at a farmers market. Isn't that neat?
Ah, yeah. Yeah. That's good. Like farmers market means fresh produce. That's amazing. You
Yeah,
know, like,
it's
that's
a
really good.
nice little perk. I think it's something that most places should implement. I'm not sure if this is a true thing everywhere, but I think that that's a really neat thing. But you know what? New Meta's back. They found the ATM, Falco. They might have had to pay a fee, but who cares? We're playing tower control once again. Let's run it back.
Run it back, getting back into it, and yes, no weapon comp changes on either side of these teams, I believe. So, yep, going to be hopping back into it again. Now, we talked about the early whale from Lulu, getting that so early without even having any special charge up to. But you can look at them in the top. They are just wasting no time trying to push up and paint. And again, getting that whale, we saw it blink on the top of the screen, getting it at the 47 mark too. With no special charge, so very impressive for them. We're going to see a 3v3 situation happen early on. New meta on the tower. Moonlight with the crab trying to push back, and two are going to go down on the side of new meta, but they are going to be going down too. So this is a short-lived push here, but there is a all hands on deck in mid.
Yeah, they did not want that inkjet to get anything going. It was immediately taken down as soon as it was activated, which is huge for Moonlight, I think. Especially now with having the squeezer, the Trizooka now being launched. I mean, the left-hand side is free real estate for Moonlight at this moment here. You can see that the Lulu is just trying their best to stay alive and not get hurt by the squeezer. They're going to utilize the killer whale to push themselves up. Just a little bit of a skirmish happening on this left-hand side here. A really good fight being had, but the Viper's going to try to follow up as well. Moonlight is going to take the lead, although a very small lead. It seems like both teams are going to just waste no time here, Falco. A lot of team fight is going to be happening.
Yeah, I think that's really what, I think for Moonlight, they're going to have to rely on this and try and take that towards their advantage because new meta has just been all over them earlier on in this match. But look at that, Moonlight able to get mid, get good control of mid, shadowing on the tower now. Lulu with the flank taking them out. Lulu just causing all sorts of chaos in this game, and it's the chaos that they absolutely need. The unpredictability of the players from new meta is, I think, really what is making them do really well, where Moonlight is playing this like more textbook game, textbook play. And, sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. But they are going to get 2, 3 are going to go down, so this might be an opportunity for Moonlight as they get a little bit more control of mid and are going to be pushing up once again.
I did see a little bit of lag coming out from the shots that Nolan was putting down, so I wonder if there's potential for another DC to occur here, especially because that splat that they got earlier was a little bit delayed there. But Moonlight opting to take the lead here. The first checkpoint has now been reached. A 3 versus 3 scenario here. The stamp is going to come out. They got to be careful. Oh, and pushing them off of the ledge. You can see Shadowwind going down and Omega going down just right after them. So a 2-down scenario for the side of Moonlight at this moment here. But Lulu, once again, trying to take some attention away from the objective. But Moonlight wasting no time to get back into the game here. They don't want to give any more ground to New Meta to work with. And now that New Meta having the tower in their control, they got to watch it here, especially because they keep finding themselves in a man disadvantage.
Yeah, and during all that, Basil miraculously jumped out and stayed alive too, and had to go back to the zone. New meta now able to take the lead. Isabel's going to be coming out with the stamp, trying to avoid the whale. They get 1, they get 2. Can they get a 3 with the stamp throw? No, they can't, but they are going to take out Shadow and the wipeouts. So they are going to breeze through this second checkpoint, I believe, as they are going to be focusing up on their setup for this third and final checkpoint. But a wonderful, wonderful play there for New Meta. 2 are going to go down from Omega, Sister Home and Storm, and staying alive in that quick jump out. My goodness, Omega all over this place, trying everything they can to push out members of New Meta as they are able to regroup into mid and hopefully do something very impactful in these last minute 20.
Yeah, that was a really awesome shark, too, that was happening by Lulu in the front there. They stayed alive for a really long time. It's always amazing to me, Falco, when people can measure how much damage they've taken on and know exactly when they need to back up, even if it's like a huge risk to turn your back on the enemy. Moonlight now once again finding themselves on the tower. The first checkpoint is about to fall pretty soon here, but with so much aggression coming out from New Meta, they gotta be really careful here. That Trizooka unfortunately getting wasted, only part of it able to make landfall on the top spawning area there. But the Crab Take is able to get into a comfortable position here, Lulu being taken down. But again, Moonlight kind of being forced to retreat and kind of bounce around the tower here. They just want to hold it here because they know that they can get the points that they need, but they just got to win the fights that they need to do. And especially with 20 points to try to make up here to take the lead with only 20 seconds left, I mean, time is not on their side, so they got to play these fights careful.
Yeah, really, they'd need to, and they haven't had any opportunity to do so just because of how New Meta is timing some of these specials, using them in positions and like locations where you don't really expect them in flanks, like the stamp. But with just under a minute left, this will be Moonlight's last opportunity. They do have a one-player advantage as more players are coming in, but you have to take care of the Blaster who's up here on the ledge. Can they push them out? They can't. No, Storm is still there, and Shadow's able to push up and take them out. Next challenge is going to be taking out IDYLL, and look at this Lulu with the flank, the back flank. They are going to be targeting Omega first. Omega sees them. Two members see them. They're on the tower right now. Can they get past the second checkpoint? Two players are going to go down. Shadow's going to be on the tower, but no. New Meta able to just hop on there just before one of the members from Moonlight does, and New Meta is going to go up 2-1.
Now you could see on the side there that bubble. If they just had a few more seconds with that bubble, they probably could have cooked in the kitchen for a little bit longer. But Chef New Meta came through and said, "You done, kid." Because you could see as soon as that bubble was popped, Sister Home made their move and took out the member that was standing on the tower. I didn't see what Moonlight member was there that was standing there, but Sister Home took full advantage of that bubble going down and taking the tower back. So congrats to New Meta. That was absolutely perfect. So Moonlight once again in the seat for the counter pick. We've seen every single mode here, Falco. So what's next? It has to be Merrymaker, right? I mean, you would think. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I hope so. I hope it is. I don't know for sure. I love to see everything. But I don't even know what to expect. I feel like every time I've tried to guess what players are going to do or like what we know them to do, they don't do it. So it's so hard to like predict what map or mode or what comp some of these teams are going to bring out, which is good. I don't want it to be predictable, so I'm very happy about that. But yeah, no, I want to see Rainmaker. I do, just because again, seeing all four modes with counter picks always makes me happy. Knowing that there's not like an official like, okay, we're gonna do tower inkblot, we're gonna do macro zones, you know, it just makes it a little better, makes it a little sweeter.
Absolutely. And I mean, so far, this round 3 is looking to be like a charcuterie board because we're having a nice spread so far. Different maps, different modes, all the way down. So how is it going to come to a head in this fourth game with this counter pick? I'm wondering, which I want to actually bump over to the map list really quick. Do we have, oh yes, we do. We have Rainmaker Undertow as a potential pick, I believe. And so I'm hoping maybe that's what would be picked here. I think that would be an excellent pick, and especially for the types of routes that you can take in Undertow. There's a lot of really close quarters combat here, which I think is really advantageous for New Meta, especially with having Lulu on that brush and IDYLL to follow up either with the Wiper or the Tetras. They seem to be very, very well adapted into close quarter fighting.
I think that, yeah, that's a really good point, and you know, those players definitely excel at those things. With the counter pick, again, since Moonlight is going to be choosing it, the only thing they can't choose is Clam Blitz or Scorch Gorge. So if you're looking at Rainmaker, your options are Museum. Oh, you were right. You called it, Saf.
Look at that.
Look at that.
I'm rarely right about these things.
You are really right. Wow. You should tell me to buy a lottery ticket later.
No, I said rarely, not really.
Oh, well.
I think there's a confusion.
You could still tell me to tell me what tickets to buy later. That's
yeah,
fine.
I'd still do it. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'd encourage you to gamble.
Perfect. Gamble with channel points and your shell out stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
True. Rainmaker Undertow. So yeah, this map and mode. I mean, Obviously, with the two routes to take it, the right side, I would say initially easier just to get a checkpoint, but the left side is probably better in the long run if you're strategically pushing up as a unit. So it really just depends on what approach you want to take with this. Most teams opt to take it to the left just so that they don't have like a one and done push. You know, they're hoping that the push they make is going to be one that continues on after the checkpoint. So but again, with the unpredictability, I would say with both of these teams, some players I think will just go for the right checkpoint first just to get a checkpoint in general, but have your main focus be on the left side. But yeah, let's take a look at these comps for Game 4.
Okay, look at that. Basil opting to take out the ballpoint and actually a carbon roller as well. So Trizooka is still in play here coming out from Omega. But looking over on the side of New Meta, still a very similar comp. So we have a ballpoint battle, inkjet battle will be occurring here. And you have the end zap as well. So Juice will come into play for Moonlight.
Yeah, they're going to really need that juice based on how aggressive New Meta has been playing in a lot of these 1v1s. So it looks like New Meta does have the advantage a little bit. There's going to be a trade there with Luli and I believe the Carbon Omega. But now Moonlight opting to pick it up. It's going to be Shadowwind who has it. And again, they are pushing it, looks like towards the right, towards the right side to try and get that early checkpoint. Unfortunately, just going to be shy of it with two of their members now going down. So New Meta... I mean, they're doing a good job just trying to clean up, but yeah, Moonlight is still eager for this push in this dunk, and they get it. But look at this, Moonlight still has a player advantage, Saf.
Yeah, they're still holding on strong here. Omega's in a really good position to try to take any sort of fight on these ledges, but they're going to actually opt for the left-hand side, Falco. They were all the way over to the right, and they said, you know what? This is where we need to be over here. But look at Sister Home with that ink back in hand. They got to be really careful where that blast is going to go because that can really delay your push if you're not careful. But now with Nolan being able to follow up with the Kraken here, you're going to try to jump on in and take out the jump in the process. The ballpoint also putting their attention on Nolan as well. But so now with the player advantage that Moonlight has, they are going to try to get up into the Slicks area. And I mean, look at that, a 26-point lead for Moonlight. Still so much time remaining in the game here, though, for New Meta to try to make a comeback.
Yeah, it really is. And again, with the real state of this map and it being very large, there's a lot of opportunity for your teammates to kind of span out and work together to try and push up. But yeah, right now, New Meta is just letting the Rainmaker reset, and it does. And unfortunately for them, they are going to have a few of their players go down, where Moonlight is still... I don't want to say pick up where they left off, but they are definitely the ones in control of mid, kind of guarding this Rainmaker. But yeah, they're not trying anything fancy. They're doing what they need to do, which is let New Meta come to them. But with some of these specials coming out, it's going to be very hard. Nolan now going to be using the Kraken, trying to find some players, and Moonlight going to be picking up the Rainmaker once again, but this time I believe opting... Oh, they are going to go towards the right side again for this push.
Yeah, look at that Shadow already up on the Slicks area. It's a straight shot to the pedestal, but New Meta there quickly to follow up, but they still got it down to the 15, so opting for the right side, it was the right call there, even though the player advantage was not in their favor. But look at this, Basil really quick to follow up and looking on this right-hand side, maybe probably making some call-outs, waiting in for those jumps to come through. So they have a lot of information as they're jumping back into this map area here. And look at that, the Inkjet immediately going down. I don't know who took them out, but that was going to be huge for Moonlight. Because, I mean, Inkjet can just be such a good distraction factor. It's such a good all-rounder special if you want it to be. So that's absolutely huge for Moonlight. Once again, still finding themselves with a man advantage. And they know New Meta has to come to us if they want to get any more points on the board.
Yeah, and even though New Meta, like, they have control of mid, they're okay, now they pick up the Rainmaker. I was going to say they've had some control for a while, but just didn't opt to pick it up. And I believe they're pushing it here on this left side. They are very close to the dunk, but no, they're going to be losing the Rainmaker. I believe that's to Basil, who's the Inkjet, so able to stop the Rainmaker from pushing. But look at this, Nolan is now, or Sister Home is going to be getting that dunk, getting them through the checkpoint. So no longer having their checkpoints, New Meta waiting for an opportunity to push on this left side, and Storm is over on the right side, possibly for a flank. I don't think any members from Moonlight see him. Okay, so Storm came back this time around. They didn't do a full flank, but New Meta really working well together, especially with this Killer Whale. Stamp was going to come out too. Isabel's using it with under a minute left and 2 players down for them. This might be the end of the push, but Shadow's going to be getting a... Oh, not going to be getting a jump. Oh, Lulu's surviving somehow.
Yeah, and I want to point out too that IDYLL threw that stamp and it hit Basil square in the face. Basil barely made it out of the spawning area and they got smacked with a hammer, so good on IDYLL for that one. Down to the 21 mark though for new meta here, as Basil's going to opt to pick up this Rainmaker and push it out of the spawning area. So more ground, another uphill battle to climb. If you are new meta at this moment, and especially because everybody is spawning back into the game now. They're getting the don't retreat message, but they do have the timer advantage on the Rainmaker. So new meta, all hands on deck for trying to take Basil out.
Yeah, and I mean, Basil did everything perfectly in that scenario. Can they? Yeah, they're going to be fine, I think. From the opportunity of, okay, I need to pick up this Rainmaker and just drop it, to I need to get my... Oh, look how close IDYLL was at that moment. But getting to a position where you want to get the Rainmaker comfortable. You need to drop it immediately as soon as you can, and then pushing up over on the left side and say, this is where it's going to be very hard for them to get me. But you saw on screen, it kept flickering in the Rainmaker free zone. It kept going back and forth. So Basil really had to be careful with where they're going to hold the Rainmaker. But hey, that tied up the set for this one. So Moonlight winning. We're going to a game 5 here in winners round 3.
Yay! We're going to game 5. Look at this nice spread of map modes that we have so far. So we are going to have to do a repeat here. New meta being in the counter pick position for this last one here. I mean, it's anybody's game. At this point, I'm like, can I even predict what I think would happen? No, I cannot, because both have shown through all of these matches that, I mean, it's totally winnable on either side. And so depending on what they pick, it's going to really come down to, is it going to be old reliable? I'm going to make a guess that it's tower control inkblot.
If you do, you're buying me 2 lottery tickets. No, I mean, I don't know. So let's take a look. Okay, so this is new meta's counter pick, since the score will be updated on stream sometime. I don't know. But so new meta, you know, they won game 2 and game 3. They won on zones and won on tower. So they can't choose those. They can only choose clams or Rainmaker. And based on the maps that are in here, I believe that is going to be yeah, so okay, can't choose zones, so and they can't choose
museum clams. I changed my answer.
You change your answer to museum clams. Are you cheating?
I'm not cheating.
You're not cheating?
I have the power.
You have the power to... Okay. So Clam Blitz, yeah, they can choose clams. They can choose clams. They can choose any of the 3, any of the 4. Scorch, Scorch Museum, Crab Leg, or Ship Shape. So they could choose either of those. If they opt to choose, if they opt to choose Rainmaker, their options are Scorch, Museum, Undertow, again, or Humpback. So
it looks like we're going Clam Ship Shape, Falco. We don't have it on the screen, but it looks like we are picking clams and we are opting to go to Ship Shape. So a new map that's come in the recent update, and Clam Blitz is now on this map, has been very, very popular in competitive play lately. We actually just had one of our first experiences with it last night and from the Ink Up together.
Yeah.
Really easy lockout map. You gotta be watching for who's coming across those grates, man. I mean, run speed. Any run speeders out there, this is the map for you.
Yeah, all the greats too, and not that anybody really has been using. Well, we've seen a few blasters here for this set, but I think that's going to be one of those weapons where I think Wiper might do really well, just kind of like attacking under the grates and getting up on the ledges too. So I would imagine that some of these players are going to be sticking with that. But yeah, let's see in Clam Ship Shape what these teams are going to bring to the table.
I was thinking of Crab Leg. Oops,
yeah.
I get them mixed up.
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, we're going to see the Wiper come out. And again, really not much diversity for either of these teams. I mean, Lulu's really been sticking with the Brush, which on paper is the least conventional for any of these choices. But yeah, Omega with the Roller too, bringing the bubble back, no longer using Carbon.
Something I want to note about Lulu, Falco, that I saw in the chat earlier. Lulu is a Brush one trick. So that is their end all be all, their old reliable. When it's like when SpongeBob opens up the case and then there is the net. It is a brush for Lulu. It's old reliable. So one trick on that side, which is just fantastic, I think, because it's such an interesting weapon to one trick, especially because you don't like use the Octobrush maybe sometimes, and ink brush is it for you. But as Clan Blitz goes, it's always kind of a firefight until the man advantage is had. And so New Meta is finding themselves in the first advantage. They are going to be opting to try to speedily run across here. You can see Sistahome throwing in that clam and going Kraken as quickly as possible to try to displace, but nobody there to follow up to pick it up. So unfortunately, it looks like that clam ball is actually going to be wasted. Oh, I say that, and look at that. IDYLL is there.
I know, IDYLL doing everything they can just to stay alive. You know, I thought it was going to be one of those moves where the Kraken just kind of hovers over the power clam to keep it alive, but everything worked out for the side of New Meta. I mean, they're not scoring a ton to follow up with. So, you know, unfortunately for them, they didn't have as much as they possibly could have, and I know they were hoping for more, but the aggression is still coming out from New Meta, as they do have a lot of map control on the side of Moonlight, where Moonlight's really having a hard time trying to break in, but I think New Meta is just getting these specials so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at this. Shadow having a ball online and the jump out occurring. They're able to jump back and the barrier is popped for the side of New Meta. Another jump coming in and going in. The lead has now been taken by Moonlight. Two excellent jumps to be had there. Not too much of a lead though, like maybe one power clam and some change difference here. So definitely a good lead to be had, but still plenty of time to go. Look at this though, Basil opting to watch this left hand side. It's kind of interesting to see when maybe a blunder is made and how easily you're able to follow up with that. So they got to be watching the sharking tactics coming out from Lulu and IDYLL here, especially if they don't have balls. Look at them throwing them back and forth there for a little bit. They're kind of just playing past the ball, playing catch, if you will. But it looks like the Kraken is going to try to come in, and the jump, clearing the jump once again for Moonlight to break the barrier in. The Kraken strat is successful.
Yeah, and that was so hard for IDYLL because they basically had to choose, am I going to get the jump or am I going to get the person who's going to splat me right when their Kraken ends? And unfortunately for them, they made the wrong decision. But look at this, we're just seeing the Kraken cheese all around for this for this set, because New Meta is going to be right there back, breaking open that barrier, a few power claims online, but it is just going to be Storm. Can they score? Yes, they can. And they are able to take the lead with that too, getting down to 21. Very, very impressive push there for New Meta, but man, this is a game of ping pong, Saf. We're going back and forth with these Kraken pushes.
I know, it's very much like, if you show me yours, I will show you mine. And the lead gets flipped, and then the lead gets flipped again, and so on and so forth. Once again, look at Nolan. There they go, crackening in as quick as possible. But you can see all three power clams waiting behind there to try to jump in, and one jump is successful. Oh, but they broke the... Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness. Okay, so much just happened in that final push. Let's unpack it all. Okay. So, we saw New Meta. Yeah, girl, I got you. Okay, so New Meta able to get. We saw them jump. We saw the Kraken come out from Moonlight, but our focus was on the player that jumped, which was on New Meta. They were ready to score the power claim, but no, the members from Moonlight, two of them jumped to the Kraken from Moonlight and broke the basket just a split second before New Meta could do so, and no members of New Meta were there to stop them. All attention then went to New Meta's basket where Moonlight cracked it open, and having two power clams to seal the deal, getting one or two maybe follow-up claims there, and crazy impressive. And those are games that are hard to follow. First of all, shout out to the Moo, because that is, I don't know how you do spec cam on clams. I can barely do it myself, and I'm wrong half of the times with like what basket I'm going to. So shout out to the Moo, who's our streamer. But really, really impressive. There were just so many back and forth Kraken pushes, and I think that one caught us off guard a little bit because we saw the Kraken come out. I just didn't think the Kraken from Moonlight was going to get to New Meta's basket in time.
Yeah, it was like a matter of who's gonna get there first.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, we're going to take a quick break, just about 2 minutes, but then hop into our next set of the day. So we will be right back, but you guys don't go anywhere. We still have winner's bracket to finish up.
Hello, guys, gals, everyone in between. Welcome on back to IDYLL 3. My name is Saf, and I'm still here with Falco. We're going on to winners round number 4. And look at this matchup, Falco. We have Sub-a-Floppa versus Pow?
Pow.
Pow?
Pow. A pickup with Bagel, Goss, Anthony, and Milk. A fun team there. And then Sub-a-Floppa, not your Flip-a-Floppa, but Sub-a-Floppa. And rounding out Sub-a-Floppa's roster for this time around is Kyo, Era, Bert, Lina Del Rey, and Dark. So, this is the type of match we wanted in a winner semifinal, Saf.
Absolutely. I mean, you got a lot of heavy hitters on both sides, in fact, coming out to play today. So once again, a balance of peace, I'm not sure, but still going to be fun nonetheless. And look at this, Falco. This one's for the rats. We're going back under the highway. We're going back to Undertow Spillway. We're playing Rainmaker once again. So shout out to all my rats in the chat. This one's for you.
Should be a good one too. Again, I think with having this map just be larger in general too. Again, we talked about the space that a lot of the other players from Moonlight use to their advantage to try and push forward. But let's wait no longer. We're gonna have Sub-a-Floppa versus Pew. And let's take a look at these comps. We're going to see the machine come out on the side of Sub-a-Floppa. That's going to be the Neo machine with the Zooka. And then we are going to see no Zookas on the side of, or Sub-a-Floppas in the purple with no Zooka, but Pew having one. That is going to be, the Neo machine.
Yeah, and this is our first slosher that we are seeing come to the forefront already. We're in round 4, and this is the first one. A lot of Rapid Blaster, a lot of Crab Tank today, Falco. I mean, we're eating pretty good here with this seafood combo that we've been getting. A lot of surf, but no turf, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think that's just because this was what we were comfortable with at the beginning of the game. You know, Zooka was in the game, just not as strong as it is typically now, but a lot of the players who have been playing V-Shot, been playing Zooka, started off with these weapons that use crab. So I think they're just going to kind of rely on old habits a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. Right now, 3 members going to go down on Sub-a-Floppa here as they get to 95, but not really push it up there that much farther. But Powell is now going to be opting to take it up this left side. They do take the lead, but are continuing the pressure too. We're going to see Lina Del Rey having to be pushed back just a little bit, but Kyo is going to be using some of these strikes to help push out some of the members of Kyo, and they are going to be switching it up and going on the right side, and they do get the dunk.
Yeah, good dunk to be had by Pio, opting for the right-hand side too. Super risky to go for the right-hand side if you don't have a good foothold or advantage on the mid section. But Sub-a-Floppa is going to waste no time. They're coming back in from the right-hand side. They are going to be opting to throw a lot of bombs, getting a lot of coverage here. But they are playing back a little bit. I think that it seems like they were waiting for that Rainmaker reset before they really wanted to try to make any headway moving forward. Here comes Kyo again with those tri-strikes, and Dark using them as coverage to come out with the Inkjet. They have a lot of eyes, so a lot of callouts being made probably by Dark in this scenario here. A little skirmish going on there, but Goss finding success in the fight. And once again, you can see Piao is going to be the ones to pick up the Rainmaker. They're going to opt in for the left-hand side, and they're going to make a lot of headway at finding their way almost to the slicks down to the 40. Yeah,
and look at Milk staying alive here with the help of the cooler, just really causing chaos and ambushing up on the side of Sub-a-Floppa's base, and this is going to allow Pao to keep pushing and using the Zooka to help displace members of Sub-a-Floppa, but they are doing such a good job maintaining this map control, and they are going to be trying to keep this Rainmaker going. Goss going to pick it up. It's almost to the end of the ramp here, pushing it to 22, so a very good push for them, but Sub-a-Floppa wasting no time trying to break back in the mid, but the map control by Pao is like second to none, unmatched.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a really strong foothold already in the midsection. They are able to take it back, and especially having that pencil in their back pocket, so much pain to be had. Too, with the splash as well, that can also really help out. I mean, look at this midsection here. So much yellow to be had. The tri-strikes are going to come out and pop that Rainmaker for the side of Sub-a-Floppa, but nobody's there to really pick it up quite yet. And as Pao is once again pushing this Rainmaker to the left-hand side. No one contesting Milk right now, only the Splash to be there, or excuse me, the end zap there to try to contest Milk, as the members of Subafloppa now are redirecting their focus to this right-hand side. But if you can look at the names on the screen, Falco, I mean, nobody there to follow up from POW. They were just trying to do a little cheeky move, perhaps.
Yeah, they were really trying to get something working there. But yeah, it's it's always fun to see. And right now, with just about a minute and a half remaining to, I think POW just is relying on the solid map control that they have currently. So they are like, they are really holding it strong. And Bagel, I wish we could see the paint count at the end of this game, because we know how much, surprisingly, Pencil can actually paint during a match in Splatoon, especially with a large map like this. Bagel just playing so carefully, making sure that all of mid is covered.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you want to be doing, because Basil knows that they can't really, or excuse me, Bagel. Too many food names that start with B, too many similar letters. But Bagel can't really push too far forward because they don't really have a lot of firepower. The pencils can't really cause too much damage in a lot of cases, so they really just want to try to put the ground down for their teammates to try to do the work. The trade happening over on the left-hand side there, but you can see the Kraken trying to come through from Anthony, trying to take away some eyes on the objective. The jump out occurring there for the side of POW, probably a really safe jump out at that. They were pretty purple going back into that spawning area. But once again, POW making the pop on the Rainmaker. Subfloppa just not really having too much to stand on here. And Dark getting taken down in the Inkjet. Like, they just can't find their footing, Falco.
No, they can't, and I think, like we mentioned it, it's just the map control, and it's like, again, Bagel's playing extremely conservatively here, just holding onto the zone, and I would be curious to see how much that they painted during that match, but not allowing Subaflopper to push up at all during the second half of that game, and, you know, carefully done, I think, too. POW knew what type of aggression that Subafloppa was going to have, so there weren't really any surprises at this point. But yeah, very impressive win. Well-deserved fist bump by Bagel and Goss.
Yeah, and that was the first fist bump at that I think we've seen all day today on IDYLL between Bagel and Goss. So yeah, well-deserved by them. But look at these rosters here. So, Falco, did you know that Lana Del Rey, our queen, plays Splatoon 3?
I thought you were gonna say Reba McEntire, but this works too. Yeah, we I did. I did. Yeah, Subafloppa, again, like, obviously Flipafloppa being the main team, having a few subs here. So, you know, not that, I don't know, like, I always hate to say, like, oh, they have a sub, you know, it's not, no, these are high level, throw all that out of the window. All these are great players. So it's, you know, just a matter of how well, and, like, obviously POW is a pickup team on its own, too, so, you know, I think too, with kind of having a restriction on these, a rule restriction here, you're gonna see all sorts of fun plays, and that we have seen before. And Saf, speaking of fun play,
There she is.
There she is. Tower Control Inkblot.
If nobody got me, I know Tower Control Inkblot got me. That's what Subafloppa's thinking. And I mean, well versed on this map mode, Falco. The players of Subafloppa, they've been here before, they've been there, done that. They know exactly the formula that they need for success here, and I'm sure POW is no different. They also have the tools in their toolbox to make this one work for them as well. So again, what information was gathered, what changes are going to be made? Are they going to keep the double bucket thing kind of going? I'm assuming that Pencil is definitely going to be here to stay too from Bagel, but I guess only time will tell.
Yeah, I would imagine, and I think too, this is a pretty good slosher stage, again, with just having the ledges and being able to control them. And I think really it's just about how far you can extend your slosher player to push up, especially around the tree and on bats, and pretty much anywhere on the offensive side of things. So that will be something to consider too. But yeah, I think Pencil will probably stick around again, just because that seems to be the cooler sub of choice throughout all of IDYLL that we have seen so far.
Agreed.
But yeah, we're waiting for the players now to maybe make some changes. I would imagine we will probably be seeing some comp changes, and I'm assuming on the side of Subafloppa, typically, you know, when you don't win your first game, there are changes that you do want to make. But let's hop into game 2 here and see what adaptations will be made. We are going to be seeing, we're seeing the 52 deco come out or no, the 96 deco come out on the side of Pow. So, and just the Gray Zap's now going to come out too for Bert on the side of
Yeah,
Subfloppa.
one thing I want to note too about Subafloppa, their main inking weapon that they got there is the end zap. Look at that, Juice already being cracked. That was maybe like 12 seconds. But even with Juice being online, the wipeout already occurring for Subafloppa. Pow gonna make really, really good headway here on this map, getting the tower all the way to the first checkpoint already there. Look at this, Anthony pushing up with that Kraken, a wall in an excellent place. I love that you can just use the splash wall to extend a different part of the environment in the game, and that's exactly what Anthony did there. A lot of distraction being had, but Piao now finding themselves in a 3 or 2 down scenario here. They've got a really strong foothold on the bats area. They did not let anybody in. Subafloppa now going to be able to contest and push the tower back, but I mean, Piao, once again, these are top players, Falco. They're quick to be back into this map. They want to waste no time here. Piao taking it down to the 55.
Yeah, all things considered, that worked out pretty well for Subafloppa. Like you mentioned, getting the wipeout and only allowing one checkpoint to get through. Typically, that's the time where, you know, teams on the defensive side will start, things will start to snowball, not in their favor, where they just keep getting one player down, another player down too. But Subafloppa, look at this, almost getting the team wipe, but there was still one player alive. That's going to be the Kraken player on the side of Pow, who is still trying to stay alive. They do a very good job, but no, they are not going to be down. I believe that is Anthony, who is now going to get splatted. But Subafloppa in a position to really get this tower going. They didn't push it quite to the second checkpoint, but they are doing a much better job at kind of maintaining the paint around the tower, but they're having such a hard time pushing forward.
Yeah, look at this, Dark. That call out for the flank was immediately had as Dark turned about face to the right side there, taking out Bagel with that inkjet. That was nicely done there. But yeah, Flippa just kind of struggling to keep this tower in its place here. Piao has just so much momentum coming out of this map on the right-hand side, because the huge thing here, Falco, is you don't want to give up your bats area once you make it past that second checkpoint. Now we see the reverse happening here. Piao is now in the wipeout scenario. Bert's going to be throwing out that juice there, but Milk is there to follow up pretty quickly with that crab tank there. So, I mean, Flippa-Floppa's got to play it carefully here if they want to keep this tower in their possession. They want to keep it in this left-hand side from their perspective because they want to keep it moving forward. But Piao is just not really giving them a lot of room to be doing that right now. A lot of fights being taken on this platform area here. Kyo getting a nice splat there, looking in for the right-hand side. I mean, these teams are so good at calling out the flanks that it's hard for the tower to even go forward.
Yeah, I know, and like they have their stations lined up. Piao has the stations lined up of getting the players exactly where they want them to be, and you know, it seems like Subafloppa's always just been kind of having stalemates in the same position, which is right kind of at the second checkpoint. And again, they just need to get to the second checkpoint, and they might be in position to do so right now. Now one of the players is going to go down, but they are still riding the tower, getting to 60. But look at this, all the members of POW are ready. Ooh, is that going to be enough? Will they get it? Oh, the wipeout though! Oh my goodness! Wow!
There it was.
That was huge for Subafloppa. That could not have come at a better time, Saf.
No, it certainly couldn't have, and especially with those tri-strikes too, they cleared the bats area. Look at that. Piao has no leg to stand on in their bats area, which is huge for Subafloppa. Again, now they got them in the stagger for trying to get out of the respawn. Look at Kyo and the Rapid trying to follow up and pinch this player out of the map, out of the area here, and the inkjet from Dark being pushed up so far too, getting one splat and causing displacement for Anthony. I mean, all they gotta do is just ride it to completion, but look at that, the jump out, the call was made to get the jump out down to the 2, so look at this, the defense game is all in Subafloppa's favor.
Yeah, now it becomes a totally different game for POW, as now they have to show a little more aggression. You know, we mentioned it in the first game that especially Bagel was able to just sit back, paint mid, build coolers for the rest of their teammate to push in, but now you have to show a little bit more aggression. And knowing these players, we know that they can do that. But look at this, Subafloppa's not done with this push. They are still playing as if they don't have the lead. And now 2 players are going to go down on Subafloppa, 3 are going to go down. It's going to be 1 alive. They are pushed over on the side, and they're going to go down. So this is really going to be the first opportunity for POW to try and push up. And we will see how far that they can get, because they will need to go into overtime, especially to get past the second checkpoint.
Yeah, I'm really looking out for Goss here right now. Goss is in a 2 splat streak at the moment, and they are so far pushed up, and they are just not letting go of any space here. But now we can see that Pao has control of the tower. We are in overtime. So much ground to be made up, but this can snowball really fast. Look at how evenly spread out the players of Pao are in this bats area and on the plat. This is exactly what you want to do. One splat coming in from the Trizooka, which was absolutely huge, barely making it out of the spawning area. And they're going to keep trying to do it because this is all that they have. It's all hands on deck to try to move it out of the way. Oh, and Anthony just unfortunately getting shot off in Kraken mode off the tower. So Sub-o-Floppa holding strong on the defense, taking us a 1-1.
Yeah, man, they played that so well at the end, and if you could just get the Kraken up there and not fall off the tower, then that allows the rest of your players to at least jump in. But that was a very good effort from Pal, trying to push forward. It was a slow push, but it was a good push. It was a good push, and like you mentioned, they had a lot of their players kind of just scattered around, and again, just kind of making sure that certain players drew attention over on the left side, like the left drop, because we could see Anthony over there was trying to hold down that fort. But yeah, just such a close job for Pal to come back. But Sub-o-Floppa really turned up the heat. But yeah, that lockout in the last minute of the game was game changing.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you need too. I mean, that formation that they kind of had going, it was like an arc, if you will. You had one person pushed up really far in the middle, and then you had the right hand and the left hand side kind of further back, but still all eyes covering the entrance points from the spawning area from Pao. So that was absolutely ideal for Sub-o-Floppa to be pushing that tower forward. And then you obviously had the tower rider feeling pretty safe and confident to get it forward there. But one other thing I want to know, I'm so interested in how Sub-o-Floppa was able to get the tower down to the 2 mark. The tower rider, I believe it was Kyo opted to jump out before the game was finished. I think they knew that if they were to be taken out, they wanted to still be in the game and come back in from the spawning area. They knew it's like, okay, even if it's down this close into the single digit, like, we will still take it. And they opted for life over getting splatted in the end. But look at this, Falco. The counterplay is now in session. Piao is opting to pick splat zones on Mahi Mahi. We're going on vacation quite a bit. I mean, I don't know about you, but I don't have this much vacation time saved up. But if they're going to do it for me, then so be it.
Yeah, for real. Hey, we will take all the Mahi that we can see. I'm happy that we've been seeing it in the last few sets too. Again, this is one, slow and steady pushes kind of from both of the first 2 sets, but zones, gosh, it can be so lockout heavy. I know we talked about that before too. So I would imagine that Zookas are going to be coming out from both sides, and Cooler's really been working out for both of these teams as well. I think both teams are doing such a good job taking advantage of when they have Cooler and pushing up when they have Cooler. So that's going to be another thing to consider.
Absolutely. Look at this though. Both teams are ready to go. They have perhaps their food vouchers in hand. I mean, does this place have a swim up restaurant? I sure hope so.
Let's see.
Feed them.
Yes, feed them indeed. And we're going to see that Kia's going to be sticking with the Slosher with the strikes. And then Trizooka coming out from Lana Del Rey, the Neo Machine player. And Goss is going to be using that one as well too. So really kind of similar comps on the side of that is going to be Piao that they used before, but still a lot of aggression from both teams.
Yeah, and I like that Milk is opting to pick this Tentatek pick. I think that the tri-strikes have been really useful for Sub-o-Floppa, and they're kind of taking one from their playbook with it. Definitely going to be a really great tool to try to break back into the map when necessary. Here comes the Kraken, though. A lot of displacement happening, pushing Lana Del Rey. Some summertime sadness happening in the corner as Lana Del Rey goes down. 3 members going down on Sub-o-Floppa. Now they just need to cover up the zone. A delayed wipe has occurred. The really small penalty for Piao, so that's really good news for them as the lead is probably going to be flipped here pretty easily. But look at this. All eyes forward on this right-hand side. This is like the perfect place to try to break back in and to make a move here, especially when Kyo gets those tri-strikes online to try to throw them in and make an entrance, kind of using them as like a smoke screen, if you will. But no specials to be had other than the Inkjet just yet on Sub-a-Flop, but they are going to pop that because another special that can be well utilized to break back in. But the follow-up from Milk with the Tri-Strikes is going to be huge here. So Piao is just holding strong to this midsection, Falco.
Yeah, they really are, and this is what happened. I mean, this is exactly what I was saying, just like how aggressive some of these lockouts can be, especially on this stage too. And again, we've only seen it quite a few times here since the update, but teams are, still just relying on what they can do to get those lockouts. But yeah, getting all the way to 20, which is very impressive for Piao, and Sub-a-Floppa is trying to just find an opportunity that they can push up. Dark is going to be using the Inkjet, trying to move out Bagel, and we see Kyo has made their way up there, but they are going to be going down as well. So Sub-a-Floppa has pretty solid control of the zone, but Anthony is going to be coming in with this Kraken to help paint it, and that is going to take the zone with the help of some of their teammates. So that's going to turn around pretty quickly, but Piao does not have a ton of paint in mid. They are getting more and more paint at this time, but yeah, they're not even focused about controlling mid. They just want to start these lockouts as soon as they get them.
Yeah, and they are definitely in a good position to do that. Look at this, Anthony on the left-hand side throwing out the splash wall there. They're watching where that left-hand drop area could be having some hazards there from the members of Sub-a-Floppa, but the Sub-a-Floppa really opting to go in all out on their left-hand flank. 3 members getting positioned there to be in a good spot to try to break back in, but Piao just having such good and solid control of mid. They have so much more paint on their side, and I really think that that has to do with Milk picking that Tentatek as well. You have so much paint from the pencil, but so much more comes out from the Tentatek, so Piao taking it down on game 3.
Yeah, and that was a really good finish there. There were a lot of opportunities that Sub-a-Floppa tried to push in, but Pao just knew when to take the zone, when they needed to touch up on the zone to prevent that the zone from flipping over. So that was, perfect counter pick by them. They won on their counter pick choice, and now Sub-a-Floppa is going to have a counter pick of their own too, and cannot choose tower control or ink blot. So I don't know that. Man, it's so hard because both of these teams can just really turn up the heat when they need to. But they also, again, they know when to be on offense and know when to be on defense, and they kind of do a good job respecting the other team and letting them just kind of like run out their specials, let them push even if they're going to extend their lead to 5 more. But finding those opportunities to break in is just so important. But yeah, Piao did a fantastic job with that on game 3.
Yeah, and I think you're so right. It's so important to respect people's specials at times, especially when they're so advantageous on specific maps. And I feel like with the current meta that we have right now, that is Trizooka. When Trizooka appears on the map, especially when you have 2 of them in most cases, you really just got to respect it, because it does give a lot of chip damage, but along with that chip, I mean, you're stuck in the ink that it provides on the ground. So you really just have to respect where those shots are going to be going and play it really carefully, because a lot of times too with Trizooka, it's trying to predict where the opponent is going to try to go. But Falco, look at this. We're not done with Splat Zones quite yet. We're going down to the market. We're going to Mecomart. We have our membership. Do you need a membership to get into Mecomart? I think you would.
I mean, it's not as lucrative as Costco. Let's just get that straight.
Okay, but... Kirkland's signature. Pipe down.
It's also it's all better than Sam's Choice. We don't need any of that Sam's Club shenanigans here.
Yeah, we don't talk about Sam.
No, this is if Trader Joe's or Whole Foods had a club membership, I think this is what it would be. I would hope so.
I could see that.
I would hope so. I don't know. Maybe it's not as bougie. Who knows? But okay, so it's hard for me and hard for us to kind of be like analytical, especially at this level of play when these players clearly like know what they're doing. Like they don't need, what do we think they're gonna do? No, like I mean these are textbook map and modes that these teams are playing. Like get the zone, control the stacks, push up. That's lather, rinse, repeat. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, and I think they have that in the bag. They know exactly what they want to do, and especially when you have such strong bucket players coming out from Kyo. You have Kyo on the bucket. You have Goss also on the bucket, 2 very strong bucket players. Insider trade secret, Falco. Did you know Lana Del Rey leads a double life because Lana Del Rey is actually the one and only Biscuit from FT Win playing with Kyo on Sub Floppa. So Double Life being led of pro Splatoon players, some say like some of NA's best, but also a very, very talented musical artist.
I've always wanted to be a Hannah Montana and live that lifestyle, but right now their focus is on the Splat Zones game too, with Subafloppa trying to get control of zone, and they do pretty quickly. With some of their specials already online, they have the Zipcaster online, and strikes are now going to be coming out from Pyo as they're going to be attacking the zone, and with the help of the Kraken, they're going to quickly take that. So, you know, this is just kind of, I'm going to get a feel for where the opponents are, and then once we have a 3-player advantage, that's where we're really going to start cooking. You know, you just kind of got to test the waters in these first few pushes, and right now the waters are looking pretty good for Pyo.
Yeah, Pyo getting a nice double pick on the left-hand side in front of the glass area, though, was absolutely huge. You could see they're playing this really carefully. They are funneling the members of Subafloppa into 2v1 scenarios, which is exactly what you want to be doing in order to gain a really high advantage. But look at this. Dark is going to lead the way for them to try to come in, but the tri-strikes are there to cause a wall, but Kyo is able to break through to the other side. The left-hand stack is going to be taken back once again by Subafloppa. Control is now being flipped. A short penalty to try to overcome, I'll give you that, but they got to play it carefully here if they want to try to keep it going, especially because the communication is coming out with the Zisways and whatever's happening in the voice channels as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, what a good cap there for Subafloppa too. I love seeing good Stamper play like this, of just being able, yeah, and with the Zipcaster too, with just being able to shoot paint so far that I always forget the range of the Stamper and how much paint it can actually spit out, and the range of it too. But really impressive there. And now Piao is holding onto the zone, and they, like, what they do so well is get the zone and then just control so much of the map around the zone too. I think that's what really helped them in the last few games too, and that's what Subafloppa I think has been kind of struggling with more, is, you know, not being able to hold on to the zone when they grab it, but more of like they get the zone and then just continue to attack, where Piao knows which players are going to be painting the zone, know which players are going to be pushing up. But yeah, Subafloppa is just kind of, they're going full force. The foot is on the gas pedal the whole time.
Absolutely. And another thing I want to note is that a lot of these players are friends, Falco. A lot of these kids have been playing together for many years at this point. So a lot of skill in this lobby, and a lot of people that know and recognize each other's skill. So they know what each team is going to be cooking and what each person is going to be doing when they do it. It's like, it's easy to understand, and they can kind of call that out. So it's interesting when we go in between the game choices, because there is probably some analytics being had in the chat between the teams, because they're like, okay, well, if Biscuit is going to pick Stamper, then we know that this is what they're going to try to do with it. Okay, well, if Bagel is going to consistently play Pencil, then we know that this is what they're going to want to try to do, because I've played with them when they've done Pencil before, and et cetera, and et cetera. But look at this score. I mean, Piao has such a strong foothold on this entire thing right now. I mean, Flippa-Floppa, I think, is trying to take fights where they can, but Piao's just not giving them any space for it.
No, they really are, and I think, like, what Piao's doing a good job is, again, they're knowing when they can kind of let go of the zone, because they always seem to get pretty far, and then as soon as they're about to lose their penalty points, Subafloppa, like, caps just for a second before Piao can cap once again. But this is where, if you're Subafloppa, you're kind of hitting the panic button a little bit. You know, you're going to throw some oh, that's going to be strikes from Piao. Okay, strikes from both sides. I was so confused when that came out. But yeah, look at that. That's actually going to be enough to flip the zone. Subafloppa is going to be taking control, and they have it right now. And Goss is going to be going down to Burt here, as Subafloppa is still doing a very good job holding on to it now. And again, just protecting these ledges, I think, is going to be so important. And when you have weapons like a Slosher, a Blaster, a Stamper, all three of those are great against the ledges. It's really the Zap is the one who's going to have to go around and flank or touch up on the zone. And, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and they're doing a really great job at that. But look, oh my gosh, unfortunate for Flippa-Floppa. As soon as that penalty was gone, they just brought it right back up 43 seconds, and Pao finding themselves in the disadvantage with manpower, but Flip-a-Flop is there just is quick to follow up. They want to try to maintain their presence as best as they can, but with 2 members down, 3 members down at that, that's going to be super hard to do. The zone is in their favor, but this is now the moment where Pao is going to take it back and put it back into that green paint. But look at this! Oh my gosh, Sub-a-Flop was so quick to respond. Look at Biscuit flying around on the screen. Lana Del Rey is coming through strong for Sub-a-Flop, but they gotta keep it in control if they want to keep going. But oh, the tri-strikes. Sometimes you can't combat the tri-strikes.
No, and what was really hard, why Sub-a-Floppa was able to get that zone a little bit longer is because Piao, they had the 2-player advantage, but they didn't have anybody near the zone. And the first person to get there was the 96 gal who just couldn't push up. Like they couldn't push up and paint fast enough, and members of Sub-a-Floppa were already respawning at that time. I don't think they were coolered, but they just, I don't want to say Piao wasted time, because they clearly didn't waste the time. It's just that they had their players focused in a different position. So it was really impressive for Piao to just kind of hold on at the last second. But yeah, those are major uphill battles that you want to climb. But yeah, Piao is going to be moving on to the winners finals, so we're going to see them coming up pretty soon, Saf.
Yeah, definitely. And Falco, unfortunately, I don't have Battlefy open, but what are we kind of looking at with some other scores across the IDYLLverse of what's going down?
Across the IDYLLverse, well, I'll have you guys can take a guess to see who Piao is going to be facing in winners finals. Their name might just be Jackpot, who has only lost 1 game so far. They lost one game. They lost 1 game to Duck Motif. But yeah, on the loser side of brackets, I've not even checked the losers bracket yet. So the teams who are still hanging out in losers bracket, I can give you those scores. They're like the latest, basically. So Whale Gang defeated New Meta in losers. So Whale Gang is waiting on a losers bracket to drop down from one of these sets. Probably this set. I don't know for sure. But then also happening right now is 2024 and Last Resort. They are facing off. And get this, if Last Resort wins, they're going to be facing Moonlight.
Ooh, look at that!
So we get the Riptide the Riptide
Showdown.
scrim, the Riptide Showdown. Yeah. But yeah, that's all if Last Resort can really take it all the way. But there are no scores reported for that one, and those are the only teams still remaining in this tournament. So lots of good stuff so far. Lots of good stuff, Saf.
I greatly enjoy that we do have like some household names in the tournament. Like, you know, you have Get Your Money Up, you have Moonlight, you have Last Resort, like da-da-da. We know you. But I like that there is a lot of pickups with a lot of really good players. Like 2024, I believe, is the Sendo team. That is Sendo's team. And then you have Pao, and that had Bagel. You have Sub-a-Floppa, which had Biscuit and Kyo on it. So it's fun to see when you have like these folks that have been in the game for a really long time come into these sorts of tournaments with pickups, and they just keep it going. But yeah, look at that, Jackpot and Piao. So Piao is going to be staying with us just for a little bit longer, and as we all know, Jackpot coming into the forefront too. It's going to be a good match.
Right, and I mean, both of these teams, you know, they had a bye at the very beginning. Both have only dropped 1 game. Piao was to Sub-a-Floppa during that previous set, and again, Jackpot was to Duck Motif. And I mean, to your point, like, a majority of these teams are top level, not even just high level, but top level. And you know, this is the type of environment where, like, again, all these players know each other, whether it's from playing in tournaments, the plus server, yada yada yada. So they all know each other, and it's more, you know, if you're not going to have your core team play in this tournament, that's okay. Like, this is kind of a one-off. It's not a major, so you're going to play with whoever's available rather than like, okay, we need our core 4 for this specific major that we have coming up. So, but again, it's refreshing, I think, for all of us as viewers, a lot of these players too, that you know that you're not going to expect, oh, we have double Zooka, double shot, everybody's running special charge up, and everybody's playing shooters. This is, again, it's refreshing and it's fun for us to see.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I really like when people can use their skills to play with other folks that they've either played with before or that they kind of just know across the scene, and they're able to make a pickup out of it and do insanely well. So how is this hodgepodge pickup of Pyo going to fare against a team like Jackpot that has just been killing it this previous year with all that they've been involved with and doing? And I mean, gosh darn, you have .Q on one. Again, we talked about Basil earlier, but man, .Q is right up next. If there's multiple chairs at the E-liter top, .Q is one of those chairs with Basil. And you have Madness too, has been absolutely killing it, Leafy and Jared. But yeah, looking over on the other side, you also have Goss and Bagel, who have been in really good scenarios with being in championship situations. So really knowledgeable people, and Falco, we're all reliable. That's all I'm gonna say.
All reliable. And speaking of all reliable, the Jackpot roster is the core four running. No subs, no we need a +1, we have 5 players. Nope, this is the 4 you saw that is going to be playing on their team. And actually, not that we need to analyze this map and mode, because we don't really need to. We've seen it enough. These teams are ready, so let's get ready for winners finals of IDYLL 3. Okay,
Pencil.
Yeah, Pencil's coming out from both teams. We're gonna see the 96 stay with Anthony, and Yazuka weapons of choice is going to be the Neo Machine from Madness and then from Goss.
Yeah, and I really enjoy seeing Leafy on this Stamper pick, because I believe this is a Splatling Leafy. Is that correct? We have a couple Leafys in this scene. I might be mistaken here.
Yeah, and I mean, .Q, we figure that they would be the weapon with the pencil, just being the charger extraordinaire that they are. One player is going to go down on both sides right now, and it looks like Piao is quick to take the first checkpoint, or first tower, just for a little bit, but not before Leafy comes in and gets a strike there on Goss. And Jackpot is now going to be setting up Crab here on this left stack, but unfortunately, really not going to go anywhere there. But Leafy with a nice pick there on Milk, and now Leafy is going to be trying to push up here on this left side with Jared, as well as 2 players are now down on Piao.
Yeah, Leafy opted to have a large glass of milk with that pick right there. Pushing up with the juice on hand too. The Crab's going to come out for a really good position for a defensive maneuver coming out from Pal. Madness trying to push up and see if they can get Goss out of that elbow area, but gonna opt to kind of go back, because you don't want to overextend yourself in a situation like this, especially when you have the lead with the tower. But I mean, it's so fitting to see double pencil here, I think, because we are at school, like Inkblock Art Academy classes in session. So yeah, we do see double pencil here. It's only right, Falco, as Jackpot is working their way down to this platform here, opting to the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, and they seem pretty well protected too. We can see Goss trying to poke here on this left side, and they are going to be dropping down. But 2 players on Jackpot are now going to go down as well, so tower is a little bit free. I believe there's one player that's going to have. Yep, it was the zip caster that had to land. But yeah, they're going to go down as well. But getting all the way to 9, getting past all 3 of those checkpoints is going to be very crucial for Jackpot if they want to keep up this lead. And now Piao is going to be trying to play the patient game. Again, this is a really hard patient game to play when you know that the enemies, they don't really have any incentive other than, I'm just not going to let you push up further than we pushed up. But yeah, Piao doing a good job holding onto zone. Look how yellow mid is right now. So they are doing a slow and steady push, Saf.
Yeah, and I once again, you don't want to lose control of your bats, and both teams are really solid at keeping their ground in their bats area. You can see Madness just opted to jump down because there's 3 players of Pao pushing up from the right-hand side, but unfortunately going down in the trade. Goss now finding themselves in the plat area of Jackpot. 3 members going down here, and though this way is going to come out, so the call-out is being made. The Trizooka not quite finding the pick that they're looking for. They're kind of waiting for them to rear around the corner, probably getting some poking damage at that, but there goes 1, there goes 2. If they get the 3rd, Goss is getting a Jackpot of their own. But now Pio having such a good push and momentum going here, can they get it down to the single digit? It's going to be super important if they can.
Yeah, they're really trying to spread everything they can up there. Anthony is going to be chasing out Jared and does so. A very good pick and honestly a good spot to land with the Kraken, but the Zipcast is going to be taken out. They were hoping that they could block that jump, but it wasn't really needed. And Jared is all alone below the tower. This, I believe, is going to be Jackpot's game or Pal's game to win as they do get the wipeout, and it looks like they are going to be on their way to winning game one. Look at that, Piao with an amazing comeback, Saf.
Yeah, that was indeed that was the comeback of all time. Holy smokes, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was really, really impressive. And I think, again, just knowing when and where to spread out some of your members is ideal. And that's exactly what they did with the Kraken, with what Anthony did, was able to push out and identify members of Jackpot, you know, waiting for Leafy to land from the Zipcast. You know, again, they went down. But just being able to not draw all the attention to the tower, but knowing when you needed to go back and support the tower.
You gotta be so quick on your feet too. As soon as even as soon as one player goes down, even just that slight advantage, you have to be so fast when you go in and respond. And I think Piao did that so perfectly, especially with the Neo machine breaking in and getting a nice double pick from Goss, getting a nice double pick right at the finish line there, with the tower being held on the platform area. Because as soon as that kind of came into play, it was all downhill from there for Jackpot. Jackpot was just kind of scrambling to get people out because they had to. When you're backed into a corner, it's like you have to go out into the map regardless of what's out there. You gotta do something. And Piao was in a really good position for Jackpot to be able to do that. But Falco, our vacation is not over yet. I mean, boy howdy, we've been spoiled with the amount of vacation time that we've been given here, and swim up restaurants, maybe a pool bar at that. But we're going back to Mahi Mahi for some splat zones.
We are indeed, and again, this is Jackpot's counter pick. Again, how often do they choose counter picks? Not very often, and this is what they're opting to go for. So yeah, let's take a look at these comps. Really not changing it up on the side. Okay, yeah, on the side of okay, Madness. Madness is the only one changing to the knot, I believe. And Leafy with the Brella. Yes, let's go. Yeah, with the 10th Brella. So here we go. This is what IDYLL is all about. Bringing out the big guns for this one. This is going to be good.
I sat up so quick in my chair, dude. What?
I'm just as excited too. This is going to be really good too. So I think Brella here, 10th Brella on this stage, there's just a lot of real estate that the Brella can push forward to, because you can easily get knocked into the water. I think if the water weren't here and it just had closed ledges, it would be a different story. But no, this is really where it's going to come in handy and shine. And Piao is quick to take this zone. They don't have a ton of control over it, just enough that they have the zone capped and the water level is going to be dropping down, maybe give them more real estate. But no, Jackpot is going to take over just for a brief moment right at the 57 mark. So a few players are now going to be going down on Jackpot as well. But yeah, Piao is really quick to where they left off once again, and I think they might be set up for a lockout.
Yeah, I think the key player that Jackpot needs to really look out for here is going to be Goss, because Goss not only has that point sensor tracking ability, but I mean, that Trizooka that they just had got a nice double splat. Immediately taking .Q off of the high ground and also taking someone that was trying to break in from the right-hand side. So Goss, I think, is the one you want to be looking out for, but Anthony as well, because, I mean, their Kraken gameplay is just spectacular. They were able to break all the way through to the platform area of Jackpot so well, even though they didn't find any splats with it and unfortunately went down in the process. I mean, it was still huge for them to be able to utilize the timer of their Kraken to break in through. But look at this, Leafy holding it down on the left-hand side here, because .Q is trying to paint some ground, or not .Q, I'm sorry. Bagel's trying to paint some ground here to give some headway for their mates to try to break back in, but Jackpot's just not letting them have any of it. They got to be really mindful of where this 10 Brella's going.
Yeah, I know, and that's what's going to be the biggest like component that they're going to want to try and overcome. But I don't know. I mean, it's working out for them now, as they do have a little bit more control of mid, and they have the lead. But again, this isn't a safe lead that they have, and you know, Piao nor Jackpot has gotten very comfortable in this game. I don't think either players or teams want to push up too far, and we can see that now from Piao as they're just kind of like holding and hovering a little bit over the zone, expecting that Jackpot specials are going to be coming out, and they are. But look at this, Piao is able to get rid of some of their penalty points and push us all the way down to 30. And now Jackpot is going to be trying to push in, but nope, the zone is still going to remain on Piao's side. No penalty points going over to them. It's going to be Jared with the crab trying to push in, and it looks like they're going to be a solo push now, but Leafy is going to be pushing in with this tent umbrella as well. Is this going to be enough? I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it actually flips over. Look at that, Saf.
Oh my gosh, the quick flip, and I don't even see how it happened, Falco. It was so pink until it wasn't. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Jackpot briefly had it in their hands for a moment, but then Piao was able to turn it back, but now Jackpot finding themselves with another foothold into the zone area here. What's so interesting to me is that there's so much so many places to try to fight and hide with the new opening that Mahi brings to the table. Look at this, Leafy finding themselves in a shooter fight, but they are going to be successful with the Brella and trying to camp below the ledge here. They don't want to overextend themselves. They're just kind of watching a very, very, like, patient but kind of out in the open shark that they have. Good on them for opting to jump out of there. Probably not the best position for them to be in to be well utilized. But look at that. Anthony is going to try to take them around from the backhand side from behind the 10 shield, but unsuccessful in doing so. The amount of movement and mobility that these players have and knowing where they need to be is just insane, Falco.
Yeah, it really is too, and I think too, again, this map just has a decent amount of real estate that you can take advantage of, and then both teams have been doing such a good job at that, at utilizing all of the space that they're given. So Piao, ooh, with a nice double there. Look at that. That's going to take down Leafy and Jared. Goss is going to do a very good job now, just waiting for members to drop down. It's going to be .Q who they get, but are then going to go down, but they are going to be getting rid of their penalty points. It's just going to be Madness trying to push in, but look at that. Piao is going to be getting game 2 and are up 2-0 on Jackpot.
Ooh, that's gotta be feeling good if you're Pal right now, Falco. I mean, especially if Jackpot only dropped 1 game and now they have dropped 2 consecutive games against Piao. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Oh my goodness. And again, none of them are like picture perfect. You know, it's all dirty play. It's all good dirty play that these players are doing. And I think too with Mahi, like that one is it's hard. It's hard to be comfortable with the lockouts when they happen, I think, just because you don't want to push up too far, because there are opportunities when you do attack to just kind of go up on ledges, go up on the side to try and drop down. So that's why whenever we saw a lockout, we didn't see anything too crazy. I think both teams were like, okay, we know what the other team is capable of. Like we know who we're playing. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation that's going to bite us in the butt later.
Yeah, I agree with you there, and you really gotta be watching out for what they're gonna try to do in this next one, because like you said, like Jackpot is not used to being in the counter pick seat. So they tried tower, they tried spot zones on Mahi, didn't quite work. But they still can pick anything that they want to at this point. I mean, it's in their favor. They can do whatever they want. They could try to run it back. Can they try to run it back even though Jackpot won on Splat Zones Mahi? Can they do that? Oh my god! We're gonna keep playing Splat Zones, but we're going to Omami Ruins. I think this is an interesting pick.
Yeah, I kind of like it though.
I do too. No, I'm into it. I'm into it.
I'm into it, and I think zones is just a common counter pick, #1. But yeah, this is the first time we've seen Umani zones as a counter pick in all of IDYLL in winners finals. So I don't know how spicy of a counter pick it is, but I am liking it so far.
I hope to see Bubble for sure. I think Bubble needs to be utilized here, regardless of who ends up playing it. I just think it's so useful for the lockout scenario, but it's also just, it can cover over half of these small zones. And Falco, I'm one of those people that's very much pro double zone maps, because it splits the objective for you. It makes it a little bit more challenging to try to maintain where the objective is going to be. And we're still holding on to this pencil comp that we've been playing. Bagel's been playing pencil all day and it's been working, so why change it?
Yeah, why change it? You don't really need to change anything at that point. But yeah, no surprises here. Kind of a comp that is very similar to the last set. So again, with the split zones, you're right. It does draw the attention. It splits the attention too. It diverts it. So there's more things that you need to be aware of. But look at this. Speaking of being aware, Piao is very aware of where members of Jackpot are, as it was just .Q who is alive, and is actually still alive throughout all of this, allowing their teammates to come back in. And they are quick to take that left zone with the help of .Q. But yeah, now Jackpot is still trying to push up, taking down Anthony. Anthony trying to go for a little bit of a flank, and yeah, Jackpot now in control of the zones, as it seems like they are going to have a pretty good time with this one. I would imagine they're going to be taking the lead at this point.
Yeah, they have a really strong foothold coming into that right-hand side, and I definitely think that .Q being able to survive that firefight was absolutely huge. But look at that, Anthony trying to come in and taking out Jared in the process, forcing Jared into a 3v1 scenario, less than ideal if you are Jackpot. But Anthony's still having a really strong position on the top mid area here, almost taking Leafy down with them, but Leafy able to duke it out and survive. So Jackpot once again back in control, even though they are at the man disadvantage. They got to play it carefully. Now in a delayed scenario, .Q is the only one left. Look at them trying to skirmish it out. They were almost able to jump out of that situation. Oh my gosh, Piao's got to be really careful for the survival tactics that Jackpot brings to the table.
Yeah, I know. Just doing such a good job holding on to everything that they possibly can. And Piao is really tearing it up with the paint. Again, Bagel, we mentioned this in the set prior, that Bagel was just able to help control every area that they needed to control, and they continue to do so. But that's not going to be enough for them to take the lead. They do have the zone, but they do have 2 players down, as Leafy is going to be throwing out some rain, but is going to be going down to Bagel. So this might be an opportunity for Piao if they want to take the lead, and they do with the lead swap. 1 player going to be down now on Jackpot. That was a 1-player advantage. But look at the strikes coming out from Madness. It is just going to be Anthony who's alive, who is wisely retreating too. So Jackpot, not a ton of penalty points they have to get through. And again, it's still early enough in the game where anything is possible. But yeah, Jackpot is, they're doing a great job breaking in when they can.
Yeah, and Jackpot's holding tightly now that their penalty is gone. They want to try to get this lead back into their favor. There's still so much time left for things to be turned around here. But Piao now finding themselves in kind of a little bit of a stagger, because you can see 2 members are up in the spawning area right now, trying to come back out. But finally, their Jackpot is in a delayed wipe scenario, and it seems that Piao is going to opt for the wipeout. They're going to go ahead and take these zones back as quickly as possible. And look at this, all 3 members being pushed up here, kind of covering their bases. Maybe some callouts are being made. Where is everybody at? A really, really good reposition, if you will, for Piao here. And they got a really small penalty in comparison to their last one that they had, so they just got to once again play it carefully. It's all a game of just not overextending yourself, Falco.
No, it really isn't, especially if you're Piao. You know, you want to be really careful. Again, you don't have the lead quite yet, but if you're looking in the long run, like, maybe this game might not be for you if that's going to force you to overextend, and that's fine. But for Jackpot, it's all hands on deck to try and save this lead, especially because they're out of penalty points, and Piao's now pushing forward. Is it going to be enough for them to take the lead?
Ooh.
It will be 2v2 right now, and again, that's only going to benefit the team who is already capping the zone, and that is going to benefit Piao, as they're going to be contesting. Oh, no, it's not over, Sap.
It's far from over. It's far from over, Falco. Down to 1 point with 62-second penalty. That's gotta hurt Jackpot. Or excuse me, that's gotta hurt Piao quite a bit. Jackpot is thrilled with that kind of penalty being in their favor. So they gotta, once again, it's a game of playing it super careful here, especially with no time left on this clock. They are racing against the clock to try to keep themselves alive. But the zone once again being flipped back in. Goss opting for the this way, being like, hey guys, you gotta come over here. I need some help here. We gotta get going. We gotta get cracking. We gotta get these points back under our belt here. We gotta keep these zones in the orange color. But if Jackpot's able to pull it out here, they're just gonna keep us going through this set.
Yeah, and I mean, Jackpot is doing such a good job holding on. It is going to be the Kraken coming out, taking down Leafy, taking down .Q. Is that going to be enough? Can't they find... Okay, they find the last 2. Can they stay alive? No, they can't. But that's going to be the game, and Piao is going to go up 3-0 over Jackpot, and are your winners bracket finalists moving on to Grands.
That's amazing. Jackpot was sitting pretty through most of this tournament until they came face to face with Piao, which, Falco, we've been saying Piao wrong the whole time. It's actually Po. or poo. But you know
Yeah,
what? We're having fun.
yeah. We're having fun. We'll let if Magic and Popgun want to say it correctly on their block, they can do that. That's fine.
That's yeah.
But
Well, you and I
man,
I feel like it's our bit at this point to where we will always say at least one name wrong.
oh, every time during Low Link we had the French team that we could not
Every
say
time.
every time. But man, what a fun set. Of course, Piao's going to be waiting around for quite some time as they're going to be waiting for Grands Finals, and I think we're in like the losers quarterfinal stage. So they'll be waiting for a hot minute. But Jackpot going down to the losers finals, also going to be waiting for a little bit. But man, very impressive stuff that we have going on. But Saf, that is going to be it for us, Block. It's been a fun 4 hours with you. But now it is time for us to toss the mic over to Popgun and Magic. But Saf, before we do that, where can we find you?
So Falco, I wish sometimes one more final note before I tell you where if you want to find me somewhere. I wish sometimes with your friends if there was a similar profile thing to the Switch where you can be like, you played Splatoon 3 for 400 hours. It's like I've spent this many hours with Falco, and it would be in like the triple digits at this point. I see you way too much. But anyways,
Yeah,
I love you. I love you all the same. You can find me on Twitter and on Blue Sky. That's at SafiRaya, 2 P's, 2 A's on Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm always going to call it Twitter. Don't at me. You can also find me rummaging around in the woods like a truffle pig looking for mushrooms. You could also see me playing D&D today, Falco, after this 4-hour con block. I'm going to be going and getting my imagination running. But where can the great people find you around these parts?
Well, I hope you have fun with D&D. You can find me Falco Flyer on Twitter, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitch, and or other way around, Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter. Saf and I will be streaming Ludi tomorrow night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to check that out on twitch.tv/Splatoon tourney. But yes, that is going to be it for us. We will take a quick break, and you guys will be joined with Popgun and Magic to round out this tournament. So take care, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with IDYLL 3.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to IDYLL number 3. I am Popgun, joined by the Magic 8 Ball, and we're going to be closing out this tournament for you this evening. Starting with not Flippa-Floppa, but Subba-Floppa, and the actual Moonlight.
The Moonlight. Not just any. Not just the last one. In fact,
so
this is Moonlight.
Let's look at this. Moonlight typically uses what? Shadow. Could Shadow be using? My point I'm trying to get at here. I don't think Moonlight has to change anything, right?
No, I don't think so. The comp they've been running is V-Roller, Pencil, Shooter, I believe. I think one of them is running Snap. I think one of them is running Shot. I think one of them is running because V-Roller has Bubble Curling.
Yes, yes, it does.
Yeah.
So would that be Omega on that?
Yes.
That I'm assuming you seem like you've already seen these guys play. Full disclosure, I've been my parents are over. I guess PJ's grandparents. So I haven't been paying attention to anything so far today, but
well, it's time to look alive, old man.
There it is. Okay, look, that's exactly what I was talking about with Moonlight. That is a comp they would use anyways. Kraken, V Carbon, Ballpoint, no Splattershot because you can't use that. And that is who did we say Lana Del Rey is? That's Biscuit.
That is Biscuit.
Ghoulies? Okay.
Oh, and Dark is on the Ballpoint as well. Ballpoint's just such a strong pick on this map. It makes sense that both of them decide to go for it. I mean, look at this. You just pop Inkjet in the middle of the map, and like, what are they gonna do? Apparently, Nolan's gonna do that. Get nice couple of shots on that Inkjet. They're gonna start a push here, but all in all, like Subba-Floppa really has been kind of dropping games when they shouldn't have been. I also believe the colors are switched right now. It is Subba-Floppa in the pink, Moonlight in the blue, and they have the man advantage on the side of Moonlight. But Lana Del Rey, these dualies have been cooking. We've been seeing a lot of good dualie play today, and Biscuit has been the main head of that.
I was about to say, you're operating under the assumption that Moonlight could not recruit Lana Del Rey to their team at some point, and here they are. Obviously getting things going here as Subba-Floppa has a technical lead in the opening minute here. Keo, again, not really having to change a whole heck of a lot. Well, I don't know what Nolan was doing right there. Somehow got unstuck from the wall.
He was hanging out.
He was back in action, working on this right side, trying to guide this Rainmaker in.
He was admiring the beautiful what are they called? The rafters, the raftering work of Humpback Pump Track.
Of Humpback, yeah.
A good push going for Subba-Floppa here. They've got Keo in the prime position. This Neo machine is something that we've been seeing as well from a lot of teams and has been doing a great job, and exactly for that reason. And look at this. He's going to be going all the way to that left side, creating a pincer situation for Subba-Floppa as they try and look to push this Rainmaker towards that final checkpoint.
Yeah, and good job by Moonlight of at least recognizing that Keo's over there. It doesn't seem like they're going to do much about it as Inkzooka Blast go burr, even when you don't use Splattershot over here. But still, Rainmaker stopped. Nope, not stopped. Picked up yet again by Subba-Floppa, and the explosion is going to take out a few more players as they're staring down a potential KO opportunity right here. Nolan's cracking. Again, something they've been known for in tournaments outside of this anyways. Doing a good job at least chasing some players out. So maybe Moonlight can keep this one going as we cross the halfway mark. Still, they got a big hole to overcome here.
Something I've been noticing is Omega, it pops onto our screen, is Omega has been doing this thing where without even Cooler, has been using a large amount of quick super jump to get out of sticky situations very fast, relocate to a teammate, and just go back in, even with Cooler the next time. And it's because of this crazy diving plays that Omega has been using to open things up, alongside the lack of paint that these teams have because they're not running that 3-shooter composition. It's been working out really well, and my goodness, what a great shot from Omega.
Well, when we were watching Moonlight play Last Resort, one of the main reasons why Moonlight was so dominant in that set in the IPL Versus match is because of the aggression of Moonlight. Omega constantly, as you're kind of pointing out, jumping into every fight imaginable and taking their shots, and those things obviously adds to the aggression. But they're going to need a lot of aggression right now to overcome this huge deficit they're down. But so far, dualies are just lighting up Moonlight as Lana Del Rey screaming this way, hey, I found something. I also got a crab, too. In case you forgot crabs were in this game, they're going to be pretty popular in this tournament format, I would assume, as they're doing a good job of laying down a line of fire and guiding in Bert to not really add to the lead, but still another deep push into the enemy base.
And it just shoves this so far into their base that it is almost impossible to get a solid push going. And there, Omega does it again, just deciding to jump out, and Kyo matching that as well. I think this is kind of a new thing that we're seeing these top players do, is doing these jump outs. With the Rainmakers reset now, they were able to get it out of their base, hold the line for the time being, but Omega is marked here and needs to come up with something big. Has two good targets on this right side. Dark might be one of them. Not going to be able to find it. Inkjet is online, as well as the cooler for Subaflapa. But are they going to be able to hold this one down? Are they going to be able to even get these specials off? But if Omega goes in that early, it's not looking good.
Yeah, that was the problem, is Moonlight had so many specials, but they had to burn them just to get into this situation right here. But excuse me.
Hold up.
Excuse me. The Kraken's all they need. 3 players instantly go down. However, there is a Zuka and Inkjet raining down.
However,
across. Oh, the Wombo combo said, nah, you have a 4v1 situation in your favor, but as long as we got these specials, you kind of don't.
That was clean, right? Subaflapa flipping all over this competition. Even if they go down like that, they've got the cooler. They know that they've got the specials back, and they're able to use their winning game state to easily just secure that. One thing I've realized, Popgun, over the past, I think week, is that cooler is such a defensive special in concept.
What do you mean by that? And how does it, okay, first off, what do you mean by that? And then second, how did you just come to that realization?
Because I was commentating Tropical Throwdown 7, and I believe it was Please Forfeit versus a Promano Volti pickup, if I remember the teams correctly. Or Promano might not have been on it. I know it was Volti surrounded by a bunch of good European +1 level players. And both of the teams running cooler, etc., etc. And then Please Forfeit was down 3-0 with Yoshell, Aloha, Zenith. I can't remember the 4th player. But Zenith decided, all right, screw this noise. I'm going to switch off of the Zap. I'm going to go Wiper. We've got Manta coming up, and then they had another really good map. I think it was Hagglefish for Wiper. And they were like, all right, enough of this. Let's go. And they just tore through that pickup. It was like a complete shift. That pickup had been burning teams all tournament. I think they dropped 1 game before that. And all of a sudden, they just got completely overrun. So what I realized is that cooler helps you hold the line. If you throw cooler out, you push ahead of it, and you have someone that stays alive or beacons, you're gonna jump right back to that point where the cooler was, and you're gonna be able to continue to maintain that space advantage. It's defensive.
So the context of what we just saw, in most scenarios, like in Splatoon 2, if you lose 3 of your players in overtime as the enemy team has a Rainmaker, all you're hoping for is Dark's Inkjet saves the day.
Yes,
because
exactly.
There's nothing else you can do. But we're in this context, okay, we all died, but who cares? It's not that we're just respawning, it's that we already have our specials ready, because you don't lose any specials with that. So yeah, Soda, obviously, really good, tons of different application uses. Wasn't used a lot when the game first came out. I think Respawn Punisher might have had something to do with that.
I think it did.
And then Nintendo said, no, let's just switch it up to where Soda actually counters RP instead of the other way around, and then it's like, oh well, that just.
And then crank it up to 11 as well.
Oh yeah, they did. Buff it,
Like
didn't
3
they?
buffs right in a row.
Yeah,
Crazy.
you can like pick it up from like way farther, and
5 yards
everyone's
away.
labbed out the like certain spots that you can put the soda
Mhm.
stand, and oh, you can grab soda from all the way over here if I put it right in this specific spot. That doesn't seem like it should be a thing, but so be it. The point being, is Zuka might be an annoying special to deal with, but it's far from the only one. As we see teams coming back out here, there's going to be soda coming from Bertie's pencil to go in conjunction with a double crab. Now you can run 2 specials. You can't run double Zuka, but you can do double crab.
Correct.
Makes sense with what.
And
you're
double
seeing
crab
right
has
there.
been showing up a good bit today in some of these past stream matches. But we do see something interesting is Kyo deciding to go Stamper here. And Zipcaster has been seeing some good level of play this tournament. Obviously, Chara was playing it earlier, but even on some other weapons and some other compositions, I think even Jackpot might have run it at one point. It's been doing well here as you see Kyo in the back line gonna try and swing his way around, help collapse with Dark and Lana Del Rey, but that crab is not going to do much from the bottom canyon of Mahi Mahi. This newfound Mahi Mahi resort that is beloved by a lot of players really enjoying it, but especially when you have a tent and a kraken, there's not a whole lot that the enemy team can do.
I didn't even notice that shadow on the weapon that made them who they were in Splatoon 2. It's been kind of an awkward weapon to use in this game, but works out in this scenario right here as 2 players instantly going down from the side of Sploosh-o-matic. That is Ink Strike on that version of the 10, ain't it? So they still got Inkzuka.
It's Trizooka on that
Right.
one, which is interesting, right? But it's a really good option. We saw, I think, Leafy using it as well earlier, using that tent umbrella. Another pick that has been finally getting some play in this format. You see Kyo here. Speaking of that Stamper, speaking of that Zipcaster, just trying to gather all of the attention of Moonlight as they're clustered up in this base. I believe a bomb ended up getting sent up that way, taking down one of the members of Moonlight, and their light is going to run out soon. The phases of the moon are not in their favor this time. They're gonna have to make one final push with that Zuka and Kraken. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it, Popgun. Oh, but that's a neutralization.
Just when you think they're done and gone, they find a way to extend things a little bit more. Now, look, it's pretty bright where I am in Indiana right now, so if Moonlight wants this to work out, like, astronomically into their favor, they're going to have to drag out this set a little bit more as far as North America is concerned. But right now, they got a good job creating a lockout here. Now, you did mention this map did get updated. What you call this, Mahi Canyon? I think that's a fair kind of descriptor over there. I think one of the things they updated was just making it a little bit easier to get out of your own base. But so far, both teams have struggled doing just that. Pretty decent lockouts when both teams have control of the map. A lot of penalty points both teams have to chew through, but still 8 to 32 remaining for both sides with still over 2 minutes left to go. Shows both teams are kind of struggling getting back into control of the zone when they don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still very hard, right? There's just very few entry points, and those entry points have a lot of cover for the team that is trying to put on that stranglehold, put on that lockout. As you can see, a lot of specials need to get popped in order to even just make a little bit of headway, and Nolan has to dive all the way forward, making a last effort play, last ditch to try and get this one through. The Zuka coming through, trying to find a couple of targets on this zone, as well as the paint, almost neutralizing that in time, but not enough. That is going to be Sploosh-o-matic taking one more to the bank in this best of 5 loser semifinal set. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I didn't expect this, but this is very much a hard statement from Sploosh-o-matic that they're not going to be dropping any more games anytime soon, not without a huge fight.
How did both these teams end up here? Sploosh-o-matic lost to Pooh. In fact, they're the only team to take one game off of Pooh.
Yes.
Who's waiting in grand finals. So that's how Sploosh-o-matic got down here. Who knocked out Moonlight? New Meta beat them on stream in a game 5, and since then Moonlight has just been lighting people up. You know, it's teams like Last Resort, who got knocked out in losers round 5, and Moonlight, who's still alive here in losers round 7. Like, these tournaments are built for them. Again, they don't have to change anything. What we've seen from Moonlight, like, I don't know if Shadow's still consistently using Tint or not. We haven't seen Shadow use it that often, but other than that, Moonlight, what you see is what they would use anyways.
Yeah.
In the vast majority of their things. But that doesn't make up for the fact that Subaflapa can still... Okay, Kyo can still use Machine and still have Zuka. You know, like, Pencil is not the most... it's a weapon we've seen a bunch of people pick up, even people who haven't traditionally used chargers in the past. So it's not that hard for Subaflapa to make the adjustments, even though Moonlight, I guess you could argue, has home field advantage. That doesn't mean Subaflapa's nerfed in any way.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean this tournament isn't still stacked. It doesn't mean that these players can adapt to a new meta on the fly, right? I mean, that's what makes these teams so strong. It's why they can come out of the gate on the day of a patch and still do very well in tournaments, is because they're able to adapt on the fly. They're able to understand what is strong about what is at their disposal. And they do it flawlessly. They do it every time. It's consistent. It's the reason that they're at the top of their game.
Where do we think the meta comes from?
Yeah, exactly.
It's from these guys. They're the ones who show us what's broken, and then everyone tries to replicate it. And then by the time everyone figures it out, there's a new patch, and they've already figured out what the next annoying thing is. So, yeah, that's a trendsetters versus trend follower. Now, Moonlight clearly are not trend followers, but they're the ones that are currently down 2-0 to a very tough Subaflapa team. What? Okay, so what does Flippa-Floppa have an official roster? Like, what makes them a sub? Who's subbing?
It's
Lana
just
Del
Kyo. Yeah. American pop star Lana Del Rey. I don't even know if she's American. I'm gonna be honest. I do not know that much about Lana Del Rey. Let me
have our researchers on that.
Let me do a little bit of googling real quick.
Us out of touch Splatoon people tried to figure out the country of origin of Lana Del Rey. Meanwhile, Clan Blitz at Shipyard, or Ship Shape Cargo Company, is the counter pick coming out here from Moonlight. They picked Mahi Mahi Resort. Did not get the win there. Now they're going to try their luck at Ship Shape.
Lana Del Rey is, in fact, American, and she is going to try and bring this one home for Subaflapa. Ship-shaped cargo. This has been a map mode that we saw once earlier in tournament. It is something that we saw out of Moonlight, and it is something that is very stalematey. We are going to... I saw a lot of tweets earlier, or posts on X.com, if we're being official.
What do you mean you saw? You said you don't look at that anymore. What do you mean? I saw it on the Good Weather app,
sometimes.
right?
Oh,
okay.
Real. What players were saying was, I just watched a 4-minute match where players just stood at each other and tried to get crack and cheese.
On this map and mode particular, you're talking
exactly what we are about to witness. Because it is so hard to get across mid. It's so hard, like, it's just such a disadvantaged position to try and even get close to the basket. It's like if Muscle Forge was like dropped to like a flatter plane with a small hill in the middle, and the basket was like 10 yards away. 10 yards even further.
Like the catwalk. So
yeah,
what you're describing is mincemeat.
No, look at where the basket is. You have to go through that corridor, through that intense canyon.
Yeah, on
like,
the right side over there.
It's so deep. It's so deep. It's so bad. But I think it creates a lot of interesting strategic opportunities, such as this ballpoint nouveau from Dark.
With beacons, yep.
Maybe no, that's Ink Mine. It's Ink Mine.
It's Ink Mine?
Yeah, it's Ink Mine, Ink Vac.
You're right.
So that they defend. Oh, there's a step in front. Okay, that at least makes it like somewhat easier, but like still, unless you are able to pop this bubble and are like one of the best roller players in the world, apparently, you can't get up here that easily.
Yes, that is Omega on the vanilla roller, not the carbon variety, as you kind of pointed out there using earlier. Is this okay?
Yo, what is going on?
Is that vacuum just going to destroy Nolan? Apparently, no. It's just going to slow them down a little bit as below 60 on the opening push for Moonlight in the first minute. Not a bad opening for them on this map.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if they want to make everything I said obsolete for the past like 5 minutes, sure, let them do it. I want to see a good match. Cooler though is going to be online. There's a lot of specials coming through for Sub-a-Floppa right now. They're just going to have to try and not go down here. Dark once again popping this ink vac, and I have no idea if it's going to withstand an assault by Omega. They had to pop it right in front of them just to like save face, and Moonlight's just crawling, inching forward.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation right there, with a couple of awkward vacuums just in general. I mean, typically, I don't know how often you're using a vacuum against a vanilla roller and a Kraken just in general, so those might be some new things here. But there you go, the Kraken in conjunction with the bubble taking control of not that bridge area, but instead this middle area, which seems to be a lot easier to maneuver up, and that opens up the doors for Moonlight to pop the basket yet again. It doesn't look like they're going to get a lot of value out of this push, though. They added 2 points. Nolan somehow climbed that purple sponge halfway up. Okay, I didn't see that in the rule book for this tournament, but so be it.
Tried to jump out and got a little bit caught on that sponge, I guess. Huge bucket play from Lana Del Rey. This is something that Sub-a-Floppa has been using as well for most of the day, is they've been using this bucket either in the hands of Kyo or Biscuit to try and make these verticality options, these trip strikes work out. And it seems like they're going to be doing a good job. Kyo zip casting up on the top left there to really open this wide for Sub-a-Floppa. Nice push, and there's just needs one more clam from either Lana Del Rey or Bert, who is chilling, trying to use this zap, and was able to distract long enough for that bucket to get through. Great push from Sub-a-Floppa, and this has been a good back and forth match.
Moonlight doesn't have to do a whole heck of a lot to get lead. All they have to do is pop basket, and that alone will do it. The question is, if they can pop the basket, can they get some substantial points on the board? They got 11 clams built up. What in the world was that?
That was a slash from Kyo, getting through that crab, making it tender and ready for some crab rangoon.
Can they slice through the Kraken, though? Is the question. Okay,
not.
So Nolan disengaging that. Instead of pushing up towards the basket, tried to get Kyo. Kyo got away, ultimately getting a trade with the pencil of Basil there. So, but still, I feel like Nolan can maybe get another. You still got plenty of time. Maybe, well, maybe you don't need specials at all. You can just go right up there if you've got a crab behind you.
Right. The other important thing, right, is that there's no special charge. Your specials have to be so well timed. Oh, and an early throw, I think from Omega.
That was short. That was
so short. I think they were just trying to find a way through, and they had 3 power clams, and they just barely got collapsed on. That's so unfortunate if you're Moonlight, because now you have to climb all the way through mid. These clams are going to start dropping from these spawns right into the hands of Sub-a-Floppa, who's going to try and disperse them and collect them into a power clam so that they cannot be taken by Moonlight. Here comes Kyo, gonna try and stall things out with this vac, with the zip caster flying all around so that they're distracted and dispersed inside of Moonlight. They're trying to get themselves collected together like a prism, but not able to find all those wavelengths, not able to get on the same one. They're just gonna try and crack and cheese this, as we always see from Moonlight. However, I think there's another one. It's a chase, it's a base race, and the lead gets taken by Moonlight. What a photo finish from these teams, and what a heads-up play from Nolan.
Is it 2018? You just baller into the base and jump, and then you just get the basket exploded right there. Okay, but that was why we saw Omega throw that clam earlier. Even though it was short, they realized all we got to do is pop the basket, we get the lead. Yeah, you want to get the lead and add on to it when you got that much time left on the clock, but still, that's why they weren't panicking at the end. They knew they were going to get a second chance because, like you said, all they got to do, build up a Kraken, go up in there, jump to the Kraken. Now, I think that's why you saw so many Sub-a-Floppa players pushed up, and it almost worked out in their favor because it looked like they were close to popping the basket before them anyways, which would have got them the win. But you realize, okay, we can't stop the Kraken. Let's kill the guy before they jump to it. And that's easier said than done. But still, that was Moonlight using their comp to their advantage to make sure they get the win.
Oh my god, wait. You know what's crazy? You know what's actually crazy? How I was mentioning that Omega was running that QSJ? That was the difference. Literally.
Was Omega the one that jumped?
The Omega was the one that jumped. That's so funny. That's
okay,
so
I want to
funny.
see. I want to see what's going on at the other base, because it looked like they did have a clam.
They did.
I have no
they
idea
were
how
jumping as
close
well.
They were.
No,
Yeah.
they like both basically jumped from like their side of mid, is what it looked like, and like literally, it looked like they were starting to jump at the same time. I saw like the clam icon like stall on both sides, and the orange one just got there first, and that is because Omega had the QSJ. What a crazy like idea, right? Just recognizing like, hey, I need to be the one to jump this because I'm gonna get there faster, and that might be the difference. And it was, and that is the margin of error for these teams. Crazy.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. If Kraken was on different weapons than what it's currently on right now, people would be complaining about it to high heaven, because it's pretty funky in some instances like that. But it ultimately works out. Keep Moonlight alive barely. The ship-shaped cargo clam blitz map, the traditional one, working out into their favor. And now we get this very niche pick. Tower control at, I believe I'm pronouncing this correctly, Inkblot Art Academy, coming out by Sub-a-Floppa.
I couldn't tell you. I haven't seen this map in
interesting pick.
years.
We'll see how it works out for the Magic.
Bold strategy indeed. That's a rapid blaster, which is another weapon that we have seen some of today. Not a ton, but it has come out. As well as, like we said, that Neo machine, Kyo going back to what he knows best. And this is such a hard spot. But again, Omega using the super jump to get away and baiting the members of Sub-a-Floppa into getting away out of water and doing it again. Hold on. Why is this guy getting away with so much?
every time they jump, it's just like, whoa, they're jumping. They're not holding forward into a fight. They're being strategical about
Acknowledge
it.
it, Batman.
it's the hey, you know what? When you do nothing but weapons like that, which Omega's been doing for years, you can start to make plays like that. You know how to get the most out of that right now, and it's working out in their favor.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of making plays, that was a crazy shark on top of a combo from the vertical flick into the Trizooka, trying to get some ledge demon shenanigans going on, but not able to find anything. Flip-a-Floppa able to make sure that they are coming out of the ink at the right moments there. And they're able to stop this tower for now. Still, like I said, cooler means that Omega's going to be right back here.
And, well, since they have the jump, they can just hop right back into the action and continue fighting if they feel so inclined to do so. Things seem to have finally calmed down into the favor of Sub-a-Floppa. They got control of mid. They only are down by one checkpoint. As great as that opening push was by Moonlight, they didn't even get to the second one. So we essentially got a tie game here, and that might not last much longer either.
No, definitely not. Great push coming through from Flip-a-Floppa. Got a good crab here in a good position up on this top right, and they're keeping the players of Moonlight at bay for now as they're able to get the lead. They were throwing all of their specials in the directions where they realized they were going to be dropping from, and because of that, they're able to choke them out and prevent them from really pushing together, from really solidifying that space back into their blue ink. Finally, it seems like Omega is going to be working with everybody to clear out this tower, but Kyo is going to try and make one final stand. And this is where playmakers come and prove what they're worth, as Kyo is trying to dive towards Basil here.
What a hell of a play by Basil, rotating all over the plat up top here, basically saving that checkpoint by themselves, getting several splats, keeping their special alive, not dying. Basil's just doing an excellent job on the defensive end here of making sure Moonlight isn't having the doors blown wide open on the game right now. And it looks like they might, well, they're having difficulties getting control of mid, but that plat is still looking very blue into their favor.
The pencil puts out so much paint. It has such a nice stiff arming range as well as uptime, right? Like, you have to be so careful. You never know exactly when it's going to be charged. Like, it can throw off timings, right? That's the usual play of to circumvent chargers, is to just understand when they're timing their shots, understanding their cooldowns for charging. But with Pencil, you can easily just keep throwing that off. You can keep throwing out shots in these strange intervals. And with the combination from this chip damage, especially these players of Flippa are trying to find their way downstream and getting plucked out of the ocean, you're not going to be able to last.
It's almost like you got to spend half your time looking up at the sky just to see if the carbon roller's alive. They could jump on me at any moment right there. Keo was not expecting that fight to be taking place. And right now, Moonlight cleared the second checkpoint. Looks like this third one's going to fall with ease as Nolan is just making sure everyone stays at arm's length around here. Getting the nice trade on top of it. It's just Dark with the blaster left alive. Gets a nice splat on Omega. Is now stalling enough time. Can they get the splat right here? It is a hell of a play by Dark. Otherwise, this game's already over. It might be over, but still, with a team like Subafloppa on a map like this, which is their counter pick for a reason.
Right. It's gonna be dicey, folks. We're gonna have to see if they can handle the tense and potentially precarious situation. A Knot of Shadow is able to combine with Omega like that, shoving all of their damage down into that corner right where they wanted them. That's how you catch a fish out of water. That's how you gut them and make them for dinner. That is a great play from Moonlight on the counter pick of Flippa. And they're going to go into game 5, folks.
Moonlight forced into game 5 by catching a fish out of water and gutting them. Is that what you said?
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that, okay, fair. We got that down on the record there. Now, yeah, Tower Control Art Academy, we got it out of the way. You still feel like that's one Subafloppa is going to win anyways. I mean, until the game's over, you just feel like that map, it's not like they have like a huge advantage on that map, but there's a reason they keep counterpicking it, as does Starburst, as, well, I guess we'll see if Jackpot does, but there's a reason why you've seen it counterpicked so often. It's because against all logic, the team that counterpicks it usually wins on it.
I don't believe that, actually. I actually think that Inkblot Art Academy is such like a bait almost, right? For this team that is a fish. Like, it feels like it's so easy for the momentum to switch back because this map is so snowbally, but also has ways to come back in. It's such like an even keel map that it's very easy for teams to find their way back in and to all of a sudden continue their momentum from the previous game that they just won, right? Like, I don't know. I've seen it happen so many times where Tower Control Inkblot gets picked and it just doesn't end up working out. I like Hagglefish a lot better.
Well, when you can't knock Basil off the plat, you can't get that second checkpoint. When you can't lock down where Omega is flying in from, you can't establish and hold control of mid, or at least take it away from Moonlight. And it just seemed like Moonlight had more opportunities to get things going, whereas really it was just that one push that Subafloppa had around the middle there, where they cleared that one checkpoint and just couldn't get across the second one. But Tower Control, it remains in this game 5 as Moonlight is looking to pull off a reverse sweep and then be rewarded with a date with Jackpot in Losers Finals. And it's going to be Hagglefish Market.
The creaking wheels of a janitor's cart is bumbling down the hallway, Pop Gun. We've got a reverse sweep potential on our hands. This is Game 5 of Losers Semifinals. Don't forget, there's not only the pride of winning in this format on the line, there's a little bit of money, and all of these teams are trying to fight for it. Let's see if Moonlight can pull off this reverse sweep on Hagglefish Market, and let's see what they decide to use, because there has been a lot of variability in their comps, and it's going to determine how this game plays out.
The pickup taking on the name brand team. Looks like that is a vanilla roller coming out from Omega. And nothing super spicy coming out from the side of Subafloppa Dark with the Inkjet. Can use it along the left and right stack in that middle area there to get some height, knowing they're not going to have to deal with any other range besides from that pencil from Basil, which did so good on the defensive side of things last time. But this time around, on tower control at least, it is the Curling Bomb Bubble as opposed to the Ink Strike, which Ink Zuka, which Moonlight doesn't have at all in this game.
No, deciding completely to opt out of it. Instead, focusing on that Kraken. Instead, focusing on those defensive-esque strategies, because all they need is one good Kraken from Nolan to completely turn the tables and crank this one wide open.
Whoa.
As they're able to get all the way beyond that canopy. Omega is still all the way in the base, combined with Nolan, and they're a force that is nearly unstoppable. Kraken is getting popped again. This might be the final push. Kyo's going down, diving forward without his team, and that's Dark and Lana Del Rey. She's got to try and win this one for America. She's got to try and sing this one home, win the Grammy, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Okay, a great set of trip strikes from, I think that was, right, that was, or was that a Zuka shot? I don't even know what just happened.
Yee! That was an ass whooping that was very quickly turning into an ass whooping deluxe. But thankfully for Subafloppa's sake, the game is still going on. It was just special after special after special, used in basically the perfect way to make sure that players from Subafloppa were just dropping like flies. But now we see a response coming finally as two players go down, and we see the enemy side of the map starting to turn purple here. However, there are ink strikes online, and I believe they're going to be coming out right now as soon as the tower hits the checkpoint.
Exactly, and this is the danger, right? This is the struggle of Hagglefish Market, is trying to round this corner with the tower, trying to get past that canopy. They're able to break this checkpoint, which is very important, but the team looks like they're split now thanks to the efforts of Nolan. Going to try and be backing away. Lana Del Rey going to be holding strong, even with the threat of Mariah Carey around the corner. Gonna be trying to dance around. Lana Del Rey decides to go back on this dually for good reason. Such a strong pick in this crab. We saw it so much in the early days of Splatoon 3 because of how strong it was, but also because of maps like this where it was so oppressive.
And by the way, we've basically just got a tie game right now, and I think, unless these ink strikes can do some sort of miracle, we're gonna, right? Okay, the last one goes down there. Actually,
no, they're diving. They're Shadow's able to get on the tower. They're able to go. One player goes down.
Wow.
Moonlight actually just hold that. That's crazy.
Okay, so what happened?
Perfectly
timed ink strikes. Delay. You're not trying to get splats. You're just trying to slow down for somebody to come back in. Wow.
Because they realized that the respawns were going to be quick because they all had cooler, and it was all the time that Shadow needed was to just get them down, get them hold, and just throw bomb at tower and then dive. And as soon as everybody came back online, was distracted up on the right side, and they just split their focus. They weren't watching Shadow, and he took complete advantage of that. And now the tables have completely turned. This chopping block is ready for the fish, and Nolan is trying to find a finishing blow. They're not able to deal it. They're going to have cooler online. This crab is going to force them away, but Moonlight is looking like they are taking things all the way to the stars.
How Lana Del Rey dealt with that Kraken is basically textbook how you can do it. Just draw its attention, survive, and get the splat immediately as soon as you do. And they were able to get their crab ready to go during that whole little skirmish as well to kind of shut down things on the offensive side or the defensive side. Now, no checkpoints in the way of getting the lead. They just have to ride the tower enough. But I want to find that Splash-o-matic. I want to kill it now before those ink strikes come out and slow things down
Oh, it's
right at
already
that perfect
there.
time as soon as it goes up that ramp.
But Shadow's not in a great position to continue to play from it. Has to back up a little bit and throw off the timings. That tower is very, very close to lead. They're going to have to try and toe touch it, right? They've got 20 seconds. Plenty of time, but there's a Kraken coming their way. If this Zuka lands, it dies! Kyo with the most clutching Zuka I think I've ever seen in my life, but is it enough? I don't know! One more going down! Kyo trying to hold the weight of the world on his shoulders and cannot find it! Dark needs to climb on this tower, but there's a bomb in the way, and it's gonna take them down. Lana Del Rey trying to grab, able to get pushed away. Kyo's only one left alive, and Moonlight finds their revenge on Kyo.
First sweep against Sub-a-Floppa. I've talked about it. This is a tournament built around them to where they don't have to change anything. And finally, over the course of the last 3 games, barely getting the win in game 3, jumping to the Kraken, they're able to use every tool to their advantage to get a huge lead, and most importantly, barely hang on to do very serious threats of pushes by Sub-a-Floppa at the end right there. Moonlight clutches it out.
I mean, everything had to go right. The stars quite literally aligned. Everything. Just from the timing to the coordination to the push that they had at the beginning, everything had to go the exact extent that it did and no further, or else they would have gotten punished. They would have overextended, and they held back just enough. Basil backing off at the most important times. Such disciplined, principle play from Moonlight. Even with this crazy composition, they knew exactly how to maneuver it.
Which, by the way, says a lot about Sub-a-Floppa. In order to beat them, you have to play perfectly. And even then, it comes down to the final seconds in a game 5 to knock them out. Like, that's what it takes to beat these guys. It's like you're speedrunning, and in order to get world record, you have to hit this X amount of pixel perfect tricks, or like frame perfect tricks or something like that. Moonlight hit them all. Their opening push was damn near perfect. Those 2 defensive plays, Shadow just bombarding the tower in a 1v4 with ink strikes delayed at the perfect time to where they're not dying, to where everybody's collapsing onto the tower in the perfect way as they're responding to shut it down. Just, yeah, that's what it takes to beat a team at the caliber of Sub-a-Floppa. And wow.
Wow, indeed. And I couldn't even tell you exactly like what went wrong, who didn't play well on Sub-a-Floppa, like where the inaccuracies lie. I think it was legitimately just Moonlight completely leveling up their play, right? Sub-a-Floppa, great players, all fantastic players, and they played very well, especially during the first 2 games of that set. It looked like they were all nigh unbeatable, but just something clicked in that Clan Blitz game, and they just did not stop following that tempo, that metronome. I believe we're going to throw to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. This action is here to stay, and you should as well. This is IDYLL on ProChara's channel. We'll be right back. Welcome back, all you wonderful people. This is Losers Finals of IDYLL. This is Moonlight, who we just saw reverse sweep in stunning fashion against Sub-a-Floppa, and they're going to be playing against Jackpot, waiting the monolith in Losers Finals. Popgun,
Yes.
what are you feeling?
I'm feeling good personally. I'm glad I don't have to play this set. I'm glad I just get to sit here and watch and talk about it.
And why is that?
Jackpot, #1 team in the West, right? Undisputed. Yep. No question about that. It doesn't matter what the format of this tournament is. This could be a normal tournament. It could be one that has restrictions like this. Jackpot is always going to be seen as the favorite. Obviously, they got swept, and that's why they're down here in Losers Finals against the team waiting in Grands and Pooh to take on the winner of this one. But this is a different beast than Sub-a-Floppa. And the question is, how much did Moonlight leave in that last set? Like, how much? It takes a toll on you. The longer you're in Losers, the more you get drained, because you're not getting a break. You just got to play sets after set after set. And especially
it's a long tournament.
An emotional drain, which was winning that game 5 in the fashion in which they did, versus Jackpot, who is just probably annoyed they have to play this game at all here in Losers Finals. Those two dynamics clashing against each other here.
They definitely did not want to be down here. They have some choice words for Starburst, I bet, and they're going to try and redo what happened in the winners semifinal match against Moonlight, where they 3-0'd them. They're going to try and repeat that success after a very, very hot Moonlight coming off of that win. Let's see what they can make happen on Clamblitz Museum, and 2 Stampers coming online.
So Moonlight's opening there. Traditionally, you see one person try to flank along the right side. Jackpot sent nobody to flank. Instead, Moonlight sent 2. Neither one of them got a pick, but instead, when they realized they were in a bad position, it wasn't just Omega that jumped out, it was Nolan that went out as well. So both players kind of recognizing, we tried something here, it's not working, let's just abandon ship and live to fight another day.
Oh, Zuka failed him that time. Not able to get that clutch opener, but it's still not going to lead to good plays all around for Moonlight. Still struggling to try and break this Jackpot line. These players are very far back. That's what it's looking like. They're sitting on that plat, just waiting for Moonlight to come towards them. Leafy here approaching, just not getting anywhere. This is kind of the song and dance that is Museum Clam Blitz. You try and fight, and eventually you're able to get your way up onto this high ground, but not after a very long fight in mid. And because of that, you're not going to have your specials. You're not going to have the ground that you need to cover to get that basket open.
Clam Blitz, in my opinion, is the best for competitive Splatoon. And I know there's several people that share that mindset. I guess that's not really a hot take, but it's one of those things where you can have great positioning, which Moonlight did. They had the crap up in the enemy basket, but they didn't have all the clams necessary to where they could get a push going. And then there'll be other times where you have all the clams built up, but you don't have the map control. It's where you got to control multiple things, not just, oh, I held control of the middle part of the map for the longest, therefore I win. So it just seems like there's a lot more strategy involved into it.
Yeah, the map is so much more dynamic in Clam Blitz, is what I feel, right? Because it's a very mobile objective, while at the same time having a static objective. It's such a fascinating interplay between the two.
And that's why, even though literally nothing has happened in the first half of this game, it's still interesting, because you feel like the doors could explode at any moment. As well, there's a Kraken online and a Power Clam ready to go. I don't know if Moonlight's interested in doing the clam trick right now, but you can't, because Leafy's just slicing everybody in half, and Omega's stuck here with the Power Clam at the base of the hill. Oh, but no one's back. Oh, I guess they had Soda. No one's back. Instantly has a Kraken, clearing out the space here, and they are going to do the jumping strat just to pop the basket. I don't think... Oh, well. Oh, maybe you get a wipeout that opens the door.
I don't know
Okay.
who ended up getting 2 kills on the back side of that large structure, that spinning structure, but Jackpot ended up going 2 down there, and I don't think they had cooler, so they were just out to dry in that situation. They got completely wiped with no hope of coming back quickly, and because of that, a very swift and effortless push from Moonlight is going to land them in a 44 remaining position, and that is near insurmountable.
By the way, Moonlight had 0 clams when they opened that basket. Nothing. But they got the wipeout, so that means they get control of everything. What a great situation for Moonlight to be in here in game 1. But now they got to endure the onslaught of a Jackpot team with a man advantage and control the enemy plat and some clams to follow up with it, and Leafy doing all kinds of shenanigans at your own spawn. Can this be the push right here where Jackpot gets back into control with 1 minute remaining?
Oh, look up, look up, look up. There's Leafy. Leafy's up top on the grates, trying to find a way to dip and dodge around the shots of that pencil of Basil, but not going to be able to find it for now. Barely goes down trying to find that cover, but there's still a lot of Jackpot players left on this raised area, on this even playing field. And that's a very scary thing, especially since they still have clams to spare here. They've been doing such a good job at managing these clam spawns and managing these shots. And even though Basil's able to trade out there, this is still looking all Jackpot.
Exactly. It's not how you start a push, it's how you finish it. The fact that they were able to close the basket with a lot of clams still online and a lot of players left alive got Jackpot in a great position right now, but now there's 10 seconds left. Are we going to get to overtime, actually? Yes, they make it a power clam, and they killed 3 players. It's just this Kraken that's going to try to slow things down, rushing back to the basket. Can't stop it in time, and the basket does get popped. Can Nolan find a way to get a few more splats? Oh, got completely moved out of position. Are they going to hold on through it, though? The answer is no. Oh, a misplay by the Kraken, and Jackpot punishes it.
Can we back up just like a few seconds there? Because Q decided, I'm going to just dash forward. I'm going to completely ignore this, and I'm going to trust that my teammate is going to pass this clam up to me and then follow up after that, even though so many of us are down and out of position. And that was insane by that Neo machine. And I was that Jared that was on the machine? Because whoever was completely clutched up, found every single pick, rolled that slot machine, and they said, all right, we're going to get lucky. And they did.
That is if you're Moonlight, that's a frustrating loss because you were in control of that thing. Now, Jackpot was doing Jackpot things towards the last minute there, popping the basket, staying in, keeping control of the spaces, not just completely losing it, even though they didn't get lead. But Moonlight still had an opportunity to do that. The Kraken forced Jackpot to disperse. Now they moved towards the basket, but still more players were jumping in, and Nolan just wasn't able to get that last player that was jumping in and just fell down the map. It's one of those situations we were talking about. Moonlight had to play perfectly to beat Subba Floppa. Same exact situation here. You have to play perfectly and hope Jackpot plays a little bit below what their normal standard for them is if you want to have a chance to win that one. And if you're going to beat Jackpot, that is a game you have to win. You have to find a way to win that one right there. Couldn't get it done. Jackpot going up 1-0. And now we're seeing Mako Mart rear its ugly head here, the counter pick by Moonlight. And we know why they're picking this one.
Oh, I know very much why they're here.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's we're gonna have to see. I think Q has been a sharpshooter with that sniper raider, taking names, literally writing them down, and easily just dispatching them, shredding them up, and tossing them out the window. I mean, it's really been a masterclass from this Charger on Q. I think she was doing so well because Jackpot was so far back during the first 2 minutes of that game, and they got broken through, right? But that's because they were doing such a good job defensively, and they were trying to wait for this Kraken push to happen. They were trying to bait them into it, I think. That's what it seemed like, because they knew that as soon as they are able to get that wipe, the game spins out from a stalemate into this constant back and forth ping pong-esque match where they can create openings and refute that Kraken cheese, and then players like Leafy go in, find Nolan slipping, and completely shut down their chances. That's the kind of play they were going for, and it was all because of the way that they were playing, because they were surrounding that defensive turret that was Q.
Omega not using the carbon on this map, which is a carbon playground, instead opting to use the roller that they've been using very effectively across many modes and maps today with the curling bomb and the big bubbler as they get, well, Jackpot gets early control of things, but Shadow's crab here is going to force some players back, but there is a crab ready to go on the opposite side for Jackpot as well, as they should be getting control of zone here yet again as Leafy Samurai blasts Shadow in half before getting taken out themselves.
Yeah, that was a crazy 180 from Leafy. She is showing absolute mastery of this weapon that I haven't seen in I think ever, period. Omega though is going to be able to pop this bubble, use it like a splash wall, and just try and fight and battle from within, from without. They're going to be able to get this zone. Not able to get the lead for now, but it's just, you know, slowly back and forth, trying to buy their time, trying to find their opening. And Omega has just been trying to poke and prod at this Jackpot team at their position. Finally, it seems like they made some headway as they were able to get two down. Jared here is going to try and dive forward for Basil, though. We're going to have to dive away, try and save this, try and just last for as long as they can, build up this crab once again. Moonlight does take the lead, but Popgun, it's still anyone's game.
Well, of course, it's Mako Mart Splat Zones. The what we consider at Lowing to be the final destination of Splatoon, competitive Splatoon. It's just a map where so many different weapons work out really great on here, and well, in a tournament like this, you can't really go wrong with picking this one if you're going to use some more bizarre kind of comps that's coming out here. But so far, lead in control of Moonlight, and they don't have any penalty points. Although the man advantage was in the favor of Jackpot until the Zipcaster just got sent back to hell over there. And here comes the Kraken that's going to force some players back right there. And Jared, nice pick there on Jared, but Jared was like the only option they could go for. Everybody else from Jackpot was keeping their distance, attacking the zone from their range, and being very patient. And I think that's why they're able to get the zone eventually back into their favor right there.
This is what I've been noticing from Jackpot, is this kind of patience, is they're trying their best not to overextend. They're trying to rely on these specials like the cooler to make sure that they don't lose ground. I think that's their main thing right now, is they cannot let these players in. They're too explosive when they get those opportunities. They need to be distracted. They need to try and just swarm them slowly and hold on to their position, especially when there's this Kraken that can come in and break it at any moment if it's not rock solid. And as you see, Jackpot's slowly starting to tick down this timer, baiting Nolan into a bad position. They're able to get the trade here, but there's two down, and they've got to try and hold on to the zone to get this one through, but not gonna find the one shot. Is Leafy gonna just barely get the dull of that blade, and that's gonna be Moonlight hanging on once again.
I like how you see Jackpot respond to where Omega is. Omega's clearly the I wouldn't say a shark, because they're making their presence known with every curling bomb. But whenever Omega seems to get a splat, you just see a bunch of nonsense being hurled into that player's direction, all kinds of bombs and specials to make sure that that splat they got ultimately ends up being a trade. And again, just using the distance to their advantage, making sure they're not in a position to where things like the Kraken can ultimately get a quad on them. And they're all safe. And look, well, one except for the one player that Nolan is going to find and go towards. But while all that is going on, Jackpot's in a great position to get a KO right here if they can find a way to get a few more splats, what they do on Omega.
They're able to chase away one player in that Kraken. Well, look at this flank from Shadow. Hold on. Could be able to find Leafy. The Pain is able to get the zone, and Basil's painting from the other side, but Shadow's eventually going to go down. Okay. Almost a very scary situation. But again, what Jackpot has been doing, what they've been doing to react to Nolan, what they've been doing to react to Omega, what they've been doing to react to Shadow in that situation is every time someone tries to separate them, as they see the front get split from Moonlight, they decide to fight forward. They decide to go after the team that the one player left behind, and they're able to at least trade out. They're able to shift their position forward and force the other members of Moonlight back so that they have room to dodge and deal with the Kraken and bait them into overextending. And that is what the mastery that they're showing off here. And they're going to have 2 games up on Moonlight. They're in the casino, and the dealer always wins.
Yeah, and they're pretty confident putting their chips in the middle of the table as well, feeling like they can come away with the win. They like the hand that they've been dealt, as we continue these casino puns, I guess. Moonlight reverse swept Subafloppa, and no disrespect to them, but this is clearly a different animal that they're dealing with here. Doesn't mean they still can't find a way to get back into this one, but just based how that last game ended, it seemed like once Jackpot established control, they just flexed and took care of business, which we kind of expect a team like Jackpot to do up to this point. So what kind of counter pick are they going to come up with here? Are they going to try their luck at ship-shaped clam blitz again? Because it technically worked out for them before. And honestly, that ship-shaped pick was not something you're going to see in a lot of tournaments outside of this. So it could have been like well, how much have you practiced this map? Like how familiar are you with this versus how familiar we might be with this? Is this something we can catch you off guard, get a win, and then build up momentum from there going forward? That's the decisions they're going to have to come up with right now. But I mean,
definitely it's a knuckleball kind of option. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They try and throw it to catch them off guard. They throw it out because they're not used to it, and anything could happen when you're throwing that knuckleball. So I don't know. The other option, the thing is that Jackpot can run the tent as well. Can easily run something like a Nautilus, and we are going to see it. And
it is.
That's why we were talking about it, is because it seems to be this last chance, this kind of ace up the sleeve of Moonlight, right? But Jackpot definitely has one of their own. They've definitely stacked the deck.
Well, yeah, I mean they're the best team in the West for a reason, regardless of what the tournament they're looking at right here. And Moonlight, they're a team that is never going to be favored against Jackpot, but they're always going to be a team that seem like, okay, can you threaten these guys? Can you be like the team that's right below them? I mean, they've already shown they're capable of beating anybody with their second place finish at Riptide, which what they did to Subafloppa. Yeah, it's in a different rule set tournament, but I mean, it's still somewhat credible.
To me, that means it's even more credible, right? Because they've won they beat FT Win. Let's not forget, they beat FT Win 3-0 at Riptide in a standard format, and now they beat Subafloppa
and
in this interesting format. Like they're good.
Yeah, they're good, but on the flip side, they'll also get 6-0'd by FT Win, or they'll get 3-0'd potentially by Jackpot. But the point being that you're trying to make, the potential is there. Yeah. It's just, when is the potential going to go away and you're going to start being that team? And this is an opportunity for them to do just that. Same exact comp they used last time over here, and that is Madness using the Nautilus to go with Leafy, who's using the T-Tech.
Madness has been the one using this Nautilus recently instead of Leafy, and that was a traditional pick, but Madness is going to be the one trying to help point out Omega, keep track of everybody, as well as laser beaming them if they get a little bit too close, and Leafy's the one who's going to try and force the way forward. Unfortunately, that's going to be a crab gripping the T-Tech that is Leafy and vicing them into their submission. It's a good front opening start from Moonlight. They've held strong, and they've definitely gotten themselves into an opportunity to at least push back Jackpot.
You know, we kind of moan and groan when we see Nautilus has point sensor. It's like, oh, a sub that doesn't hurt or paint anything isn't really that good of a sub. But no, we've seen a lot of players already being marked, mainly Nolan and Omega have been marked constantly so far in the opening minute. There's somebody else that's got marked as well. So that does play an advantage against a team like Moonlight when you want to make sure that you got everybody stuck in front of you and you're not getting attacked at an awkward angle on this map.
We've been seeing really good jump-ins, I think, from Omega, right? Like, this is the strength of the QSJ, is that you get back to the map pretty quickly. It's the same concept as QR, right? It's just that you're saving the time elsewhere. So it's a consistent way to get way back to the map faster, and they're going to be utilizing it here. Fortunately, not going to have much utilization if the rest of the teammates are going down and there's nobody else to jump to. Cooler goes down. Jackpot is in a very, very nice hand here. Try and open up the position with these trip strikes. But Pop Gun, this map is so hard to push on.
We're just waiting for something to happen. And I think something did just happen right there. A lot of players from Moonlight just got absolutely obliterated. Now they're going to have to use some specials to make sure that no more points get put up on the board. Madness gets erased by Omega right there. So not too bad. 60 points remaining off the first push. That's good. The problem is build up 2 power clams, jump to the Kraken at the end of the game. That alone will tie it up. And that is something that Jackpot's going to be aware of here as we start to see Moonlight pushing forward, trying to make something happen with this bubbler, but nothing.
Ooh.
Everybody else was dead, realized they had to retreat out of their bubbler, and Basil, being the last player left alive, forced to jump all the way back. Give everybody soda right now, but there's a lot of clams built up by Jackpot.
Yeah, holy, that's about 30 or 21, excuse me. 3 power clams would be 24. New math.
Yes.
But that is going to be a couple of nice bombs and shots from the members of Moonlight to once again hold even, hold strong. They're going to try and chase down these jumps, and that's the tough situation, right? If they can get in before these jumps land, then they're going to be able to find the picks that they need. Madness with an insane fall-off shot into Shadow while in the crab. Going to be able to take that one down. There's a couple of players still left standing for Jackpot. They've got the soda online now for Moonlight. This could be the turnaround that they've been looking for. This could be when the tides change and it becomes a little bit too dangerous to stay on the shoreline as Jackpot is receding.
Well, Jackpot knows just the right edge of that shoreline to stay on. You see Leafy's not dying here at all, and instead just building up specials and, okay, not surviving Nolan's Kraken as players jump into that Kraken. 3 power clams, mind you, and they get the basket popped and the lead, and that was the opening they were waiting for, initiated almost entirely by that Kraken and just building up clams. So yeah, maybe Jackpot staying back, forced to stay back, bought Moonlight all the time they needed to build up the little Kraken jump right there. So yeah, maybe the lack of aggression by Jackpot hurt them right there.
I think so. I think it is hurting them. They can't. It's exactly what happened on Museum, right? They're going to try and battle their way forward, but this is just such an uphill battle, even with Cooler, even with the good chip damage they have. If this Kraken gets popped, they have to back up every single time. It's not even the fact that there's special charge. There's no special charge in this format. It's just the painting power. It's just the pushback and the awareness and the commitment from Moonlight to play this style, to play this composition. And Omega's gonna find Q once again. 20 seconds left, and there's specials and power clams on the side of Jackpot, and they're gonna roll this slot machine one more time.
10 seconds left to go here. 2 power clams ready to go for Jackpot. They just need to find a way to get in there. They'll need to throw in one more clam on top of that, but one of their power clams does get taken out along that right side, and a great job of Basil of shutting down the catwalk area. So they're basically forced into this bottleneck of trying to go through this wall that Nolan is throwing up constantly, trying to jump up there. Basil just basically defending the entire map, but they do find a way to pop the basket, get the wipeout though. That is going to do it. Moonlight keeps their tournament run going. After facing their 3rd straight tournament elimination game, they win it again.
My goodness. The Moon definitely lit their path in that situation. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They held it down. They did it consistently. Omega finding such good picks, constantly moving forward, constantly putting on that aggressive pressure. And even when Madness would dip and dodge around the shots, it was not enough, right? It's a combination of those two constantly putting out those aggressive feelers and Basil's hardline defense, right? That baseline that I am going to sit here and I am not going to move. I mean, that was great. And this map complements them so perfectly. I really think from Jackpot, like especially at the end there, Q was very close to Cooler. I don't know if she didn't realize. I don't know if she was like in a bunch of fights, but something or other was just, she just did not get that Cooler out in time before like Leafy went in, before, you know, like a couple of players like started to make their moves. And I think just that little bit of a disconnect, that little bit of a stutter caused them to really flounder those last couple opportunities that they had and not get Cooler in time, not make a coordinated effort, and they just could not break through.
Well, she was up in the mid area trying to get a little bit of paint down on the enemy side of the map while holding on to a power clam, but oh, here comes Nolan. I gotta chuck this power clam. I gotta stay alive for that. Oh, here comes Omega ledge camping right below me. All of a sudden I'm getting splatted. Moonlight's throwing a lot at Jackpot. And it's not like Jackpot's not used to handling that. But it, again, just being able to put themselves in the situation that they were in Moonlight in this one, to able to hold on defensively, is still very impressive against a team like Jackpot. And now, why did Jackpot win? Can we point out the only time they popped the basket was the jump to the Kraken, right? Where they threw in 3 power clams. That's all they had to do. And now, that doesn't mean that they auto win because of that. They still had to play great defense. But again, that's kind of credit to them forcing Jackpot back into a position to where Moonlight was able to gather up all those resources seemingly for free until it was just too much of a snowball that Jackpot couldn't stop, or really anybody at that point. But that's Ship Shape Cargo Company Clam Blitz for you. And it's out of the way. Now we're going to Tower Control Hagglefish Market. This is now, to be fair, Moonlight did just beat Subafloppa one here, playing amazingly. Can they do it again against one of the best teams of all time?
We're gonna have to see. They did it once before. They can turn this thing around. They know this map mode.
That's Leafy, by the
pretty
way.
darn well. Leafy on the Nautilus. They're switching it up. Not confident on that Neo machine. And Madness gonna take the pilot on that plane. I like this switch up. I think that Leafy's just a lot better for this style, and Jared's gonna have to be the one who's painting the feet and helping them move around so that Madness can find those openings and breach those corners. Oh, but that's not what you want to see, Jared. The crabs belong in the water, but not that mech.
That is a very dirty kind of water over there on the sides. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think many looking mechanical creatures can find a way to survive in that one. As hey, this is starting to look like deja vu. I think we've seen, is this a replay of the Subafloppa one? Nolan just crackening up top there, getting a lot of splats. And the answer is no, it is not a replay, because they're not even going to clear the first checkpoint on top of this. So they score some points, and they're in a good position to try to get something else going on top here. But Omega says, nah, let's get back to the soda. Let's try again.
Exactly, and they're gonna dive right back in. Look at Omega using that cooler, saying, "All right, this is go for broke. This is my chance to try and make a move here." Basil's gonna go land here, a nice shot, and gonna be able to get the combination to shut down a lot of these members of Jackpot. My goodness, it's not gonna land just yet, and I think that Moonlight's gonna fall into the same fails that they did last time. They're not going to get this top right side. They're just going to let Madness walk right up there. Basil, oh, Madness, I think, hit the top of the canopy and is not going to land that shot onto the pencil, and that's so important to try and get this. He's going to be in a great position here to get this checkpoint possibly all the way through, as Leafy is completely shutting down anyone who's trying to walk any bit forward. Finally, Basil finds a shot, but I don't know if it's in time, Pop Gun.
It might be in time, just enough for them to slow things down. No, they won't. Somebody jumped in. Jackpot weathers the storm. Moonlight had a very strong opening, much like we saw in the previous set where they played on this map and mode. But Jackpot, as we mentioned, a little bit of a different animal here. Their push infinitely better than anything. Moonlight has seen in this map up to this point. They get the win, and they get a rematch with Pooh.
I really like Leafy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, she looked like she was tearing things down. And Q, like, the honest to God difference between all these teams and Jackpot was that Q knew, like, years in the past exactly to go to that exact spot under the canopy on top left to shoot down people on that checkpoint before they got any further. And literally, I've not seen that out of anybody else today. Out of the few times that I've seen Hagglefish Market, nobody's standing there. And it is the best defensive position you can take. It shuts down that checkpoint every time. And for whatever reason, Moonlight was just not there in time. Subaflapa was not there in time when they tried to go for it. Q was there, shut down that push. It started to look like deja vu, and she made sure that she was the one driving.
You know, the last time I personally saw Leafy use Nautilus was in the final game of the Ink TV Resurgence League Grand Finals against Alliance Rogue, where it was once again on Hagglefish. I believe Splat Zones that time around instead of tower control, so it could just be that map in general that Leafy feels comfortable with not on. But regardless, Jackpot able to, well, do what we kind of expected them to do, which was take care of business. Moonlight had their opportunities. They're going to look back at that game one and say, how can we find a way to win that game one? If that happens, now, if they win game one, they can't counterpick Clam Blitz in game three because they've already won in Clam Blitz. I get that, but still, there's stuff here for Moonlight to look at and say, how can we close the gap? And of course, everybody's asking the same question. People spent a whole year or 3 years trying to figure out how to close the gap with Starburst, and that you saw how long that took. But Moonlight is clearly establishing themselves as a team that is knocking on that door to be a threat to some of these top tier teams going forward.
These Titans.
In tournaments outside of this one.
All in all, great run from Moonlight. Definitely deserved it. And they played their hearts out. And I may or may not be a little bit biased, but we're going to see the rematch now. Jackpot versus Pooh. Pooh.
Is
I don't know
Pooh a
if we're
good
gonna get
name
through
or
this
not?
cast.
Is Pooh dumb? Is Pooh a dumb name?
So apparently it's
PLU?
a game.
It's a game?
It might. I think that's what Beta was saying.
Virtual pet game for your phone, similar to Tamagotchi.
And I guess
what
they were
Google is
inspired. They might be gamers. A really old game is what I'm hearing. Like 10 years ago. Okay. I mean, hey, if they were inspired, if they want to bring it back, I'm not going to stop them. But this is a very interesting roster. So, kind of a core Starburst roster of Bagel, Anthony, Milk, who is apparently Ice in disguise, and Goss. Right? Can we talk about Ant? Can we talk about Ant? Because
yes,
this player, like hasn't been playing in turn, at least not at like a super high level, right? Like probably been grinding Sendo Q, but hasn't been like showing up with Starburst consistently. And he comes back, turns around after like a few months, like not playing with Starburst, Bagel, Goss, Ice, like let's do this thing, run it, and they 3-0 Jackpot, 3-0. What?
You know, Ant's been playing in some SOS weeklies, but I mean, obviously anyone can attest that's not the same as the same caliber of teams that you're going to be facing in any of these other events. So it's not like Ant's coming in this one completely rusty, but to your point, yeah, playing against teams at this caliber, unless they're just doing send out queue every single day, this is a different beast. But still, who is one of the key pieces, if not the key pieces, of the transition from the FT Win era to the Starburst era? It was Ant, right? And we're not just saying because Ant used Silver Arrow Spray on a Rainmaker map and it was funny. Remember that last Nintendo tournament that was online. It was F2Win versus Starburst, and it was a game 7. It was Rainmaker at the Reef. It was Rainmaker at the Reef. Starburst has the lead. F2Win is in a 4v1 situation in overtime, trying to push up the ramp to get the lead. And Ant, using the Vanilla Gal, 96 Gal, gets a quad and shuts everything down.
Yes. Oh my god, I remember that.
A weapon that requires a weapon with a lot of RNG was somehow able to manipulate everything to just completely shut that. So Ant is one of the heroes, like a mythological hero of a time long past, coming back out here to play. And obviously, if you're going to play in a tournament with Bagel and Ice, you're going to be in a good situation no matter what. And who's the fourth person?
It's
on
Goss.
this team? It's Goss. That's right.
Goss, right? Which is another interesting story, right? Because this is a player who has been, starting to only in the past 6 months has they started to really be on that top level, right? They got invited to Crush Soda for the TV Resurgence League, and since then have been consistently showing up and doing well, and finally starting to edge out the competition, especially on teams like this. He's been showing up, and he is going to be the aggressor for this team. He's going to be trying to breach with that machine. This is Grand Finals of IDYLL. This is Jackpot versus Pooh. And you can laugh all you want. Jackpot from losers. We're going to Splat Zones on Mecca Mart, and we are going to see who wins that nice little bonus prize in this tournament for Pride.
And by the way, if you're just waking up from a coma from 2019, yes, that is Ice on the T-Tech and Bagel that is on the charger weapon of the pencil. My, how things have changed over the years. Still,
Yeah.
Goss trying to fight Madness on the right side over here, gets taken down as Kraken. Who's this on the Gal?
That's
here?
Ant.
Oh, that's Ant, right.
Yeah.
Ant using the Gal a lot in Splatoon 2, going to be the Kraken version of it over here in Splatoon 3.
And Ant's been a Gal user since the Splatoon 1 days. I mean, really, and when it was popular, when it was the thing to run because of the wall crack and the same exact kit. It's just back in his hands, and for good reason. He can pilot this thing like it's a skateboard with a jet engine. I mean, it will just start flying at you, but it can crank 90s, it can do some kickflips. It's gonna surprise you. And right here, we're gonna see it probably surprise Leafy as well. Gonna just go, instead gonna dive right back. Gonna try and find him, force Leafy into a bad situation. And there's only one member left standing on Jackpot, and it was that Charger, that Snipe Rider. This is the power of Starburst at full force.
Well, it's the power of Pooh, full force. At least for now.
I'm not going to get through this set if we keep calling him
Okay,
Pooh. I'm not going to do it.
We can do this. Especially if Pooh can find a way to get another sweep and we don't go to a bracket reset. Although I'm assuming a pissed off Jackpot is going to play a little bit more inspired than what they did in Winners Finals here.
Ooh.
Ice getting absolutely shot through the skull by .Q's pencil right there, surviving. And that's really just what makes .Q kind of incredible, is that even when you close the gap, which traditionally gave you the advantage over the Charger, still .Q is just a little bit different with that.
.Q is a little bit different, but Bagel has been doing fantastic. All right, never mind. Getting
You've
my
still
words.
been doing
Fine, Q.
fantastic.
You're the queen. My bad. My bad.
Oh, and well, there it is. There it is. Not so good
much
of a
chaos.
reaction time, I'm assuming, from Jackpot as Costas eliminates a double right there.
Just react. Just be more aware, by the way. Trip Strike's falling and flying down onto this zone to try and send those Valkyries, those missiles from above, from the heavens, to land on this zone. Finally, Jackpot's able to use that pressure, paint over this zone, and get this cooler. You're going to try and make one last stand. You're able to find Goss here. Ant is crackening behind Leafy. Gonna try and dip and dive away, but this movement which is very potent and powerful against Moonlight, is not saving her right now.
it's not often we see Jackpot like this, where they're just getting bullied and they're having difficult time getting set up, or when they get into positions they feel like they're usually able to get into, they instantly die to something they're not really expecting. It seems like now they're finally starting to get a little bit of a footing here. They got control of zone. They're starting to take the fight to the Pooh side of the map. And as soon as I say that, Ant gets a nice flat on top of that, and somebody's jumping into a Kraken nightmare that they're soon going to realize, and ultimately things just working out into their favor. Ant, if this player is rusty at all from not playing at this level that Jackpot's been playing at, they're not doing a good job of showing it.
Yeah, for real. Ant looks like absolutely an outstanding player, knowing exactly how to pilot this Kraken, and like consistently. Like it's just such a good showing of how to abuse this special in its presence, how to shut down these aggressive players that want to be using these short-range tools, right? And completely stopping them at the door. However, this bathroom door is wide open, and they're trying to knock on the stall saying, "Pooh, are you in there? It's time for you to get flushed."
Come on. How did you just come up with that on top of your head? Kudos to you. I can tell. There we go. Hey, and during all of that, Jackpot's threatening to take the lead right here. Jared's doing some dually shenanigans along the paper towel area and just making sure fights are getting taken away, although Ice is starting to bleed in right there. Madness and Jared getting caught off guard by Ice, who does a nice job of clapping it. But can they get the zone? They can't. So the lead does go to Jackpot, but they will get an opportunity here in overtime.
You're going to get an opportunity. And just trying to wait out this Kraken, not trying to end up in a bad position. Instead, playing for his life. Now they just need to start painting around. There's a lot of ink that Jackpot can work through. Pooh needs to try and shut down here. That's Jared going down. These dualies not able to dodge significantly, but the trip strikes were not painted over. I don't know whose job it was. I don't think they even realized that it was going to end up like this, but the pencil shots combined with the trip strikes were able to get just enough coverage thanks to the beautiful placements from Leafy and Q, and that was it. With seconds, I mean, not even a second to spare.
You know, I don't know the exact answer to this question, but I'm assuming that Pooh sweeping Jackpot in Winners Finals was the first and maybe only time in this new version of Jackpot that's formed earlier in this year where they've ever been swept by a team by the West. I would assume nobody has swept them, period. So
I'm very curious to see like the splat stats on that. I don't know if Tootsie can fact check this if he's listening, but like I really highly doubt Jackpot has gotten 3-0'd in the past 7 months.
Regardless, I think it's fair to say that they are going to be a little bit more inspired this time around. Not that they were like not taking the last set seriously by any stretch of the imagination, but there's a difference between I'm the #1 seed, we can win this one, versus, oh, let me lean a little bit more forward into my chair. And Pooh was playing great for the vast majority of that game. It's just when Jackpot finally got control of things and they're able to kind of work around the flank areas there, especially with Jared taking control of that right side, you just see them slowly climb their way back into that one. Really just a back and forth game, could have gone either way, but Jackpot able to finally get the win right there, as Pooh is making just their second counter pick of this entire tournament, going with Rainmaker at Humpback Pump Track. And we saw Nolan's Kraken work out really well in this map in the past. Maybe that's what they're thinking when Ant can replicate as well.
You know what I think that they're thinking? I think that they're thinking back to this is their staple counter pick. This is Starburst's staple counter pick, especially the combination of Ice, Ant, and I don't think Bagel was a part of that roster at Riptide 2021, because back then it was Ant, Ice, Bran. Oh, I can't remember the fourth. That's gonna kill me. Point being, this is what they ran back then when they cemented themselves as a threat to FT win. This time, it might be what turns things around and cements them as a threat to Jackpot, because this is their counter pick. This is where they have been home for years. This is definitely not where Jackpot wants to try and stack things. This is not where they want to try and play a dangerous hand. They're going to hold. They're going to try and stay with this not blackjack.
No curling bomb rush coming out from the side of Pooh, much to the dismay of people who did pay attention to that Riptide. Instead, it's Jackpot getting control of things in the early goings, and Madness does land one direct onto Bagel, but not enough to get the splat right there. So here comes the Kraken out of Ant to make sure to shut down what could have been an opportunity for Jackpot to get something started offensively.
Good opportunity here. And just trying to fire some shots. Leafy snuck through, though. A great sucker punch from Leafy that no one was expecting, and because of that, Madness is going to find 2 with a beautifully placed couple of Trizooka shots, and that's going to turn things around once again. Neither team really making it much past mid, much against a convention when playing this map mode. Oftentimes, you're going to see teams that just completely break the bank and get that stolid push. But no, that's not what we're seeing here.
Yeah, things have kind of just died out here in the first minute and 30 seconds as both teams are just trying to get the Rainmaker going somewhere, but you don't want to force something that just isn't there. The Rainmaker probably going to reset right now as this Inkjet doesn't accomplish a whole heck of a lot other than just keeping players honest and making sure nobody can rush in and try to make something happen right now. But it looks like Ant, along with Goss, on that right side, able to get a splat, and maybe they can start turning things into their favor in a yellow position right now, as Leafy is sharking in a very interesting spot, though, and I don't think Ant realizes it until it's too late, and as soon as I say that, they pop the Kraken anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Wait, but Leafy's dipping and dodging around that Kraken, and they're going to get the kill before the dunk! No checkpoint
No, they didn't
broken.
dunk it.
For Pooh, no checkpoint. That's really important. And Leafy has been doing such a good job at using this T-Tech nowadays. Like, we saw it earlier, and it was not being so significant, but now it is making a huge impact on the play of Pooh. There's 2 down on both sides, though. Goss just kind of fighting for his life in mid here, trying to make something happen, as Bagel's going to be the last stand, able to stiff arm a couple of players for going down himself. This might be the opening. And of course, as soon as I say that, all right, never mind. Thank you, Ice, for
By the way,
humbling
3
me.
minutes have gone by, and the score is 80-62 remaining.
Right?
This is
That's what it's saying.
Nobody's. Well, someone's come close to clearing this first checkpoint, but so far, both teams have been trying to just establish control on the enemy side of the map, and nothing is just kind of sticking. Trades going back and forth. Zuka's going down, trying to get something on that right side. Can Jackpot's technically losing right now, and I would be shocked if neither team clears a checkpoint. But as time starts ticking away, eventually you just gotta start thinking, okay, what do we need to do to get 61 points? And then, like, we'll add to it later, because they can't even get past 70.
They're really struggling right now. And it's not like for a lack of trying. It's not for a lack of using these specials in smart ways to clear things out. But the Trip Strike are so good at preventing that Inkjet from really going to the spots where it wants to be.
Oh,
this
here we go.
machine works so well. And this could be the opportunity that these teams have both been looking for. 1 Trizooka shot, 2, 3, 4, all the marbles, finds Jared, no cooler for Jackpot, as they're gonna try and play one last hand. They're going all in on this push as the timer is ticking down, as the last card is being dealt. They're gonna try and bring this one back and secure a 2-0 lead. Still,
they let it reset.
They hold.
They couldn't find a way to grab the Rainmaker and try to add on to their lead right now. Still, with 30 seconds remaining, Jackpot has to clear a first checkpoint and barely move forward if they want to get the lead, because the tie is going to work out into Pooh's favor. And I can't believe that's the scenario I have to break down here in the final 20 seconds. But it looks like Jackpot might not even find a way to get to that that first checkpoint, excuse me. 15 seconds left to go here. Mid is kind of mixed between both purple and yellow, as Jackpot's got this Rainmaker. Look how it's such an awkward spot that they have to pull it out right there. Ants rain down fire across it. Jared's wisely going to pick it up and back up with it, realizing they don't have that really nowhere to go. to try to get lead. And I wonder
wait,
if they try to maybe double the left side. No, Jared's going to try to make it work on this right side. It's just ice that's alive, but they're shooting. I don't know what they were shooting at. Maybe, oh, they were just trying to build up their ink strike. But now Jackpot just has to pop the Rainmaker and move it a smidge forward, and they will get the lead, and they won't pop it. The final score of this Rainmaker game against 8 of the best players in the West is 40-39.
I'm trying to like break down the last minute of that game in my head because Can
you break down the last 5 minutes? What the?
No. Okay, so what I think is that Pooh Starburst was playing scrappy. Like they were playing to fight. They were constantly going after them. They were constantly trying to shut down Zookas before they got popped, shut down Coolers before they got popped, shut down Inksjets with their trip strikes, and then try and utilize that chaos and utilize the slopes in the middle of Humpback to get themselves into crazy positions. Ant was literally just playing on mechanics half the time and just saying, I'm going to make a play. You want to follow me? Let's do this thing. And they were able to just make it work. It's magic. This team is magic. In Jackpot, I don't think they understand how to play against this chaos. It's like fire. They just can't handle it.
Neither team scored a single point beyond the first checkpoint of Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. No, this is not low ink. This is the best teams we have to offer here in the West. Okay, it's still an exciting thing to see. You don't see that very often. You may never see that again. Regardless, Pooh hangs on. They get the win on their counter pick, just how they drew it up, I'm sure. And Jackpot now has to find a way. By the way, this is grand finals. If Jackpot wants to win this one, they have to win this best of 5 and then win another best of 5 against this same exact team. So this is a monstrous, well, not a monstrous, but a bigger mountain to climb if you're Jackpot here. And they're going to tower control at Hagglefish Market, where they just won against Moonlight on here. I think we're starting to see a theme of some popular counter picks from some specific teams.
And they really do like tower control. Most of the mainstays in the West do love their tower control for good reason. They're very good at it. I still can't get over this last game. I can't, because not only was Pooh playing scrappy and fighty and aggressive and just trying to play for these situations that were like just catching Jackpot off guard. It forced Jackpot to play like that, and then in the last minute, they decided, all right, time for us to back up. They've got a checkpoint to go through, and we got it first, so let's play defense. And then they sat nowhere near the left side of the map where that first checkpoint is. They didn't even go near it. They didn't touch it. They didn't. Like they just let it go. They let Jackpot have it. They painted for trips. They painted around. They made sure that they weren't going to get pushed from mid and have Madness shark under them with that machine and shoot up from the ledge. They prevented that so that they could guarantee to get that pop at the end. That this team is blowing my mind, quite honestly, and they might have a chance to do it again.
Well, we're heading into game 3 here, set tied 1-1 apiece. Both teams looking to have an offensive explosion of scoring more than 40 points in 5 minutes here at the Tower Control Hagglefish Market. Leafy is not using Nautilus, where they were this time around. I believe Leafy's the one on the T-Tac. So interesting choice to go off right there. And there's a Kraken sending 2 players of Jackpot back to their spawn, opening the doors for a potential push.
I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, please,
what?
Take over.
Ant literally just quadded them.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't think people understand. It's literally just him being insanely mechanically savvy here and shutting down Jackpot, the best players in the West, and he's the one soloing them. 1v4, and I'm not exaggerating.
And that is a weapon that you don't see used quite often. And it's not because it's a bad weapon. It just takes a lot of different... It takes a long time to kind of figure out how to work around the weaknesses that it has. But once you do, you can just mow people down like that, using the entire kit to their advantage right there, as Ice able to finally clean that up. And oh, by the way, 60 points scored on that opening push there by Pooh. An offensive explosion as the first checkpoint falls, and they're trying to find a way if they can get another one going here. It's going to be started by Ants, another Kraken that's being used up in the enemy plat.
Just the pace of Pooh right now is crazy. I'm honestly impressed at Jackpot for holding strong. For holding strong in the face of this. Like, the fact that they're able to get back into mid here after a third Kraken got popped in, like, what, a minute and a half? Right? Like, that's insane. There's no special charge. There's no special charge on this 96 cal. Anyways, Jackpot's doing well. They're trying to maintain. They got to get rid of that pencil in that top right, and they're going to Zooka it out. They're going to try and prevent it from doing that much damage. Ant up there, has the wall. Madness is underneath it, trying to shark, but Ice decides to go for it. And this is the kind of counterplay. This is the back and forth of the strategy that is going with these teams, because Bagel's going to just follow it right back up. They're playing from this position as a pivot point to get themselves back in, and Jackpot did not clear it correctly. They were so focused on that left side, and Pooh was able to come back in.
Half of the game gone. One checkpoint lead for Pooh as Jared tries to get control of this left flank. But nicely called out by Goss and Ice, who I guess I just call him Milk if they want to be called Milk, so be it. But for right now, it just comes down to the patience that we're seeing coming out of Pooh right here. They're waiting for Jackpot to make the first move, and then they're responding to it, shutting down these flank opportunities, keeping the fights in front of them, and buying enough time for Ant to get another Kraken and do more Kraken things. Ultimately, that one didn't accomplish anything there on the top left side of the screen, as the Kraken does get eliminated. .Q gets placed up on top of the tower, and this is kind of what you were alluding to last time they're on this map, Magic. And as soon as I say that, .Q gets evaporated, so maybe not. But that positioning you were talking about with the pencil in these certain spots of attacking the canopy, it seems like .Q hasn't been able to establish themselves in that position because Pooh is doing a good job of holding their own side of the map and not overplaying it.
Oh, by the way, when Ant went down there, instead it was Goss that ended up getting a double on the machine as two players stepped forward to try and kill him. Just decided, all right, it's my turn now to get two of you down because you're being way too aggressive. I'm just gonna swat you like flies, and you're gonna go away. And then you just get lands this insane Zooka shot. You know what? Like, how do you deal? Like, how can win? Like, legitimately, how do you beat this? How do you beat this?
Oh, wow. Okay. Pooh playing fantastically right there, but they're able to bounce back. Is Jackpot, is now they're finally on the tower yet again. But again, there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. They basically have to get lead off of this one push right here. Ice throwing a bunch of ink strikes onto the tower to slowly wait for them to stall out the tower right there. They're not just rushing all three ink strikes. They're doing it with the purpose of keeping them off of the tower. And right now, can they find a way to get through this checkpoint though?
And they find a way. The Kraken is online, and I think that's what that Jackpot is diving for, but it got popped. There's no stopping it now. Able to just completely hold this charge. One jumped on, but it's not in time. Pooh holds strong. Even when players go down, they have exactly what they need. The strategic planning to consistently win in these checkmate situations, and they find it every time. And who is the head of all this? It's the veteran, the shot caller, the backliner, and the one who has consistently used these specials in this way since before it was even meta, since the Stingray days, before people could realize that it was used through spawn. Who was the one who was inventing all of these strategies? Ice. Ice was the one who handed them that defeat with those trip strikes.
Pooh is now 5-1 per game against the best team in the West in this tournament, and are one game away from being crowned the champions of IDYLL number 3. It is coming down to the counter pick from Jackpot as to what game 4 is going to be. But just the fact that Pooh is in this situation, Pooh seated number 3 below Subba Floppa, and that's fair. that's totally fair for them to be seeded 3 at this point, has been steamrolling anyone. They've only dropped 2 games so far. They're about to see a potential clutch pot situation coming out here as Jackpot is facing tournament elimination at this point. But just the fact that Pooh's gotten up to this run this deep of the thing here, I don't think that says much about the format of the tournament, because everyone's playing under the same rule. Like it negatively impacts both teams the same, in my opinion. Maybe somebody's going to go on Twitter and argue, oh, clearly it benefits Pooh over Jackpot, but it doesn't minimize how monumental this is. Like if Jackpot doesn't win this set and Pooh does, Jackpot's still the best team in the West. That's not up for debate.
100%.
But it shows something we haven't seen from them during their entire Jackpot era that they're in, which is vulnerability to some extent. And here we go.
Not just vulnerability. Not just vulnerability. We're talking about a complete obliteration of not only their plans, of just their mechanics. They're getting squashed, right? And these are some of the best mechanical players that North America has to offer. Like that is, they built themselves around being able to run these strategies that are kind of risky, but they can do it because they have the players who are able to handle that. And they've probably been practicing much more. I mean, they've been practicing a lot of Valorant, don't get me wrong. I've seen the tweets. But they've been practicing double shot. They've been practicing a very different style, probably in preparation for Worlds. And they're probably, like I mentioned with the knuckleball thing, they're just not ready for this option. They're not ready to play in this environment. And honestly, that's fine. They're going to show their skills in a different way. And I like this change. The ballpoint and Jared on the Zap, which he doesn't like, and understandably so. Zap is so hard to play and stomach. But I really like this. This is the change that they needed.
This is a very similar comp coming out from both teams. It seems like the Neo machine, is a very popular pick in this kind of map, because you can still keep that Trizooka, which you can't do because you can't use a splatter shot. And you still get to use the machine, which has always been, since its introduction to Splatoon, like since Kent's a machine, it's been a very strong weapon in general. So this seems like the equivalent of, when in doubt, bring another Trizooka out in a normal tournament. This seems like Jackpot's, this is our ultimate final boss comp that we can use under these tournament guidelines that is going to try to get us a win on this map where we are so used to getting wins on.
I think the Inkjet is such an important distinction, right? This ballpoint has just enough range to really beat out Pencil and kill it before it can get killed, as well as dodge this Kraken, right? Just has the fizzy bombs to completely space them out, has the range and the special to deal with this player. Is Ant, the monster that we've been seeing. No, it's Bagel who's able to pick that one off. And don't forget, Chargers have a very good matchup against the Inkjet, and they're going to be playing right into it. But I still like this. I still think that Jackpot's holding on a lot better, and they're dealing with the pressure from Pooh in a better way. They got the air freshener.
Hey, this set needs to end before you keep. I'm curious what other you got holding in the chamber there for Pooh jokes. Actually, this could be a situation where the tournament might end. Actually, Ant in a great position up top here as the tower's going to be approaching that first checkpoint, holding down, and they're in a good position if they can stay alive and get some more splats to clear the second one as well, holding that upper left side. Now they got Goss up top there firing some Inkzooka strikes across the middle of the map, and it looks like they're forced to kind of retreat the tower a little bit. Here comes the Inkjet, as you pointed out, from .Q. The last time we saw .Q using it, a little bit of an awkward time because most of their teammates were dead. This time around, using it on the defensive side of things, keeps that tower from even getting to the second checkpoint.
Okay, Leafy, I see you. That was a great breakout from Jackpot, to be honest. Like, that was just very clean. This is the play that we're used to seeing from them, and they're fine. It looks like they're finally showing up. Although, they're also showing up on our screens with X's over their names. So, who knows how much I'm really speaking the truth. And pulls off another crazy Kraken panic button for no reason at all, able to get away with the most dastardly shenanigans.
And now they're the last player left alive. Yeah, that was just a pure panic button special. Oh, I can use it to stay alive. If they had gotten a splat with that, that would have been absolutely absurd. But still, Jackpot able to get control of mid here, basically a delayed wipeout. And now .Q's Inkjet can be used on the offensive side of things with teammates alive as opposed to the defense. So this first checkpoint should fall now. And keep in mind, Jackpot doesn't have to even get through the second checkpoint. They just got to get to it, and they're going to get lead. And Leafy's in a great position up top here. If they can find a way to get a few more splats, it might just coast to the lead.
And this is the way you deal with the Kraken. You fight forward. Leafy pushing that front line while the rest of the members holding back, making sure they don't get into a crazy spot where that Kraken can destroy them. This is Jackpot. This is the lucky number 7. This is why they've been at the top of the West for so long. It's because they can pull off plays like this, have players like this play in this way. Not going to get full wiped there. Respawn just in time for Madness to make sure that those funky little letters don't show up on the screen. But it's basically a wipe, and they're going to have to try and hold one more time. They're in the lead. They've got a checkpoint to deal with, but they're going to have to hold.
Yeah, they got a full checkpoint lead. And that's not an easy checkpoint to get across, but still, if they can find a way to get some splats and get a Goss back up on that upper left area so that they can keep the fights away from the tower, they might find a way to do that. The problem is they only got 30 seconds to work with. Jared gets taken down, and it looks like another Inkjet's being popped early here for the defensive side of things on top of those Ink Strikes. So they're using a lot of specials, that is Jackpot, to make sure they hold serve for things right now. And it looks like it... Ant's still alive there's got me worried.
There was Cooler, and they've got Zuka, so it could be a nice little opportunity. Cooler's online for Pooh as well, though, as the Zuka comes out. It might be a little bit early. Gonna get picked off by Goss. Gonna just get plucked right away. They're not gonna... They need to start putting their chips down on the table, and they do. They're in for one more round. The cards fell in their favor, and they're gonna have one chance to bring this one to a bracket reset.
Those Inkjets did play a factor, as you were kind of pointing out there. The issue was they were popped early at times where they couldn't be used to complement everybody else that was alive. But ultimately, when you get your anchor player into a position to where they can get it set up and do what they need to do, they can use the Inkjet to complement everybody else, using great things on the defensive side and helping out with offensively as well. And that's why Jackpot picked that map and mode, which is, well, I mean, it is what it is. It worked out. They won, so it worked out. It wasn't easy though. Ant staying alive over there, it had me really worried that Ant was going to do something kind of bizarre that was going to get them the win there. Still, Jackpot forces a game 5. They're not done yet.
Now, granted, Pooh is playing a little bit stinky, right? We can't.
Yes.
We have to acknowledge that.
Okay. Did we though? Did we really? By the way,
we're going to Mahi. We're going to Mahi
Resort
Zones.
Jackpot. If Mahi Zones was a thing in like a tournament before, even before the rework that it got, Jackpot would counterpick it. I've seen them pick that before in other tournaments, mainly because they wanted to use E-Leader with .Q. I think they're still going to use the pencil because pencil's just been working out in these scenarios. But this is something where Jackpot can still feel comfortable, even though this is Pooh's counterpick.
You know what I want to see? I want to see ZNF out of Q. I think it's a great pick here. I think the wall is good to try and deal with these high pressure, high intensity frontliners that have been diving towards her. I think it's a great way to break back into this map specifically, and I think Charger does really well on these lockouts, and it could be a good opportunity to break it out. I saw Yoshell, who's a player that's been on the rise recently from Please Forfeit, do wonderful things with that weapon, and I think it can be used at the highest level. And this is, if there's any tournament to bring it out, it's this one. That's what I want to see. I don't know if we're gonna see it, but that's where I'm coming from. Pooh, though, they're gonna have to make sure that they do not end up in the pool and have to get emptied, cleaned out, and then refilled with the water. Jackpot wants to break this one out. We're gonna see the inkjet once again from the ballpoint.
And
let's play.
And what we're seeing out of Jackpot here is their tournament elimination comp.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the comp we have to use when we absolutely have no choice but to get a win. So Bagel and the Pencil gonna be trying to establish themselves in that little middle snipe area up top there, and trying to find a way for Pooh to get the tournament win on top of this. But Ant does have a Kraken built up ready to go. My frustration with this map is it's just this narrow thing until somebody scores 50 points, and then it changes permanently for the rest of the map. I wish it just stayed like that the whole time instead of just waiting for the real game to start once somebody gets halfway across there. But if you're Pooh, you might just do that here on the opening push because you're doing a good job of staying alive. There it goes.
And they're definitely doing a good job of staying alive here. Even with all these specials, they're able to throw out their own. They're able to pop this cooler at the right moment before anyone goes down, and they're able to move forward with it. Go back and probably get into a nice position here. And Jackpot, they might be going out with a whimper because it really seems like they haven't made any kind of a dent into Pooh at all during this entire game. There's only 25 ticks left. That's like 10 seconds. Zuka, cooler, coming online. Jared dies before it gets sent out. There's one player trying to land this shot onto Bagel and is not able to find it. They are able to get the cap, so this tournament is not over yet. But my goodness, they need to start making some real progress very soon.
I have no idea how they're able to get that cap, but it doesn't matter for them. Just stop the bleeding, put all these penalty points on Pooh, and give us another opportunity to try to get something going right here. Now, finally, Jackpot gets control of mid. It gets a two-player splat on top of it there. Excuse me, I'm having awkward burp situation there.
But this is where Jackpot's going to be really strong, right? They need to start getting these picks now, though. They need to start throwing these bombs and congesting the members of Pooh into an unfavorable spot, because this Kraken's about to get popped and it is going to wreak havoc. As you can see, it's already going. Jared's already down, and this Ice is just squid rolling away from Q. She can't land the shots, and that's their lockout. That's their win condition. That's their scenario that they had, and they're just keep getting traded out.
Still points put up on the board by Jackpot. A lot of penalty points for Pooh, but they still have a pretty substantial lead as we cross the halfway point here. Jared throwing down the soda on the backside, and everybody's getting a sip of it as they try to move up here. But there's going to be soda coming out from the side of Pooh very soon. You see Bagel is basically got it ready to go, and they can't find a way to get control of the zone. One more player does go down, and finally they do that. Ant's Kraken coming out just a little bit too late, and now you're going to have a delayed wipe situation. This Kraken's not going to get anybody, and surely Ant cannot survive that, but they do, and drag one player down with them, throwing the ink wall and staying in it like it's Splatoon 1, getting the trade.
My goodness. Masterful. And I won't harp on it any longer because we've got Goss here in the top left here. Gonna be using that machine to find these crazy plays. Gonna try and Zuka Madness down, and doesn't go down. Standing tall in Goss, and they're gonna have to try and dive for the zone very quickly. Everybody's back online for Jackpot. Not anymore. Never mind. They've got a good combo. They're able to move together as a unit. Q getting down in the inkjet, trying to find their way through. Ice as well, not able to stay standing. There's only 1 minute left, and Jackpot needs to get control of the zone again if they want to force a bracket reset.
And now we're approaching the final minute here. Jackpot's basically, I would say Jackpot's been the better team for the last 2.5 minutes here. The problem is Pooh has just such a substantial lead, and actually they're threatening to get the KO right here. Only 10 points remaining, all the penalty points gone. They're throwing everything and the kitchen sink into the zone, and it's enough to get a lot of splats and cap it. They got to hold on to this for a really, really long time, though, if they want to find a way to get the lead. And if you're Pooh, I think you just kind of stay back. I think you start building up some specials. You got the Ink Strike to work with. We've seen how effective Ink Strike has been on the zone so far today. And they got Soda with them as well. We might see a push come out from Pooh to try to get this tournament over with.
They got Kraken. They've got the strikes. Not able to cap off of it, but here it comes. That's one for Anthony, and that's going to be another for the members of Jackpot going down. Goss goes down, though. It's trades and trades and trades in mid. Jared able to jump in, but Q goes down once again. There's a cap. 10 seconds. Ice in the zone. Leafy and Madness trying to fight, trying to dive and dip. It's not going to work out. That's Pooh taking home the glory, taking home the IDYLL championship as they have reached their ideal, their composition working to perfection.
Well,
and I could make a poop joke, but I'm not going to.
Well, a team seeded number 3 in this tournament, made up of 2 players of Starburst, who we haven't seen Starburst do anything in several months. Goss from Crush Soda. And if you joined the comp scene at the start of Splatoon 3, you have no idea who Ant even is. You no clue who Ant is. That team just knocked off the number 1 team in the West twice. They swept them in winners finals. They hold on a back and forth set to beat them here at Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi Resort in a game 5. Again, this doesn't change anything. As far as like if there was rankings that came out, Jackpot is definitively the number 1 team in the West. But what we saw today is parity, and you can say that it was the tournament format that did that, or whatever. I don't know. I'm not smart enough to make that debate. The point being, it's good to see parity at this kind of level. We're not used to seeing that in the past like 3-4 years.
I mean, yeah, for real. Like it felt like one team toppled another, and that there was 1 or 2 tournaments where maybe it was a good showing, right? Like Riptide 2021, fantastic tournament, right? The Ink TV Resurgence League, amazing. But those were when the torches exchanged hands, in my opinion. Those were the defining key moments where it was exciting, where it was uncertain, where it was a dethroning, if you will. And that's not what we saw here, right? We can't say that Jackpot got bested because of the format, because of, I mean, how they played in that last set too. That there was the definitive changing of the torch, but this was when it was exciting. This is when they were challenged, and everyone came to watch it.
And it does make the 20XX tournament next week that more interesting as well. Is like, is this going to translate over? Does this give other people confidence? It was like the first time when Starburst lost to its Alliance Rogue in the Ink TV Resurgence League. That was like, they can lose. Yeah. And I'm not saying this is anywhere near equivalent to that. I'm just saying it's nice to see, is all I'm saying. I don't have a rooting interest. I don't care who wins these things. It's just nice that there is parity at this level. Oh, by the way, you asked the question, who was on that Starburst team that won Riptide? Ice, Bran, and Ant. I know who the 4th player is. I just looked it up. I'll give you a hint. We saw that player today.
Was it Biscuit?
It was Jared.
It was. That's right. That's right.
Jared on Jackpot. Which further emphasizes how all these players are just kind of familiar with each other, just changing the name on the uniform.
Right, exactly. So. And we could talk about this all day. We could throw out these big overarching stories, and maybe we're just actually talking out of our butts. But then we would have poo on our hands, which we do. So, Popgun, is there anything that you want to say to these wonderful, lovely viewers of ProChara's?
Thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I enjoyed it.
I love this.
I guess the one thing I want to say is that, again, this tournament isn't designed as like here's what we should be doing, or like here's what the world would look like if we started banning weapons from it. This is just supposed to be fun, and I hope you guys had fun watching this one because I know I certainly did. And Magic, commentating with you is always fun, even when you're trying your best to make poo jokes. The entire-
Well, listen,
yeah,
I can't make that many poo jokes because poo is no longer number 2. All right, that's the last one.
From where can people find you? Magic.
Here's the thing: they're not going to be able to find me for a good probably 3-ish months. I will be doing very sparse showings here and there. I'm probably not even going to be on my socials that much. I'll be the main things that I'm going to be working on in the next few months is Splat World Championship Online, which they're changing the name. I don't think we got a official name yet because of the branding and everything.
Right.
But that'll be happening November 25th, because it's a Saturday, early in the morning. I don't know whose channel it'll be on, but I'm assuming it'll be either here or IPL. And the other thing that we're going to be working on is Genesis. And those are legitimately going to be probably the only 2 times that I'm really going to be in the public sphere. Otherwise, go watch other people. Go give your energy to the wonderful people that are still working on this community day in and day out. The Splatoon TO Guild has a lot of things cooking. Splatoon isn't going anywhere.
I forgot about Genesis. Maybe because I've been so frantically panicking over the past couple of weeks about things, even though obviously a lot of stuff has calmed down. But yeah, good luck to you and Genesis going forward. My wife and I and PJ will not be there, but we're definitely going to be watching and supporting it from our lovely home that has stocked with diapers and baby food. You can find me telling you in the low and help desk that you can't sign up for a tournament. I'm sorry, and hopefully things will be back to normal next month. Or let's plug the Blue Sky. Just Pop Gun. I am the only Pop Gun on Blue Sky as of right now, or I was the first one, so I got it. So that's all I got there. From all of us, or not all of us, not me. I was invited to commentate. I don't have nothing to do with this tournament. But from I don't speak for Beta, but I would assume Beta would say something like, "Thank you for tuning in and watching. I hope you'd enjoyed it." I don't know. This is the 3rd edition of this tournament, and it's always fun to be either commentated or help run it or whatever. And congratulations once again to Pooh for winning the whole thing. And also shout out to our streamer Moo, not Pooh, who did a good job of streaming this event for us. And with that, enjoy the rest of your weekend, or not. There's some event tomorrow, but I forget what it is. I'm so scatterbrained. But regardless, enjoy the rest of your weekend. And
if you want to watch more Splatoon, go to Metro Inc. on Twitch.
Right.
They're hosting a local tournament right now. Go over there if you're curious.
Support your locals.
Support your locals! That's going to do it here from us. Thank you, ProChara, for having us on. Everybody have a great night.